Hello, I'm live. It's been a while since I've played this one. I'm just making sure it's working. Yeah, it's working. Alright, I'm gonna put music on in the background for music's sake. What it will be, I'm not too sure. This is the first one. It's probably, yeah. Yeah, I can hear myself. This is a bit loud. Alright, first things first, I gotta relight this place because that was a thing that happened last time. Just had to reorganize a little bit. So I definitely need a lot more plant twine no, not plant cloth, probably. Alright, if that can help me get torches, that'd be phenomenal. Or not. Okay. Yeah, but I definitely need more torches. I don't remember step climbing. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the only way I could get more torches. Oh. Well. Sure. Yeah, I definitely need them on all angles here. Need more sticks, but I need to wait. I couldn't hear this really. Yeah, I definitely need to relight everything, because I should have known it was so ass cheeks, but you know, but I gotta wait till like day, so. I could use it from this. I think it's crack the eye. Hopefully that's enough. And thankfully I could just do this. Alright, that counts. So could probably just move my wallet. at least he would be together. Well, eventually I'll be able to it's right here. That's the door. I'm sure zombies and skeletons are still around. I believe. Correcting many belongs from one part of cooking. Supposed to burn. Not supposed to air. Didn't? I guess they're just hidden behind something. I just need one more here so my main room is fine. I just need to wait for the day, really. And also for it to stop raining. Well, I'm hitting it. There we go. Yep, that's the reason right there. I don't got nothing that protects me, so I'm playing it safe. Was there a bone club? I know there was. Yeah, but I need bone block. Yeah, I think I can get from this. Well, I know I can get somehow. Yeah, it's from the millstone, and I get 6 from one bone. So I could probably... Yeah, I could do both of them, so I can get one of those. And I could get a pretty good weapon for what I have. Okay. Because we don't got a bed at the moment. Oh, I already have a bone club. Okay, good. Oh, God damn it. No, do I have the... yeah. Oh, I got marble. So. Oh, I used a fucking pickaxe. Come on. I get more. still need like a knife or something. Rocks I could throw, so I'll probably get a... Yeah, I think I need a knife, right? I don't remember much. No, I do, but I need a... get back in there. Stupid, I'm forgetting. I think I just hit it with my hands. Yeah, I just hit it with my hands. Yeah, it's like... I think that's just for food, and the clay, and the kiln is for other things. I think that's what I was missing last time. And bone shards are literally just for bone meal. Yeah, I need to get a bone meal somewhere. Like super far away. Right? So that was a bad idea. this is probably not the best idea, man. Nope, right? Yeah, let's just go.
Hey, video creator.
Fuck off. I hate this one. I hate this one. I hate this one. Like, no, you're not real. Sorry. One higher. It doesn't help. Like, it's like so. They're so damn close together. I just need one more at that end. Clearly not certified for cave exploration yet. could do food easily. Like, no way, right? I need clay for like just at home stuff, and it didn't fit. It was awesome. Oh yeah, that's such rare. Where was they again? Yeah, I need to find that, and I need to find the dark ones. To get clay balls, and I need to make a kiln. Yeah, it's probably the best thing to do right now. But, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I got enough. But I need a slab. Slab. The hell is this? Okay. Alright, so it's just normal everyday slabs. For such things, I need to sacrifice. I need to sacrifice something. This is what I'll sacrifice. This wood block. And once that's done, please just cook it. Should be fine. Oh, it's not dark. Yes! Okay, good. Doing wrong.
This is wild. I can't believe this.
Let's
Let's take it from the top. You love cleaning this counter.
No. It was already wrong. I know this is how you make the infinite one. Yeah, no. Me too, man. I don't know why it's not giving me 2 anymore. It's strange. I don't know why it doesn't. I mean, it used to give me 2. And suddenly it just didn't want it anymore. Alright, now that's there forever now. Will persist fire on top of log. Use a fuel. Yeah. Oh, can I make like normal torches with this? No, not yet. For that, I need to get to stage 1. What button did I do for? Advance. I just need to get to here, but yeah, for that to happen, I need to get this anyway because I need to get there. So I need to figure out a way to get to there, and also have a portable bed, which is gonna help me a lot. I know it's gonna help. Horsepowers are somewhat interesting too. I do need water. Yeah, it's good outside. Well, it's fine here. It's just down here. It's not that great. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna cover this up. Okay. A large lag spike just happened. So I'm not sure what in the world happened. Let's go to so they don't have too much. So, yeah, this is gonna be the whole house, and I'll have to figure out mining elsewhere. I could do it across the... I know there's shit in the water too. That's like the hardest thing. I know this is gonna be useful for something down the line. This I can't grab. It ain't bad in here. I got enough room for all these torches. And nothing's burning in there, so everything else. And I know that can cook things, so better than this, so yeah. Cook this beef. One at a time, but I can cook it. I know I can. It's taking a while now. Well, I guess I can put these outside, so there's not just like a whole bit out here. Alright. Both has a, hey, this is the entrance, and hey, this is here. Like, I tried doing this that way, and it wouldn't fucking cook. Like, is some things just not working? Like, why is it not cooking? Giving you 5 pieces of wood. Giving you 5. I'm giving you whole 5 pieces of wood. Like, there's no way that one beef can't be wrong here. Well, I don't need to worry about lighting up my house anymore, so I could focus on other things. Oh yeah, this whole thing right here, this is... I could do this as the mining area where I start mining. I mean, it's right under my home. I don't see why I couldn't. I don't remember these being so pink. Was there super pink things around my home? There's only like one. I don't know. No, there's other ones. I'm not really sure what that means. I really should do this. When it's like day or something. Why is there so much ash everywhere? Yeah. None around. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the beef. I don't know what's up with it. It's just not cooking. Like, no food is cooking, and I have no idea why. Maybe chicken jerky. Not beef jerky. Chicken jerky. Uncooked raw. Is there? Like, I don't know what's up with the stone grill. Like, it doesn't cook what I need to cook. Okay. Shit. Well, nothing could fall here, technically. I mean, nothing could. So, maybe I can just leave it open. But do I want to, though? Probably not. Is there like a fog, I say? Where's the fog? Doesn't help. Why are like such random things off? Like clear water. I don't know why I did that. Damn it. I'm waiting for the game to do something. Please don't crash because of this stupid shit.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark. Welcome to Five Nights at Treasure Island. The first, or at least first that I know of, fan game of Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, even the developer said that he didn't expect this to get that much attention, but he should have known, considering he made a game about Five Nights at Freddy's. So, what the fuck?
Riveting. Waiting for the game to stop fucking itself. Fuck, don't crash, man. We didn't play for not even an hour. Dude, one or the other at this point. Either work or don't. Just stop loading. It crashed. Fucking awesome. Alright, give me a second. So stupid. Now I gotta wait for everything to come do this again. It's like so... Fucking love this.
Toasters toast toast.
No, they do not! They toast bread, dumbass! Also, who says that? That's not a saying, that's an actual fact! That's like saying, oh, you know what they say, fire burns? Of course fire f***ing burns! And you just can't
Hopefully. It's there. If I turn my head, it didn't work. If I see it before that, it's better. Okay. Alright. Now with that fixed.
Hello and welcome to Smosh Reads Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today the theme is gaming. A lot of tabletop gaming. We have two people here who know a little bit about tabletop gaming. We have Spencer and George Primavera joining us. What's up? Two game masters.
Gamers.
You guys are professional gamers. Quite literally.
A regular, yeah.
Yeah. Spencer, I mean, I don't know where you do your gaming.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, but George, you're over. You're over at Critical Role doing all sorts of fun.
Yeah. We're. I am one of the co-DMs for the Reslayer's Take on Critical Role. I'm the DM for a podcast called Hero Club, and do all sorts of D&D related stuff on a podcast called Total Party Skill. So I'm all up in the D&D world right now. Yeah.
And if you haven't checked out Dread, our Dread series over at Smosh Games, George is the one who runs all those stories for us, and man, it's always a blast.
Those are so fun.
Dread is-
Check those out. Go check those out.
No, there's other things.
It's the best thing I think it's the best thing we've done at Smash.
Oh man,
It's a lot of fun.
every time it's a blast.
So, board games, there's some video game stories in here, but board games really are a catalyst for a lot of drama, right? Like, that'll put people to the test. We've seen it time and time again over at Smosh Games, right? I mean, we have a blast. I think we do a great job, but things can get heated. So when we're talking about families, partners playing board games, shit can get real.
The Millennium Tour 2025!
Oh my god. Shut up.
Oh yeah. We're about to see some stories here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the day
Our first
so
story
I could.
comes from Am I the Asshole?
Start
Am I the
on-
asshole for not wanting to play a game my girlfriend created?
Oh no!
Dude, already.
Oh,
Let's
this
hear
is
it.
awesome.
Oh, Kim coming out hot.
So we have a 27-year-old guy here. He says, my girlfriend, who's
Yeah,
24,
so
has
far,
been working
though.
on a visual novel game
Is
as a
there like a
side
bed
project for almost 2
thing?
years and recently
Yeah,
finished it.
sleeping
She
now.
wanted me to
I need
play it, but I initially
thatch.
declined since I'm not into visual novels or reading
Yeah.
long stories, but after she begged, I gave it a try and played for a good 15 minutes. Now I can tell she put in a lot of effort in the writing and the art, and it was a good start, but I just got tired of reading and stopped. She asked what I thought and wanted me to eventually finish it and tell her what I thought about the choices and the endings, but I told her I had no
Yeah, I don't
plans to.
get it.
She looked shocked and asked if it was boring. I told her no, it's just that I'm just not into this type of genre, and she knows I'm not into reading, but asked me to make an exception this time since she made it. I got upset because I think she is being childish and wants to blackmail me into doing something I don't want. After I made it clear I wasn't continuing, she hasn't talked to me since. I already know that she is talented and smart, so just because I don't want to play it doesn't mean I don't support her. Some of my friends agree she's being immature, but others think I should be more supportive. So am I the asshole?
This is literally how it feels when you guys aren't into a game that I put on Smosh
This
Games.
board game sucks, dude.
Whenever Angel and Amanda talk during Resident Evil, I pause the game. I'm like, so you guys, I created this.
You guys aren't into this?
Oh man, what a loose use of the word blackmail.
No, I was gonna say black.
what's
When
the
you threw blackmail, I was
here?
like, what is that? Like, wait,
You mean
with what?
asking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the f...
What was the line he said? He's like, I'm not gonna put any more time into this. Or
Yeah, he
he's-
put 15
Yeah.
minutes into...
15 minutes.
So at least she's been working on for 2
knows
years.
I don't like to read.
It's like,
you know I don't like reading.
reading and artwork?
Yeah.
That's a whole lot, babe.
And you don't know. You know I don't love engaging with things you've created.
Right. Yeah, I think he's like missing, he's clearly missing the entire point of like, oh, this isn't my genre. It's like, that's cool, man.
Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't really
Stick
matter, you know,
bones.
she's been working on this for 2 years.
I feel like at least commit. If he had said an hour, maybe I might have felt like a little like sliver of like, oh, you gave it the old college try.
15 minutes is
15 minutes is
That's
crazy.
a bowl of cereal is 15 minutes.
She's not even like asking him like to read it and enjoy it. Like she's like, I want your help. Like here's something I'm passionate about. Here's something I'm working on. Can I get your opinion on this? And that could be anything, you know. Like what does he care about? I don't know what this guy actually likes.
Yeah.
That guy likes
just hands
Gatorade
Yeah.
and bicep
He's
day.
like, oh, he's like,
I don't read. Sorry, babe. I'm done reading. I gotta go back to watching porn.
Barely.
I just, if anything, if the fact that he doesn't like it means that he would probably have valuable insight to improve it and make it more broadly applicable if he actually cared
He
about
could have like a
giving some
non,
feedback.
yeah, like a non, just a different perspective on it. And he's even admitting like she's put in a lot of effort, and it's a good start. I just got tired of reading and stopped. It's like, okay, so you even acknowledge that it's not like bad.
I got tired of reading.
Yeah.
Is such like a, what does that mean? You just like you went like, my eyes hurt.
like revisit it, like come back to it. But he's like, I'm not gonna revisit it.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
It's friggin' wild, man. I also think it's such a show of like care, especially like this is his girlfriend, right? You know, like this is his partner. Like showing interest in someone's interest is almost more important than anything, right? And so he's just
It's like
completely
maybe like watched a movie for, so like if it's like, oh, your partner's like, oh, like I want you to see this movie with me. It's like one of my favorite movies. It's like, okay,
yeah.
and there's 2 hours.
Yeah, right.
I'm such a believer in that because
damage.
I'm not really a believer of like that's not my genre, so I don't partake in it, right? I'm like anything can be
What a closed-minded way to approach everything.
anything can be fun, but I'm like, oh, if something matters to someone, like I'll check it out to understand why you like it or to learn more about you in the process. He's kind of removed, like he's not thinking about the relationship element of this. He's just thinking about this thing in itself, as if he found it at a store and he's like, oh, well, I'm not into this. Like that's cool.
That's fine. You don't owe like anything to a thing you randomly found. But like, you know, you should give your partner attention and try to share their interests in a way that is productive. And I don't know, the whole element of I'm not going to revisit it is so crazy to me. Just do it tomorrow if you're not feeling it today.
Yeah.
I think I'm never going to read that again. I don't know.
You gotta power through those first 15 minutes. The game really opens up after the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, seriously.
The only reason I was even like a little apprehensive about like maybe this guy's got nothing is like maybe she laid their
thankfully.
relationship bare in this novel, and
Where it's
he
like,
was
yeah, hey, this is like, it's like about a
there's no
relationship.
way
It's
for
like,
him to
well,
come in, but
on
on the other hand,
being
Where,
uncomfortable with it.
But
This is him being like, no.
oh, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, like this is brutal. Like,
Can he see me?
I knew someone. She's like, yeah, I've been working on
What's
this
that?
visual novel for 2 years, and I asked my boyfriend if he could read it, and he spent 15 minutes on it, and then said, no, I'm good. I'd be like, damn.
I know you can do it.
I'm like, damn. Okay, so the bar's there. All right. The verdict is asshole.
fuck is that?
Comments. You're the asshole. Your girlfriend worked for years on this project, and you can't be bothered to spend an hour or two supporting her by playing it. You're the immature one here. Partners do things for each other. Get off the internet and apologize to her.
what is happening?
25,000 upvotes.
he probably spent like 15 minutes on his post.
Yeah.
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 He wrote this whole post?
Yeah.
He spent more time on this stuff for
Easily more
sure.
than 15.
Someone said, you're the asshole. Relationships require effort. If you aren't willing to put in the effort to support her work
Well,
and
thank
do
God it's
something
only
for her,
this
I
guy,
wish you could
but
find someone who
it's
does.
still annoying as hell.
Lastly, someone said, you're the asshole. Why did you ask here? You realize you have to read the answers, right? Tell your girlfriend you prefer to read bullshit from strangers before her game, and then come here and tell us how it goes. We would like reading that.
It sounds like she needs like a sensitive gamer boyfriend.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell is that?
Girls just don't even see us gamers as guys.
Oh, dude. She wants me to read, like, I don't know, I'm like scared of reading. I don't know. Have you guys ever read a visual, or played a visual novel? I don't think I have.
That's like a choice-based visual medium, right? That you kind of like are guided through the story.
It's a choose-your-own-adventure in a video game
with
form.
pictures.
Why?
Oh, that
It's
sounds
this
cool.
guy.
That does sound cool.
I've read Goosebumps Choose Your Own Adventure, so I guess I have.
It's a
No,
story.
no, no.
It's like,
You're not gonna
do you enjoy
leave.
storytelling?
Alive
It's like we're
for
fancy a
this.
story.
Fancy a story. Fancy a tale.
The closest that I've had that I definitely hit this kind of thing where I'm like, I'm just
You're
not
not gonna
this was this game called Disco Elysium.
come into my
It's one of
home,
the best games ever made.
fling me around, and
just-
expect to be
it's like,
alive
every time
after
your character
that.
talks to someone, it's like you're gonna be reading
That
for like 10
that
minutes.
doesn't happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Courtney
You
Miller's
know?
Disco Elysium.
Yeah. But it's like intense stuff, and I was
I
just
don't
like,
have 5 minutes for this.
I was like,
Yeah.
But no, I think that is closest. Or I mean, what was the
Yeah.
game you and Damien played forever ago? Like
Doki Doki Literature.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
Right.
It's like
Visual novel.
close, yeah.
And then also there's Dream Daddy.
Yeah, exactly.
I've not heard of a single one of these so far.
These are like dating sims, so it's like
Okay, okay.
Dream Daddy's the one where like you're a new dad in this neighborhood where there's tons of hot dads, and you're you're a hot dad talking to other hot dads.
Okay, cool.
It's really cool.
I think dating sims and visual novels
maybe I
are
should
like often
put
inflated.
chest
Yeah.
here.
Because I think there's a lot of elements that they share.
Just
a walking
need
simulator
more
that is kind of a
storage.
visual novel that I love called Firewatch.
Oh, I love Firewatch.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
feels like
Our
maybe a
sound guy
visual
Scott
novel.
loves Firewatch too. I saw his hands pumping in the air.
Firewatch.
Firewatch is incredible.
Yeah.
No, but no, I respect it. But I have not participated too much.
Yeah, just wood and stone.
I'd probably play a little.
Otherwise, that's blackmail.
Yeah.
Otherwise, essentially,
That'd be
anytime, if your partner makes you do something, I'm like, I'm being blackmailed.
You're committing
Yeah.
fraud right now.
Legally, I shouldn't be talking to you.
Today's Red Stories is brought to you by ZocDoc. Have you ever woken up with a weird symptom like a tight pain in your neck or a weird rash on your legs and then immediately Googled it to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that medical rabbit hole, but now it's easy to get the help
just
and
need
care you
3
really
of
need
them.
with ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. You can filter for doctors who take your insurance, are located nearby, are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and are highly rated by verified patients. Plus, appointments made through ZocDoc also happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day
No,
appointments.
no,
Hey.
not interesting.
DM kills my character for no reason. This story happened a couple of years ago. Basically, it was me and I think 3 or 4 other friends. Typically, I would DM, and after my campaign fizzled out for whatever reason,
I don't
one of my
know if it
players wanted to
carries
try
well.
to
I'll
DM
figure
it.
out right now.
I helped him set up a campaign.
No.
The time comes for him to start
It don't
DMing the
carry.
campaign. I helped him build. I think we started at level 1 or 2.
Oh, I
was
just got
playing
all
a
of them.
tiefling bard. The other players were, I think, a druid, a barbarian, and an artificer.
I guess one of them
After a
would be
couple of sessions, it was
blocks.
going pretty smooth. We were having a good time. At one point, I had to miss a session, but was cool with them continuing without me. The next session, I was there and I joined back with the party before we went into a dungeon. We went into the dungeon and we were going through it like normal, just some puzzles. But before our first combat, the DM decided to tell me that since I was rusty after missing a session, I had disadvantage on every roll in combat. That annoyed me, but I just went with it. I had taken some damage, but figured I'd be fine because I usually play backline support. Eventually, we approach a big door, and I decide to enter the room and suddenly get attacked by a big bird, and it takes me down to 1 hit point. The rest of the party makes their way in to try to help me, but DM decides that despite my teammates wanting to protect me and attacking the bird, the DM decides that the bird continues to attack me, obviously downing me. I'm a little baffled at that decision, but it's whatever. So I just start rolling my saving throws on my turn, but DM says the bird continues to attack me because it hates you. So it hits me again. And I don't know if this is a real rule, but he said that it's an automatic 2 failed death saves. I had
That's true, but
it's real.
George is like, I support the DM.
if you get hit in melee and you're making your death saves, it's 2 failed death saves. But
I had succeeded my first death save, and I succeeded the next one after the attack. So I was hoping to hold out for 1 more round to survive, but for some reason this bird takes a legendary action. Despite this not even being a boss, not meaning to be a tough encounter, just a creature in a dungeon.
This is the SpongeBob. I don't know. I guess he just doesn't like you.
And it kills me for this, I would hope understandably, pisses me off, and because there is no reason a DM should fish for a kill like that. I was just stuck spectating afterward and sat there for upward of an hour. After that session, I was barely invested in my character or the
Play a visual
story.
novel.
You can read a visual novel.
You can play 4 of my girlfriend's visual novels.
After that session, I was barely invested in my character or the story because the DM set the precedent that he could just kill me out of the blue and remove my story from the rest of the campaign. I think the campaign ended fine, but I just had zero agency for the rest of the campaign.
George,
Oh
can
my God.
I ask a question?
Hates you. It's so crazy.
How would you justify a bird in a dungeon?
A great question.
It's like maybe it's like a kiwi
right away,
bird. Yeah, like a floor dwelling bird.
A floor dwelling bird. So like an ostrich.
Yeah.
Oh,
I couldn't think of the word non-flying bird. Flightless bird, yes.
Without flight. I don't know. Maybe eggs that don't like the sun.
Yeah,
that's
good.
the best thing I can think of.
There's like burrowing owls. It could be a giant burrowing
An owl bear would be a perfect example of a cave-dwelling bird creature.
So maybe there was setup and the guy just didn't clock it.
The funny thing is about that story is that it's all kind of fair game, except for the first thing, which is insane, where you're just like, you're rusty as a heroic adventurer. Disadvantage if people don't know. If you have disadvantage on every roll, you're not going to do anything. It's not going to be a fun game. There's a reason that you only have disadvantage a little bit of the time. So that's basically the DM giving away the game there of like, you're not going to be able to have fun today.
There's no official rules in D&D of if you miss a session, your character now sucks.
Goodness gracious, no. The "it hates you" is one of the craziest things I've ever heard. Could the DM have done everything they did there? Technically, yeah.
Technically,
if they hate someone, yeah, that sounds.
So, so that one is not for legit, and then so it takes a legendary action.
That is a thing, dude. Technically, they use the full might of the DM's toolbox to be a
funny.
Now,
technically, they've broken no rules except for that disadvantage nonsense. But
so overall, fair game, but is. Do you think this person? Because the verdict on this one on D&D Horror Stories is it a bad DM or not?
Is it a bad DM or not?
And like it's fair game, but it's shitty DMing.
To me, it's so funny that I can't be mad at this DM. Where it's like, what? You're not feeling good, so like everything sucks. It's like, and also this thing hates you. Like that's really funny.
This bird that just saw you hates you.
What if that was like the bird's nest, like, and he kind of bursts through the door, like going first, like it's reckless.
As I will say, perhaps the better choice there is to go after the other threatening party members.
Yeah.
But hey, man, secure that kill if you gotta, I guess. Just maybe you don't give disadvantage to everything. That's basically you're rolling 2 dice and taking the lower result every time. So you're gonna roll poorly.
That's so funny.
That's incredible.
That like makes me want to play D&D. There's something about
really
that that's so like I love a game where it's just you can be like you.
You would like Paranoia as a game. That's a great TTRPG. But there is that is cuckoo bananas.
That is amazing. Comments?
I'm not
yeah,
sure
this DM is an immature child. If the DM had a problem with you missing a game, they should have talked with you about it like an adult. You don't punish people in-game for real-life issues. OP said, not to mention the session I missed was little more than a shopping episode.
Oh, what are you doing here?
He bought the bird repellent.
Oh my God.
We learned a lot at Macy's, though. Someone said, unless you are constantly late or a no-show, and that was the reason your own campaign fell apart, then this is seriously egregious. I wouldn't have even gone back, just packed my stuff and left right then and there. Lastly, someone said, as the bird furiously claws and pecks at you, it squawks, you shouldn't have missed the last session.
Wrong kid does.
I hate you.
The justification in a storyline of like, why is it attacking me? It's like, it hates you.
Yeah.
It's just really funny.
It's very funny.
We need to, can we promise in the next Dread to have a moment where something
inexplicably
a monster attacks someone and they're like, why? It's like, it hates me.
We haven't fought enough animals in Dread. I think that'll be my
I'll take that note.
Yeah, got it. Roger that. Elephants.
Oh my God. Wow.
That's unbelievable.
Damn. Have you ever experienced like in D&D sessions where obviously, because I don't feel like you would ever do this as a DM.
Gosh,
have you witnessed this type of behavior?
Like when it bleeds
just
into the
punishing,
game.
like not this extremely.
So this is long enough ago that I think I could say it. There was a character who was role-playing, like they had just taken down like a zombie, and they were like, as their character, they're like a monk, they're doing like a little ceremony to like they feel bad that they killed the zombie before like looking for a cure or whatever. And the DM didn't like that because they were religious and viewed it as something that wasn't religious, and so they fireballed
Satan's game.
Satan's game. They fireballed that person out of nowhere and just added enemies because they saw a ritual they didn't like. And it was the most uncomfortable I've ever been in a player seat.
My
God.
Yeah.
They're like, and God doesn't like you.
And God, Dean.
Sorry, God punished you.
Fire
And I'm God.
cleanses. Yeah, right.
Wow.
That whole DM as like the arbiter of like the real life is so crazy and unhealthy.
A religious DM that like infuses the campaign with like God. That's
So,
really
what the
Christianity
hell?
is like really funny.
It's extremely funny because wasn't like D&D hated by the religious community?
It's like a
they're like,
famously,
it's
yeah.
Oh, 100%. Anything with like occult and witchcraft and stuff like that was immediately, it was like a moral panic, so everybody was just trying to blame stuff to be like, look how crazy this game is. And Gary Gygax was like, I just want to fight a bear with the owl face. I'm like, stop, you know.
That was a good Tim impression. That was our IT guy.
Tim?
We are our IT guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was Tim doing in the 80s? Yeah, I also feel like missing games is... whenever I don't play D&D outside of, like, we've played here,
Yeah.
but I haven't played D&D in my regular life, but hearing about it, I feel like missing games is, like, one of the most common things in D&D. It's impossible to get a bunch of adults together on a regular basis, so missing games is normal.
To be expected.
Yeah.
And like, unless it's like a broadcast and like you're performing it for other people, then those obligations extend a little further. But if it's a personal game, I can't tell you how many times I've been in a game with like 6 people that are supposed to show up and 4 people show up, and that's like great.
Those are great.
Amazing. We can play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And to punish somebody for not showing up is not gonna make them show up next time.
Right.
You know?
I also feel like the whole point of it that I feel like most of the D&D horror stories we've read is, it seems like DMs forget, is like the point of it is to have fun.
Yes.
So when you're making choices that are just
I need
actually
free
making it all a
leather.
bummer.
The DM seat is a seductive seat for an asshole. It's like, I can lord over all my friends, and yeah, it can make it a monster if you're not trusting everybody around the table. That's why it's like a weird thing when like adults re-enter into like an imagination land, and you realize, we can still hurt each other's feelings.
Yeah.
It's like,
This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
that pretend thing you said to me did hurt my feelings because you were being a jerk in real life. I
Yeah.
feel about that.
Oh man.
Just have grace with your players if you're a DM. This should be lesson number 1, 2, and 3.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, our next story. So this was an ad on Craigslist that was reposted onto RPG Horror Stories.
Ooh, that's tough. That's a rough start.
I got a Facebook Marketplace for my D&D adventures.
Honestly, this Craigslist ad could have been made by Spencer. And it reads, beautiful priestess needed for D&D.
You gotta round out the party.
We need a healer.
We need a healer. We're fighting some underground owls.
Okay. So mind you, this was posted on Craigslist.
Beautiful priestess is a terrible. Okay.
Hi, my group of friends, 30-year-old men, have a multi-year
Guilty.
Dungeons & Dragons adventure going. This Sunday, there's a small scene where we encounter a beautiful naked priestess, and I thought it would be fun to have an actor play the part. It would require
this
you to be
reeks.
topless on our virtual Zoom, so
this
obviously you'd have
reeks.
to be comfortable with that. Our
This reeks
session starts
big
at 4
time.
p.m. this Sunday. The one
Sunday night?
It's like, so is one of you guys get married or?
The one trick is I don't know exactly when we will encounter this priestess, but it will be at some...
She's just camera off, just with their shirt off.
The one trick is I don't know exactly when we will encounter this priestess, but it will be at some point between 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Ideally, you could be available in the time frame, and then I can text you the precise time to join the Zoom link. The actual scene won't be more than 5 minutes, so it won't be much acting. I'll provide some guidance on the part beforehand. Feel free to reply with any questions. Also, if you could include a picture with your reply, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Dwomp. Claire, what the fuck are you talking
I've never
about?
thought of the idea of hiring an actor to join in on a Zoom, like for D&D. It sounds really funny.
Barrel.
I would love it to hire like some 70-year-old guy,
Wizened.
guy would be like, oh, we're gonna go talk to the wise wizard, and not even give the actor much beforehand. but I'm like, whatever he says goes.
Cameo from someone.
funny.
Oh my god! And it's like, fuck, dude. Like Boston Rob's gonna tell us where the magic sword is.
That's
That'd be
awesome.
sick as cameo D&D where it's like you come you just have a cameo up for every NPC. It's like, can you ask them that? It's like, give me $100 and we can get another cameo from them.
Oh my god, that's so
Can I have a crazy opinion?
Yeah.
I don't think I see nothing wrong with. Is she getting paid?
That's question.
Okay. Apparently, OP was asking $100.
That's not enough. I don't think that's enough.
I think in LA that might not be enough, but somewhere else maybe. But
Hey, if she's getting paid, she
if
needs
you're
to be
if
paid.
you're already on showing your breasts on the internet, it sounds like it could be a fun little side quest. No pun intended.
I'm thinking as a player who's not expecting that. I'm
that would be a little confrontational. I might be uncomfortable.
I don't think I don't know. That is.
But if everyone's if
so
everyone's in the
outside.
know, everyone's consenting, I think it's hilarious.
Well, I can't even
And I think it's
do
hilarious
much
to
with
put
that.
the
Why
act
would I
out.
ever want that?
Pam Farino is calling in. It's like, priestess, where should we go? You're gonna want to go.
You'll need 3 monkeys.
Uncrumbles a paper. Find the base of the waterfall and put your palm upon the gray slate rock.
All right. Just
Yeah, I need
imagining
a
her just
barrel.
calling and smoking a cigarette.
I think this is awesome.
I need barrels and salt.
Okay.
I think this is the funniest thing you could do. I mean, when people because
need
It
a
makes me want to
truffle.
die.
it's like, no, if I were actually involved in this, I wouldn't want to actually be involved in this.
Right,
but
right.
well, it's like, to me, it's like, if someone's like, oh, and there's gonna be a stripper at this bachelor party, I'm like, I actually don't want to go. I don't want to see this.
Right.
I don't want to be anywhere near this. But if you're like, yeah, then we're having someone call in as the tough. It's funny.
Right.
Yeah.
There is a major element of clearly this is a consenting individual. That's all
Yeah.
fine. I want to be nowhere near this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if I was there, I'd be like, no thanks.
No, dude, I'm walking out.
Here's the problem with Zoom though, is that I don't trust that these guys aren't going to record.
Screenshot.
They're going to record this.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
like, hey, come on, that's not worth $100.
No
Like,
protections.
That's more.
No, there is a lot of nuance.
There's tons of
That's
nuance.
where it's
but
like-
I get what you're saying of hey, if you're paying someone and they said they're down,
Yeah.
fine.
So
Do
be
I
it.
want to be in that game?
Do
It's a
I
little
want to be in the
different.
game? No. It's
Oh,
still funny as fuck.
It's not lasting 5 minutes. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, priestess, actually, not yet.
Wait, join us on our quest.
And the DM's like, you have to join them.
We'll see you next week.
I love giving her the idea. I'm gonna text you somewhere between 4 and 6. That's like the beginning of Drive. He's like, I'm gonna give you a 5-minute window.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I need
Okay,
Dude, imagine the hour and 55 minutes of
Just at your computer, just no shirt on, just your reflection in the. I'm gonna need a beautiful naked priest hanging dong.
$50 an hour. $50 an hour.
stone and stick.
God.
Comments. I'm on the fence with this. It seems pretty straight and upfront about what they're looking
Yeah,
for.
it's straight.
Even if it feels a bit cringy. I know a couple of extroverted RPG playing friends who wouldn't immediately rule this out, though they'd certainly have questions. And one would definitely be whether the players were all on board with the nudity. Otherwise, I'd say there's enough info for it to seem like a legit inquiry for a brief cameo from an outsider, rather than just a group of guys wanting to see some boobs. There's a whole internet to see boobs on.
Loki, yeah.
Someone said my DM will occasionally ask us to play an NPC for a session or two in one of the other campaigns he runs. It's pretty fun.
Okay.
Just not adding anything to the story. Dude, I played a video game with my
That's
friend
so
once.
sick.
It was pretty fun.
Have you guys ever checked out visual novels? That's just hilarious.
That's
some really funny stuff.
Oh man, something about
I'm gonna be telling people about that. So I'm gonna tell people that about this story.
I've heard of people hiring like cosplayers to come on and do they dress up in like a sorcerer outfit and they do like a little cameo.
That's cool.
And that's if you got the money to pay somebody to do that, I do think that's cool. Where the Craigslist of it all. Really,
asking anything on Craigslist is crazy.
Yeah. Craigslist ads are always the most insane shit you'll ever read because it requires a level of honesty about stuff. Because it's like, okay, I need to put this ask out here. I need to be asking specifically what I want, and it's always amazing. It's incredible.
Unfiltered.
Yeah, truly.
So the trumpet could just push you?
That's the other thing. It's like I feel like people are in a
That's what it
space where it's
does?
like people are getting more and more comfortable where it's like, truly, it's okay.
Yeah,
like,
I was
if
just
as long
thinking
as you're
about
okay with
that,
it, living in perpetuity, which
playing
is a
on
whole
the other one,
I don't know. As long as everyone's okay with it,
Minecraft Eternal,
I can still laugh.
I got a trumpet.
Yeah, as long as legally I'm allowed to
I thought,
laugh.
it's just for
it's
to
so
trumpet.
funny. Everybody
funny.
said yes to it. Yeah.
To that one comment,
And you
let's be
can play it for one
100%
thing and
clear.
that's it.
That's got to be 80% of the
There's
reason.
a lot
Apparently,
of play
it
of these
could
guys
just
want to see some
push.
And it's also like, I mean,
like the
Not heard
character is
on,
a
thankfully.
sexy priestess, and you have to submit a photo.
no, to me, the entire thing is so unnecessary.
Yeah.
That's what makes it funny. It's like nothing about this needs to happen. You're going the extra mile in such an unnecessary, stupid way.
That's why I feel like the players can't possibly know about it. Because
You think the players don't know?
there's no chance the DM is checking with the players, being like, "Hey guys, 5 minutes of this game
Can I
gonna be crazy. I need
And he
you to
punishes
sign
them if
these."
they-
Can I pitch something that would be incredible, which is you hire 2 different actors, you pay them both up front at the start, and you go, you may or may not be needed.
Okay.
But it comes to a part where the cast of
So
characters is
I
like,
need
okay,
red.
there's 2 doors. Behind one is a sexy priestess, and behind the other is a naked man who's really gross. It's just like, make your choice wisely.
Uncle is waiting.
Uncle
in
Steve, get out
room
here.
three.
What now?
Hey guys, I'm topless over here. Welcome to my grotto.
And the other is Danny DeVito. And it's like, and it's kind of a tough choice. It's like, I kind of want to see Danny
I kind of want
DeVito.
to
though.
be on this in this RPG.
Yeah, it's tough. Incredible. Ooh, incredible shit. All right, our next story. Am I the asshole for not giving my
This I
coworker my
can't
day
even
off
do.
because I want to play a video game? Ooh.
I mean,
Alright,
it's
go
your
on.
day off.
Okay, so anyone in the video game world knows that next week the new Legend of Zelda game comes out after 5+ years of waiting. I'm a massive fan. When the release date was
Did we
revealed, I
hear this?
immediately requested PTO for that date as I plan on staying home that day and enjoying the new game. What I didn't realize was that the day I asked off for is the Friday before Mother's Day. My company has had to limit the requests off for that date now, as many people have been asking for it off. I had previously told some of my coworkers I was planning on staying home to play the game, and I guess word got around because one of my other coworkers asked me after work to give her my PTO so she can travel for Mother's Day. I explained to her that I requested this day off months ago for a specific reason, and I really wasn't willing to change it. She got pretty upset with me, claiming I care more about video games than family and whatnot. I honestly don't really care about her not being able to travel because I feel
I honestly
like
don't care about her.
I honestly don't give a shit about her. I honestly don't really care about her not being able to travel because I feel like if this was an important date, then you would have requested off early like I did. Anyways, I firmly told her no.
Well, that's how priorities work.
Anyways, I firmly told her no, but she told some of my other coworkers, and they are all pissed at me and calling me an a-hole for not giving up the date. Am I the asshole? Okay.
Oh man.
It's kind of
I think it's another case of it's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, it's definitely funny.
It's like it's also like Mother's Day weekend.
Right, what is this business, I wonder? It must be...
Who's traveling on Mother's Day week? I'm sorry, like
I guess some people might travel to see their moms.
I'll call my mom.
I haven't
Hopefully
taken a
this
plane for
cooks
Mother's Day.
something.
No, I
Yeah.
have not either.
Please, just cook
But you
something.
can I'll like send an edible arrangement.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, to me, it's
70
also
milligrams.
it's also like, yeah, it's like, well, I already took the PTO. I don't know. It just doesn't feel.
I've never.
Why is it his responsibility?
Yeah, I don't
This is one of those where we work in a sphere
his
where it's hard to like.
responsibility.
I understand jobs work differently. But in our job, it's not like, oh, someone else is taking PTO, so I can't. So I
cover.
I'm asking for them to switch it out. The idea of like asking someone to take away their own PTO to give it to me.
That's crazy.
I just wouldn't ever operate that way. I'd be like, oh, I can't. Like that's not an option for me.
If you're asking somebody to give you their PTO, you're basically asking them to pay them.
I don't think it's giving the PTO. I think it's just
They need to go to work so that you can, because someone
you
needs
can take
to be in.
off. So like, can I take PTO?
Yeah,
so
instead of you
that-
taking-
instead
yeah.
of you taking
It's
PTO.
the equivalent of like cover my shift or like
Yeah. Then, oh man, that is tough. Because if I am in the Legend of Zelda guy's seat, that's my time.
It's like
It's my work hour. I decide that, right?
It is
PTO
like
is
a-
PTO. You can't really like say like, well, my PTO is because of what I'm doing with my PTO.
Yeah, maybe that alone
I
is very
deserve
important.
it more because he kind of has the point. He's like, I took it off months ago.
Maybe this guy's mom stinks.
Yeah, and like
He doesn't wanna go spend Mother's Day, and that's
like
his
you know, you
coping.
can kind of pull the like, oh, I would need more context for both because
Yeah.
on one hand it's like, you know, what if this woman's mom isn't doing well,
Right.
And then in the other case it's like, hey, what if Zelda was the last game I ever played with my dad?
Yeah.
And it's like Zelda's really important to me. Like you can pull those cards all day. It's just like ultimately like, who's more worthy of PTO? It's like, look, I wish that they could both. The
Yeah.
workers are mad at each other. They should be mad at the system.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the system is the ultimate bad guy here.
Yeah.
The fact that people can't take time off to see their families is a bigger issue. But in regards to the situation at hand, this guy's not an asshole. He
No.
took PTO
I just
off.
need a couple bones.
It's like that's the situation. Sucks for her.
The big thing about what reason for his PTO is like something that an employer could never do. So a fellow employee should also not. I think it's
Yeah, he went around telling everyone. And it's like
that is his fault.
gave everyone the
Keep it out.
ammunition.
Yeah, right.
You
Exactly.
don't
Yeah,
tell
because if
people.
someone like I'm taking the day out to play this video game, I'm like, hey, loser.
Yeah, I remember
You don't tell people you play video games.
Yeah, no, you're a secret gamer. I've never
Are you?
once divulged. That I
Nobody
play
knows
games,
that Spencer
yeah.
plays video games.
You wouldn't know by looking at me. I should have the shirt.
Oh, it's 30. I see it. It's
I should
just.
have the shirt. It's like I
I
paused
thought,
my game to be here.
man, I thought I only got like 3 logs. Like,
We need to do cutaway
fuck did I
gags for
have?
Reddit stories where it's like you would know by looking at me, then it cuts to Shane, and then it cuts back to me, and I've got the twirly hat on, and I
dude,
paused
I
my
swear
game
to
to be here.
God,
Big
this doesn't
lollipop.
work. I swear to you, this like the campfire is
When
full
people
of
ask,
shit.
well, it's like, oh, I'm taking the day off. It's like, why? It's like,
Like this campfire has to be
Yeah.
full
It's
of
just
shit.
saving the
I mean, it
princess.
has to be.
saving the princess.
What if this isn't about Tears of the Kingdom? This is about like Link's Awakening, the remake.
Yeah, then you gotta go
It's
to
like
work,
I
man.
took that. It's like, bro, you gotta
this
go to work.
this came out early 2023. So
Here,
this
this
is
is
Tears
Tears
of the
of the
Kingdom. Yeah,
And
which
look, I get it.
I get it.
yeah, dude. Tim took the day off for
Oh my God.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people talk
the
about
guy you were
Tim.
making fun of earlier.
Tim, I'm sorry. I don't know Tim. I'm so sorry.
I remember Courtney and I had a trip. I wouldn't have done anything about this, right? But we had like a big trip planned.
She wanted me to play her visual.
That we'd have.
And I wouldn't do it for 5 minutes.
Well, we had a big international trip planned.
We're just we're fun.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Oh, it's gonna be a bike, got 15 wheels. Oh, I could be doing that.
Comments on this. Not the asshole. Mother's Day is listed on a calendar every year, even though the actual date may vary. Poor planning on their part does not equal an emergency on yours. You planned, you deserve it, and it
Just
doesn't matter
cook.
why you booked it off. For what
And
it's
I don't
worth, I've
think-
booked vacation around video game releases, and
Shouldn't
it's amazing.
spread
Enjoy your time
fire.
off and your game. Someone else said, not the asshole.
Hopefully it
Same goes for
doesn't.
any other holiday. I'm child-free, my choice, and people always seem to think that means I should be the one working holidays. It doesn't matter if the reason you have the day off is for a video game. It's your day off, enjoy it. Lastly, someone said, not the asshole, it doesn't matter why you took the PTO. It was approved and it is yours to take. This is a management problem, not your problem.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Well,
that's,
yeah.
Fix it, management.
Yeah,
the
the
gamers
management
protect other
is
gamers.
kind
Oh
of.
yeah.
yeah.
Gamers
Oh, yeah.
together strong.
Well, if you go to Reddit, if you go to Reddit,
Yeah, it's
if you
that.
go to Reddit, you're
fucking
gonna have
campfire.
gamers.
Dude, yeah,
I
well,
don't
it's like,
understand
yeah,
the
my wife
campfire.
was mad I was playing video games in the delivery room. It's like, bro, loser.
Okay, our next story. We are back on D&D horror stories. My player fell in love with me,
Oh, no.
the DM, but I'm married and one of the players is my husband.
No, dude.
This happened to Amanda in Smash vs. Christmas. Yeah.
Indulge in a
I need
world
to get,
of refined luxury.
She fell in
Is
love with Carol.
bones cheaper?
Yes. Right. Oh,
I'm
God.
guessing so.
Angela and Amanda were fighting tooth and nail for Carol.
I'm typing this on mobile, so apologies for the formatting. I've been playing D&D with my husband for 5 years, and this is my first campaign DMing. We are playing with his friend group, who are Pat, Mary, and Dylan, not real names. We have been playing for the last 3 months, and everything has been going great so far. The party works well together, and there is really no issue except Dylan. Dylan is playing a half-orc barbarian who fell in love with a half-elf named Shelia, and this has been a progressing storyline. For reference, he is not the only one who is romancing an NPC, and the rest of the party has not professed their love over text to me. After the session last night, the group went home, and Dylan sent me a bunch of texts saying that he had noticed tension between us, and that we can't deny it, and he is open to taking the next steps. I am horrified, of course, and inform my husband immediately because this is his friend. My husband texts Dylan for a bit, then calls and berates him for his actions. Dylan then says that my husband is standing in the way of our love, and my husband hangs up and blocks him on both of our phones. We discussed next steps and decided to cancel D&D for the time being because I am freaked out. The rest of the group are understanding, but man, this has been a weird Christmas.
What?
Oh, even worse.
They just die-harded that when they
Just-
stuck Christmas at the end. Oh,
And
By
man.
the way, prom is tomorrow.
Yeah, wow.
It was the best summer ever.
Oh, this was posted on Christmas of last year.
Oh, my goodness.
This was posted on our Christmas.
Our
So-
last
Yeah,
Christmas.
this sucks
Yeah,
ass.
isn't it funny how so
I don't
many
know
of these
it.
D&D
I don't
horror
know
stories
what
are
the
just
hell to
people,
do with
like,
this
reading the room.
ass.
It's just...
It's crazy that, like, you know, the vibe of the stereotype with D&D is like, oh, it's like a nerd's game, but it's like it's a game of reading the room.
Sure,
Yeah.
it absolutely
And
is.
like the DMs, like their
Yes,
biggest
fuck
role, I would
that
say. Well, I
fire
mean,
pit.
I would let you say this. If
Yeah.
you want
I'm
to say
doing a
it's about
fire
reading the room.
pit because that
I'll let you
actually
say it.
works.
It's about reading the room, gang.
Yeah.
I seriously think it's all about, like, reading energy and understanding where people are at and knowing when to go to people and when to
Holy
let them,
shit.
like, wait, just in terms of, like, being entertained, like,
Yeah,
how much someone's talking. But, like, yeah, this is the DM that the person fell in love with, essentially?
Yes, because
Yeah.
she's DMing, and this friend of theirs is playing, and he's romancing
Yeah,
an
I need
NPC. So
a
she's playing the NPC, the
Yes.
elf that he's romancing,
Just.
and so clearly they probably had some sequences together where they're like
Yes.
professing their love within the game.
I've definitely heard of this happening before, and it is really stupid. It's it's just like if you're showing up to play a game of Trouble, no one's about to fall in love with the person who presses the bubble the most. You know what I mean? It's people just
You never know.
Yeah, no.
Hear us much games.
Yeah, it's just when people give like the DM. I think it's like something to do with like mysticizing it or something like that. Like when somebody's just like pretending to be this NPC, you're like, wow, they're infusing magic into this. This is all personal to them. I'm gonna make it personal to me. Now we have a personal connection that's
my
unseen by all the
God.
others because it's just our secret, private little moment. But you're forgetting that there are 5 other people in the room. Like, I've got my dice and I'm ready to attack. You know,
I'm ready to attack. Just
Yeah, here we go. I'm
constantly-
ready to get these guys.
Here we go. And you got a lady on a Zoom call just waiting to
Yeah,
hop in.
topless.
Waiting.
I was like, oh, wait for the text. Wait for the text. Yeah, I was like, that's who they need to break this tension up. They need a beautiful princess or a beautiful priestess.
I
Yeah.
love how they felt like they had to include the fact that they canceled D&D the next time.
That's it's like
as if that were like we did it.
I also like
Unfortunately,
for
we
the
had
time
to.
being, it's like TBD.
Maybe maybe
I'd be like,
quit
I'm
for a
never
while.
playing this again.
Well, he lost his friend.
Oh my God.
Also
Yeah.
to it?
Dylan,
Also
insanely like bold to not only like text her and then be like, what are our next steps? And then
What
the
are
husband-
next steps?
And then the husband,
Texting your crush. Next steps.
They're in a development meeting.
and then the husband calls. He's like, you're standing in the way of us.
yeah,
Like, whoa, man. Okay. Comments.
I guess
I
that's
am so sorry this happened.
somewhat
It
of a
seems that Dylan is
tool.
not mature enough to separate what is being simulated in the RPG with real life, which is troubling to say the least. I hope you can continue DMing, but it seems that Dylan needs to leave the game. Under normal conditions, I think he maybe needs to leave. Under normal conditions, I'd suggest talking to the player and working something out, but I think this is a case where you should probably skip that step.
Thanks,
Dylan,
Reddit.
Dylan seems divorced from reality. In any case, good luck. I know this is a very strange
It's
situation.
not the divorce Dylan wants.
Hey, it is insane that, like, Dylan... this is also, like, even if he had no other intentions, but if you are in a D&D group where it's, like, the DM is married to someone else at the table, and you're doing a romance sequence with that person, it's like, this has got to be at least a little silly. Like, at least make it a
It has
silly
to be
romance.
a little silly, or it just has to be like people who've known each other for a long time, and there's
Yeah.
no fear of they're gonna steal my husband.
Right.
And I think a lot of these issues tend to occur with people who don't know each other very well, and then they meet through D&D, and they're like, I feel a part of this group. And then
It's
they're
like
yeah.
almost like parasocial. I don't know if that's the right
Yeah.
word, but
Yes, there's something
elements.
like that. It's like, oh man.
yeah, I'm trying to think of like the word when.
It's like parasocial with your characters that aren't real.
Yeah, where it's like, you know, if you are being the character and I fall in love with that character and I'm like, oh, that, like, and the character likes me, I'm like, oh, that George likes me. It's like
Right.
that's almost.
But Dylan was their friend. Dylan was the friend.
Dylan was their friend.
So it's like he did know these people. OP left a comment saying, my husband thinks he built a version of me in his head and fell in love with that. He is definitely not playing with us again, as he insulted my husband and said he wanted to have sex with me. I just think I need
Left
a break.
that part out.
I just think I need a break until the New Year's. Someone
In
else,
5 days.
in 5 days, I'll be good.
Just give me like.
And the other guy's like, I just don't have time to read a visual novel. Someone said, unfortunately, this has happened to me more than once as a female DM. It's frustrating, a violation of boundaries, and really disappointing. Unfortunately, you will learn to recognize the signs and indications that someone is starting to manic pixie dream NPC you and cut it off. Don't let one
At
bad
least it
player
doesn't
shake your
hurt.
confidence as a DM. The game is for all of us, and you are entitled to boundaries, safety, and comfort while running a game for your players, just as they are entitled to the same from you.
Send Dylan down to the dungeon. Be like, there's you come across a bird.
And it hates you, man. It's so funny.
And it f***ing hates you.
Yeah, try this bird.
Bird hates you.
God, I think it's not. It sucks
think
how
it's
many
bad.
women have that exact same story when they play D&D and they have like, oh, I had my first experience was terrible, and it's like,
Yeah, salt,
yeah,
fire,
yeah,
and water.
it good on this group for nixing that guy and getting him out of here, standing up
Well,
for
we
the person
hope.
who deserves to be. I mean, I hope. Yeah, I mean, the fact that it was even a thought scares me a little, but yeah.
Well, we have a mini little update. It was in the comments. She said D&D is back on, and the rest of the players promised to not fall in love with me. So I'm assuming she kicked Dylan out.
Yippee! Dylan's there, but he's just kind of arms crossed.
Yeah, so whatever.
I won't fall in love with you anymore. Yeah, that's awful. I think people need to go outside.
That's crazy to say as a DM.
Yeah, right? Thousands of games under my belt, and I'm like, more grass.
Yeah.
I think.
Our next story also comes from D&D
Now I
Horror
just
Stories.
need to wait
Our
a
DM
little
went to
bit.
pee and never returned.
Oh man.
That's
dear.
funny.
And that's it.
Hate to see it manifest.
It was a title-only post. I'm not kidding.
Is that a 2-sentence horror?
That was a two-sentence what happened. It was a one-sentence horror story. Comments goes details, and someone else said he went to pee and didn't come back.
That's for sale DM chair never sat in.
Did he leave stuff? I have so many questions. He went to pee.
Have you ever heard of a DM just leaving, it just bouncing and
No, that's
ghosting
crazy.
everyone at the table?
In any scenario.
That's pretty funny.
That's like
Maybe the DM didn't like him.
maybe leading any activity and then leaving in the middle.
Pretty
Kind of
awesome.
hilarious.
It's really funny. If you ever have a game going on April 1st, that's what you should do.
That is
Man,
good.
did I
yeah,
do
I'll
that?
steal
No,
that.
Let me see.
Like,
I'll pee
saying
and
you're
never
going to the
return.
bathroom then leaving is
I think
that's really
I
funny.
Did.
in the middle of a game, even funnier.
Oh
Yeah.
man, really funny.
What do you? Yeah, I wonder where the stopping point was.
Maybe he's still peeing. Maybe he's in there.
Maybe it's
He
part of the
rolling
lore.
that one on his
All right. Our next story.
Got it.
Our next story is from RPG Horror Stories. DM says I can't be a bard.
Yeah, it feels like it's
Choose
the
the following
only.
instincts.
Yeah, it's a shame that it's only
Every monster
outside.
is designed to feel like it was
whatever.
made just for you.
Shut up.
Oh,
Shut
wake
up.
up.
Shut up. Shut up.
Get ready for Universal Epic
Oh my
Universe.
god,
The
I
Wizarding
don't
World
give a
Harry
shit.
Potter, Ministry of Magic,
Like,
and
seriously,
Super
I
Nintendo
don't.
World opens
Can I get
May
back to the
22nd at
stories,
Universal
please?
Orlando Resort. Tickets and
That'd
packages
be
on sale now
awesome.
at universalorlando.com.
I don't care. Thank you, bye.
I kind of get it.
Well, yeah, let's wait, because maybe this guy's like, I've committed a lot of various social
get it.
offenses as a bard in the past, and now I can't do that.
Someone said, I came up with a character concept for a bard for a campaign I'm in after my character unfortunately died by being an idiot. She had 6 intelligence and thought intimidating a dragon was a good idea. The idea was that I was a former con artist who was cursed to always tell the truth as best as I knew it. So then I became a theater critic and have been praised the world over for my brutal honesty and blunt reviews. DM said no because he didn't like the idea. So I
kind of like that though.
because he hates you. So I made a bard who wrote poetry because she read somewhere that poems used to hold magic, and then one day she gave a performance of one of her darker poems and an audience member died. Believing it to be her fault, she fled the city and lived a solitary life to avoid hurting others with her magic, who the party then found and convinced her she could use her powers for good instead of evil.
Why do that,
DM said
man?
no because the idea was cliche.
It's for mystery men.
Cliche? Killing someone with a poem is cliche?
Guess so.
What an incredible character concept.
So I made a bard / sorcerer who stole a young girl's voice.
This is like the 4th character that go with like, so I did this.
So I made a bard / sorcerer who stole a young girl's voice in return for her heart's desire. The catch? When she died, her soul would belong to me to use as an eternal slave. Yeah, I basically made Ursula. DM said no because it was too OP. Ursula is pretty OP.
Ursula's pretty OP.
As in octopus.
That was one of those where it's like I didn't even I'm just nodding that because that was really good.
Thanks.
Thanks.
So I outright asked him if I could play a bard at all, and he said no. Bards are stupid. Pick another class.
It's pretty
Yeah,
funny.
I mean, bards are great. I love how sometimes this will be like, the title will be like, ooh, I wonder what the interesting like twist is, and it's like, well, damn said I couldn't, cause fuck me. I'm like, oh my god.
I thought it was gonna be
That
like
guy
the person
sucks.
wanted to like sing everything.
Sure.
And it's like, yeah, no, dude. Like we're trying to chill out and like play a game.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man.
Bards are tend to be like the problematic class because they're like the high charisma class, so you can like go to an NPC the DM is controlling and kind of like impose your will on that NPC by just rolling ridiculously high numbers, or charming, making doing like mind control magic and stuff.
Right.
So sometimes DMs have good reasons for like, hey, let's limit our bard shenanigans.
Sure.
But this is not one of those moments.
This is something much funnier.
This is something better.
Much better.
A couple comments. More like pick another DM, am I right?
Hey, wow, you got him.
OP said, essentially what I'm gonna do, I love bards, they're my favorite class. Someone else said, DMs who veto PC ideas for being cliche always start the party off by meeting in a tavern and being tasked to deal with the local goblins. Always.
Get him.
Prove me wrong.
Get him. Snatch the wig. Absolutely.
Ooh.
Forget it.
Wow. Man. Have you ever had to turn down a character? Like, because if someone pitched something like so...
Mostly because the name, like, was so inappropriate I couldn't say it at the table.
Oh my
like,
god.
You obviously can't come to the table with that for every reason that is on paper.
Sure.
So yeah, and like, the DM should be able to filter what's allowed at the table, but I don't think not liking it is, like, a good enough
That's
reason.
not a... Yeah.
Has there ever been an idea that you've just been like, I really don't like this, and you kind of tried to sway them away? Well, yeah, probably.
I don't think I can remember. Oh, well...
Is this yellow?
One of my...
I know it is.
from here.
Okay,
One of
it's
you was like,
classified
name
as
your
yellow.
character
Alright,
Guy
that's cool.
Wood?
Go watch Mouse vs. Christmas. So good. I think, yeah, there are definitely, like, sometimes when a player will come in and it's like, my whole character's deal is all about my phallus. And you gotta be like, hey man, there's gonna be 5 other people at this table, and I don't think anybody's gonna want to hear your section of the role
The
play.
Adventures of Penis Man.
Yeah, every time, and like, you know, a certain person could make that very funny, but that person's rare. And I think it's
My
fair
character
to
is
filter
Slur
that out.
Johnson.
Yeah,
Known
that-
for two things.
that's getting closer to the first example I mentioned. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, you should have a little filter power.
Some boundaries there. Okay.
I think the poem idea is one of like the most beautiful
so
bars
cool.
I've ever heard.
I like the Ursula one. I like the idea of a D&D game where like all the characters are just like Disney villains.
Yeah, fun.
Super fun.
Yeah.
All right, our last story. It comes from RPG Horror Stories. They write, playing a woman, I think I got the tiniest taste of real-world sex.
Hey, video creator, we know you. For you,
Fuck
it's
these
about
ones.
getting the
I
job
hate
done.
this ad.
You'll
Fuck that ad.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Go on. This
Really?
guy- This guy like talking to women now is like,
He's like, I get it. I lived it.
I understand. Yeah, I know. I've been playing D&D on and off for 15 years now, in multiple campaigns that got to level 20. But 3 years ago, I did something new. I played a female character.
It's fully the scene from White
Oh my
Lotus.
god.
I'm playing something
That is
new.
a big ass
I played a
tree.
female character. We're a 5-person party, 3 men and 2 women in real life. In character, it's 3 women and 2 men because of me. Because of
There's
me.
gotta
Thanks for
be-
clarifying. Because of woke. Because of woke. As the years have gone by, I've started to notice little things here and there in how the NPCs treat me. I'm trying to play this character as kind of a take charge type person, but the NPCs tend to kind of brush me off when I feel like they shouldn't. I'm a powerful sorcerer with a kind of dark reputation, so I would expect they'd show me some respect, but often, well, they don't. And it feels like sometimes certain other PCs just get a little more
I need
recognition,
black.
a little more respect for reasons I can't quite
I
put my
need
finger on.
locusts.
I've brought it up to the DM a couple of times, and he's always had a reason. Well, this NPC talked to you like that because of X reason. Or, when the barbarian in the group did X, that really earned the king's respect because of Y reason. It's like each individual instance had a reason that could be valid, and no one instance is a big deal. But it's just that it kept happening. I've played with this DM before and never felt like this before, so it was kind of baffling to me. Then some more time went by, and I started noticing that NPCs would talk like that to other female characters too, and it was always the male characters who seemed to get the respect. And at first I was like, nah, that's crazy.
No.
And at first I was like, sexism doesn't exist though.
It's the children who are wrong.
The DM is an old friend of mine, and I know he's not sexist or anything. But once I noticed it, I kept noticing it. And I didn't say anything, because come on, how whiny would it be for a straight white dude to complain about low-grade fantasy sexism? Honestly, sometimes I'd notice a little thing and be sure it was sexism, and then the next time I'd be sure I must be imagining it. Like an NPC might talk to one of the male characters before us, or he might give them more respect than us. I mentioned to one of the other guys, who I've been friends with since high school, that I felt like my character was getting shortchanged sometimes, not mentioning sexism as the cause, and he kind of shrugged it off, so I let it drop. This Sunday, as everyone was leaving, I found myself alone in the parking lot with one of the real-life women of the group. Yet another NPC had low-level disrespected our characters in favor of one of the guys in this game, and it was on my mind. I said something like, is it just me, or does person A and person B, the guys, though I didn't say that, get just a little bit more respect than we do? She just shrugged and said, it's a man's world.
This is
We
like
ta-
finding out about racism from like Detroit Become Human or something like that. It's like, whoa, I never thought of it like that.
Also, it's funny how they're like, man, this world is sexist, and I'm like, it's the guy DM.
Yeah.
It's that guy. It's him.
They're talking about it as if the fantasy world is like part
It
of...
just be how it is.
It's like, yeah, there's nothing we can do about it.
How can we enact change in this fantasy world? Talk to Greg. Tell him to stop.
Greg is the one
Yeah.
actively making these decisions every day.
Oh man.
We talked a little more because I wasn't sure she was serious at first, but she was. And she didn't seem particularly upset or bent out
Yeah,
of shape
no.
about it. As far as she was concerned, this is just how it goes. First, I felt
don't know why to
immediately
drop
relieved,
it.
like,
Like,
I'm
you
not
could just
crazy. It wasn't all in my head. Like I
don't
said
know what to
earlier,
do
I
with
didn't bring
it.
up sexism
I don't know
because
why
she
you
brought it up
have to
first.
drop it.
And it felt great to have my perceptions validated. But I've really been dwelling on it since then. Like, she was so matter-of-fact about it. It bothers me that it must happen all the time to women, and I just don't notice it. I mean, obviously, this is a really small sample size. The DM whose NPCs act that way, and the other guy players who don't notice it. And obviously,
It's
I
a
don't
step in
really
the right
understand
way. I
how
wouldn't
women notice
laugh.
you. I don't want to pretend like my little thing here is on the same level as what real women experience every day.
Well,
It's only her
obviously
reaction
not,
that stuck with
but-
me. The sort of welcome to the club vibe I got. Honestly, if this is normal for women, I don't know how they deal with it. I find it low-grade
I need
infuriating.
egg.
And I only have to deal with it every now and then in a fantasy world.
I think this guy just became a feminist.
Look at that.
He's like, whoa, guys, we should do something about this.
D&D, everyone.
Yeah.
This is good.
This is so funny.
Yeah. Oof.
There's a story I know like this, something like this happening to someone in real life, where something like very innocuous was like, oh, whoa, I guess like, you know, people of color really like, you know, do go through it sometimes. It's like, yeah.
Really?
Like,
Just
I don't know
fish.
why that taught it to you, but like, hey, I guess if you learn somehow.
Think about how infuriating it is for all the women at the table for all the men to constantly not notice that it's happening until you have to pretend to be a woman for a little bit, and then you're like, something's not.
We're out of Pringles.
Just blow in the can.
God, go away.
Yeah.
And it's affecting me. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I just
There's
need,
one comment on
like,
it.
That was
one squid.
There's no update. One comment that kind of represents all the comments in this. Welcome to the club. It sucks. But of course, if you were to push back against all those little slights, you'd be painted as a huge bitch who gets offended at everything. It's exhausting to navigate, so you probably can see why a lot of women just deal with it. I don't think your male friends are sexist, but there's some sexist behaviors that are just so normalized that men don't think about it. Hopefully you can take this experience and be a bit more mindful of your own interactions with women in the real world.
That sums it
Well
up.
said.
Yeah,
Damn.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's pretty good.
D&D is cool in that it
I
lets
need to
you
find a
get outside your
squid.
perspective sometimes, but that is also a dangerous thing, as you can see with Dylan
Yeah.
and birds.
And
Dylan
birds.
Birds.
Yep,
Yeah.
and then he's like, and this NPC really doesn't like you.
Yeah. Also,
Oh, he hates you.
Yeah.
And also,
About every NPC though.
It'd be funny if you talked to her and she's like,
Okay, I know
"Oh,
it's
you get this-
straight.
she's like, no, all of us are fine. He just hates you.
Yeah.
He hates
That's
you in
a you thing.
particular.
I feel very respected. And
Everyone's respected except for you. Oh
String,
man.
I should
Well,
have it.
this has been a blast.
oh, thank you guys so much for
That
having
was a
me
lot of
out.
fun.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
glad we didn't even have to, like, that last story, just like that comment was like, oh, that's everything we needed to say.
that's it. Yeah. All the nuance wrapped up. Yeah.
Yeah. George, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for allowing me to
I
talk
don't
about
have
great.
enough.
I can listen to these RPG
Yeah.
stories all day.
Yeah.
I know they're all so
I need
terrible
more.
sometimes.
Definitely.
Like, and also terrible sometimes. There are some that are so bad that you're like, thank God that wasn't my introduction. You know what I mean to this?
I know that our producers went through a lot of stories that we didn't include because they're so bad they're not even fun
Yeah,
to read.
that is what I honestly what I feared the most.
Yeah. Some
Seeking,
of the ones that
seeking
are,
beautiful princess.
We wanna have-
or priestess. Sorry, keep that.
we want to have a little bit of fun while reading these.
Yes.
They have to be a little funny, but
Those
there's
were
a
great.
lot of actual nightmares. But George, if people want to see really good storytelling, really good D&D, where can they find it?
Oh man, check out Hero Club and the Reslayer's Take. We take our live recorded D&D sessions
Man, all
and we
of
break
this
them
just
down
for,
with
like,
sound
a
effects
bed.
and music and stuff like that, and makes it like an audiobook. But it's all actually played around the table, which is really cool. And go check those out, and go check out the Smosh Versus videos where we play Dread, which is a Jenga tower game, and if you knock the tower over while playing, you die. Lots of fun, and these guys are
I need
brilliant
leather anyway.
Dread players and TTRPGers in general.
We got a good one coming out.
Thank you both for being here. Thank you guys for...
I'm on a porch. Old Spice sweat. Fire an Instacart now.
Go away. Just
She
go
is buying a
away.
house. The rent situation is
So
it's just a situation that
frustrating
causes
every
resentment. Like,
time.
because over time, if she does, and then they break up, it's like, all right, it's my house, get out of your house. Now it is also rent, but it's like saying yes to my boyfriend's public proposal and then turning him down in private.
Oh,
There we go.
yeah, you know.
Another real one.
that's not nice.
Oh, cuddle up.
So this is a 26-year-old woman. She's my boyfriend who's 28 and I have been dating for about 3 years. Things have been good, but I've been clear that I'm not ready for marriage just yet. I've told him I need more time to feel comfortable with such a big step. Well, a few weeks ago, we went to a big party hosted by his family for his dad's 60th. I noticed that he was acting a little nervous, but didn't think much of it. Then, during the event, he got everyone's attention. got down on one knee, and proposed to me in front of all his friends and family. I was completely caught off guard.
Come on, man.
Now, I've heard stories about how rejecting someone in public can humiliate them, and I really didn't want to do that to him, especially in front of everyone he cares about. So I said yes in the moment, everyone cheered, and he looked so happy. I felt horrible for misleading him, but I didn't know what else to do.
Yeah.
After the party, on the car ride home, I told him privately and explained that while I love him, I'm not ready to get married yet, and that I only said yes to avoid embarrassing him in front of everyone. I thought being honest in private was the best thing to do. He got really upset and said I'd humiliated him even more because now he has to go back and tell everyone that we're not actually engaged. He said I should have just said no at the party if that's how I felt. I feel terrible that I've hurt him and put him in this position, but I also feel like he put me on the spot in front of everyone without considering my feelings. We've yet to tell his family or anyone, and they keep calling and texting to give their congrats, which is upsetting him even more. And I'm seeing videos his friends posted online of him getting on one knee, so it's pretty public now. So Reddit, am I the asshole? Should I have just said no in public, or was I right to spare him the embarrassment in the moment?
I think you made it worse on accident. It's not your fault,
all
obviously.
my friends who have gotten engaged have had so many conversations. Are we getting married? Let's get engaged. Great. And then it just becomes, how will I surprise you with me proposing to you?
What
Because
are
we're
the
already
boundaries?
deciding to get married.
Yes, but it's also, I think, especially with a moment that is a huge moment in your life, like an engagement. I think it's important to like know what your partner wants or doesn't want.
God, I need to get a bed
if you're not even like, it's just good to know. Like, no, like, yeah. But
no,
it sounds like she didn't even want an engagement that way. She just wasn't ready for that.
She wasn't
which
even
means
fully
they
ready.
were not even communicating at the base level what this is. This is like, put your seatbelt on, talk it out. This is your future.
Yeah, and we should be clear that at the beginning of this, she writes, things have been good, but I've been clear that I'm not ready for marriage.
More gravel.
So
Just
they have had
in general.
relationship talks, and she has said, I'm not ready for marriage. So, you know, because as you said, like every couple who like gets married, that at least that we know, usually like basically agrees they're gonna get married. And then it's like, okay, now the proposal is a surprise. But, and some people even talk about like what they would want.
Yeah, some people don't want it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But they have had the talks, and she says, I'm not ready.
What is hard about this, that I think it goes back to like
I need
specifics
a
of like,
light
you should
on
really
outside.
get even in the weeds with this, is like, in the age of social
I feel like
media,
if I do it one,
there is no going back.
if I do
Like,
one more, it's
everyone
gonna
takes out their
be
phone
full of smoke.
Like, I think the person who is getting proposed to needs to consent to having people around at that proposal.
Yeah.
And like, because if you're not ready for that, and you want to have a crucial conversation, that would have been the time, but everyone's phones are immediately out.
And you know, here's the thing. She was being considerate of him probably in that way, where he's embarrassed that there's this video of him proposing to her going around everywhere, but videos of people getting denied a proposal go very viral.
Yeah.
And he would have been mad at her for that.
Right. He was going to get upset either way. He trapped her.
There was no situation where she's getting out of this.
I'm trying to think of what I would do, because you say yes, you're humiliating him. You say no, you're humiliating him. So like, you say yes and you take it back, you're humiliating him. You say no, and you're humiliating him. So I'd be like, if you did that, I'd be like,
as therapists, we avoid the topic of taxes, especially when you own a private practice. Listen.
I don't care.
oh my god, wait. I have to go to the bathroom. Come with me, I'm gonna barf.
So you get out of the zone.
I don't want to do this. We can't do this on camera. I'd be like, come to the bathroom with me or something. I don't know.
Good. Yeah.
But that requires, you are an improviser.
Yeah.
Most people are not.
You're so right. I'm just trying to think, how do you get him out of the room and everyone disarm without freaking him out?
Yeah. It was never going to be easy. She was doomed.
Intimidating to do it with his family.
This guy set himself up.
He did.
Set her up.
Or he just wasn't really thinking and he kind of shut down because he knew. A lot of people, I think, are scared that
No, not a
to actually
spider.
critically think about it, because then they're going to have honest thoughts.
Right,
so they shut down and they go, oh, just do it.
It's ultimately such a red flag that they've had conversations and she said, I'm not ready for marriage, and he didn't pay attention or completely disregarded it to this level.
And then brought it
That's major. She also could have maybe not made it clear that she's not ready for marriage, but at the very least, we know from her writing that she is not telling him she wants to
need
get married.
leather
Exactly.
anyway.
And if you
That's
don't
what
have
he's
that,
here.
yes.
And
I need to get to here.
Not the asshole. He asked you publicly when you'd been clear that you're not ready for marriage yet. You were nice by not embarrassing him. Someone said, not the asshole. Also, he hijacked his father's birthday and made it about him and you. Not cool. Someone else said, not the asshole. This could have been written by me. If you see him as a future husband, then I'd recommend just having a long engagement instead of ending the engagement. Usually ending an engagement means the whole relationship is over, and him having to explain that you're not engaged but still together will raise a lot of questions. Not to mention, it'll be a black mark against you in the eyes of his family and friends. If, however, you don't see yourself marrying him at all, then call it quits now. If he wants marriage, if you don't want it or don't want it with him, then you have different ideas of the future. If you're not on board with ever marrying him, then it's just cruel to stay in a relationship with him. I told my now husband a few days after the engagement that while I absolutely saw myself marrying him, I wasn't ready yet now, and I told him I wanted a long engagement. He understood, and we were engaged for 9 years before we eventually got married. We've now been married for 7 years and have 2 kids. Hope he responded to this, saying, I guess you're right. I didn't want to admit it because I love him, but there are a few internal reasons why I hesitate to marry him. First, my parents do not really approve of him, and I know I'm a grown woman. I shouldn't care what they think, blah, blah, blah. And to be honest, they've sort of come around to him, but marriage is a big step, and I don't want to hear the whole, I don't want to see you make a decision you're going to regret talk. Also, I'm only admitting this because Reddit is anonymous, but I kind of want him to get his life together just a little bit before we get married. He doesn't have a stable job yet, and I don't want to be that naggy girlfriend, but I just want us to be financially stable before we tie the knot and possibly bring kids into the world. We could survive with my salary as a vet, but maybe it's selfish of me, but I would like to see him contribute a bit more to the pot as well so it doesn't feel like my money, but more our money. I don't know, maybe that's my own problem, though.
I think that's very reasonable.
That's incredible. You're also allowed to just be like, I'm just not ready yet. I don't feel ready to marry this person. But finances are an absolutely huge thing for people, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I was going to pitch long engagement earlier, but I wasn't sure if it was kosher.
Yeah, that's completely fine.
But it sounds like they're okay, besides him doing this
I thought they did
red
more
flag
damage.
moment, and then just kind of like, not really getting it all together just yet, but like outside of that, it seems like it might be okay. So maybe just more time needs to pass.
For sure. She's doing the thing that happens a lot with these posts where she's like, I'm admitting this because this is an anonymous forum, and I'm sharing all
that
my
one's the
thoughts.
cheapest
like,
one, so I'm going to do that.
Like, you need to tell him, like, these are my reasons why I'm not ready for marriage. Because if you don't share that, they might not change. You can't expect change if you're not talking about it.
Right.
Oof. Well, I don't think it's horrible.
No.
But it's interesting.
Yeah.
Our next one. Am I the asshole? My girlfriend got mad that I didn't defend her, but she was clearly in the wrong. These are stories where I'm like, dude,
this is great.
That is different.
Had dinner with my girlfriend and some friends last night, and it
Got
got
it.
awkward fast.
Right, good.
One of my friends called her out on something pretty mild, basically just saying she was being kind of rude to the waiter. She had an attitude the whole night, rolling her eyes and being snappy. I wasn't about to jump in and defend that, so I just kind of sat there. After we left, she went off on me, saying I should have had her back no matter what. I told her I'm not going to blindly defend someone when they're actually wrong, and now she's pissed, calling me disloyal. My take is, if you're being rude, you should own it, not expect people to cover for you. But she says partners should be a team no matter what. Am I the asshole for not backing her up? Ooh, boy. I wasn't sure what being wrong was going to mean, but being rude to a waiter is
Rude
pretty
to a waiter
rough.
is so hard for me.
Oh, man,
as someone who has been that waiter.
No, I can't stand someone being rude to a waiter, dude. That's like that's a red flag I can't get past.
I've been pitched the we need to be a team no matter what, and it's like that is a blanket statement which covers things that it shouldn't cover. Is usually like the tactic of that statement,
Sometimes wrong people say we have to be a team no matter what.
Yeah.
Sometimes people who are manipulative say we need to be a team no matter what.
That's fully what like a criminal in a movie says.
Like a mob boss says that.
You're right. That's
Before
like
he tells,
that's The Departed.
Literally. And it's like, I don't know if teamwork is always good.
Like you want to have your partner's back.
Right.
Like, you want to support your partner. You want to, work together. So, yes, of course. But when it's like, oh, you were just evil. You just quoted Satan. Then, I can't.
Yeah.
There has to be, reasonable human morals that are a part of that statement.
And don't you want honesty from your partner?
Right.
Like,
that's the team.
That's the team.
Is
It's
the
sharpening
true
each
feedback.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and being like, hey, bad look, bud, with respect and good communication, but like,
Yeah. I still
have
love you. Nothing's wrong with that look.
I have best friends that I love to death, and they're two sisters. And it's fun though. It's funny though, because sometimes when we get in arguments, they will always have each other's backs. And it's hard for me because I'm like, no matter what, you guys are gonna gang up on me.
You're gonna fight against two people.
Hate that.
And they don't intentionally do that. They love me so much, but it's just like having each other's backs sometimes doesn't breed like a great environment. Because,
No.
I mean, and they love me and it's fine, but growing up in high school, it was like insane. Because then you'd go against the family.
Oh,
and you're
Jesus.
like, oh no. And I don't think anybody wants to just blindly be followed like that. Or blindly agree.
I mean, this person apparently.
Yeah,
but
I just don't think it's a good look.
No, it's not.
Most of the worst things that have ever happened in history come from like a group of people who are like, well, we're not going to call each other out on anything that's wrong. We're all going to stand.
Exactly.
That is how bad things happen.
And like now they have the wife to look the other way. Or whatever.
Also, she's talking about him being disloyal and not being a team member to him. It's like, you're not really being a team member when you're being an asshole in public, like next to your partner. Like, you're being inconsiderate to the waiter. You're also being inconsiderate to just everyone. You're putting everyone in an awkward position.
True, exactly.
So, f you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Be on my boat. I'm gonna sink it, but be on it.
The verdict was not official, but majority says not the asshole.
Okay.
Yeah. Comments. Not the asshole. Supporting your partner doesn't mean blindly defending bad behavior. If she was being rude, it's reasonable not to take her side. A real partnership includes holding each other accountable, not just covering for each other no matter what. OP said, this is what I told her, but she doesn't seem to understand. Someone said, in my opinion, not the asshole. If she's always rude to waitstaff and those in the service industry, I'd personally walk away from the relationship. If it's just a one-off, everyone has a bad day. I don't view that as mild, and I would bring it up just like your friends did. So lastly, someone said, not the asshole. I generally agree with backing up your partner in public and correcting them in private. But since she was being rude to someone who was just doing their job, you did the right thing by not defending her. She can't expect not to be held accountable for her behavior. Yeah. I thought this situation was going to be so different, but
same.
No, rude to a waiter is like stereotypical.
It's instant.
That's stereotypical asshole behavior, man. You can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't.
For those of you at home, it's almost never the waiter's fault. The kitchen, maybe, for example, maybe the printer is malfunctioning and the mac and cheese didn't make it to the back, and it's no one's fault. These people are working hard. And I love you. That last part didn't have to do with the message.
Well, damn. I guess a debate now is, should he have called her out there at the table?
That I can understand.
Or was he in the right to wait until they're in private?
I will get behind if someone doesn't want to be called out in public. That's a vulnerable space to be in, especially as a couple. With my ex-boyfriend, I used to be like, I don't like to fight in front of people. It makes me uncomfortable, and that's a boundary for me. Like if we want to talk about something going on under the hood, I don't want to do it in front of people. It's just, and that's a boundary.
That's a personal boundary.
Yeah.
I'm someone I've said this, I'm afraid of confrontation, but I try to find ways of like, how can I, like, throw something out there without, like, if I don't really think I've been in this situation before, but if I'm at a table with people and someone's being rude to a waiter, depends on how rude, right? Like maybe just mild rudeness where I'm like, okay, they're just in a bad mood and they're treating everyone this way. But I might try to throw something out of just like, oh man, it seems like they're understaffed today. Like just throw something out there to be like, hey,
maybe it's not the way.
Let's consider other options here.
I think for me it would be about how they're being rude to the waiter.
Yeah.
Because if they're being consistently rude to this waiter,
I
would then be like, I need to stop this from continuing.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, we're gonna interact with them probably 5 more times today. So let's be nice. You know, then I would probably be like, hey, we can talk about this later, but like, be nice.
I'm luckily not friends with anyone who's rude to waitstaff.
Same. Because I don't like that. Like,
also like, so many of my friends have been waitstaff.
Yes, that's the thing. It's like, especially in LA, everyone is.
Yeah. So I can't really fathom it.
Right.
If I was with someone who was, they'd be kind of a stranger to me.
Exactly.
And that's a little bit of a scarier situation. But
also, if you befriend your waiter, you often get free things or a discount,
One time,
or an enjoyable experience.
I've typically found that by just being chill and not doing what so many people do, things will work out.
Yes.
It's those like little finger trap things, right? Like the more that you get like upset,
the more
it's like,
you're
hey,
stuck.
things are not going to happen for you.
100%.
It's the same with like airports. When it's like, yeah, if you yell at them enough, maybe they'll get their spare airplane out.
No.
But it's like, there's not going to happen for you.
100%.
It's the same with like airports. When it's like, yeah, if you yell at them enough, maybe they'll get their spare airplane out.
No.
But it's like, there's an old tweet that's like, oh, they keep their spare airplanes back there. If you yell at them, you yell at a low-level
You'll get a
worker.
ticket for
But so one time, Courtney and I were at a restaurant, and we were not being like, we weren't like being overtly nice. We were just chill.
We were just being
when the waitress
regular,
came by, we
nice
were just like,
people.
hey, yeah, for sure. And like she at one point was like, I'm so sorry, things are taking so long. And it's like things were not taking long. We were just like, oh yeah, it's no problem. We're just hanging out, like whatever. And I think there was a table clearly where they were being assholes. And maybe she was doing this as a means of, maybe, I don't know, in retrospect. But she like kept coming by just being like, thank you guys so much for being so nice. And we kept being like, oh yeah, whatever, like we're chilling. And then she at one point, it was just like, what are you guys drinking? And we're just like, oh, we're drinking this. And then she literally just brings shots to us. And she's like, hey, let's do shots like together. And I'm like, we're like,
she's like,
okay,
that's table's fucking me up. Let's do shots.
and then later, and then she's like, you guys want dessert? And we're just like, oh, I think we're good, like whatever. And then she brings this huge fucking sundae to us, and we're just like, okay, like cool.
Yeah. That feels like a fun table
And
situation.
I wondered, what I'm saying is I wonder if the table that was being assholes was nearby enough
she's
that
like,
she was just like, party!
Yeah.
But we were just like, hey, we're just chilling. Like, she kept thanking us. I'm like, we're not being nice. We're just treating you like a human.
But that's rare.
It's a bare minimum at this point. It's
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah, it's wild. Anyways, so our last story comes from Relationship Advice. This is written by OP is a 21-year-old woman.
That's our age.
A little bit older.
Drunkenly kissed a lifelong friend, 22-year-old man, at a party, and he told me he loved me. How do I approach this?
Oh my god! Drunkenly kissed?
Drunkenly kissed.
Drunkenly.
Oh, it's like,
And then I love you.
Okay. I mean, the title is pretty much it. James and I have been friends since 2nd grade. We have shared practically everything with each other. Been there for each other when no one else was. We tell each other, I love you pretty often. He is my family. I don't drink much, ever, and James had begged me to come with him to his friend's apartment for drinks and games. I decided to let loose, bad move on my part, and drank too much. He had a bit to drink as well, but not nearly as much. He saw I was warm and loopy, so he took me out for some fresh air. Honestly, this bit is pretty fuzzy. I just remember laughing and going to kiss his cheek like I would my mother, but it didn't end that way. I missed and kind of hit the corner of his mouth, and he took that as an invitation to really kiss me. We kind of made out, and then he told me he loved me, and I told him I loved him too, because that's what we always say. But he responded with something like, no, like, I am in love with you. And then I puked in a bush, and he took me home. Still quite
Unlucky all the way through.
Still quite embarrassed about it. It has been a couple days.
That is
and neither of us has brought it up.
unlucky.
I'm kind of confused about my feelings.
That is
I haven't
so
really been in love
unlucky,
before,
man.
But I do love him and have always considered him my person. Am I being obtuse? How can I bring the topic up with him? Because I do want to discuss it once I figure myself out.
Well, you gotta bring that up now.
Okay, so she's not like.
She's not
absolutely saying,
against
"I'm
it,
not into
obviously.
she's just like, I gotta figure this out.
I gotta figure this out. Yeah.
So then maybe she goes, I blacked out. What happened?
Yeah.
That's a lie.
That's a lie.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that. What? Oh gosh, this is a tough spot to be in.
These stories are just some
These are
real
great.
dilemmas.
I think if she just says, hey, like, I'm pretty sure we made out last night or whatever night ago. I think we should take some time to think about it and just, let it cook in our bodies, and then let's talk about it in 3 months.
I think you could, in a very delicate and respectful way, just be like, hey, like, I clocked all of that. Like, the context was pretty wild. We were drinking. Like, I think I need to, sit on it with a sober mind.
Right, yes, exactly.
And be like, it's just, we weren't grounded in reality. We were drugged up. Like, like we were on alcohol.
And if I'm him, and I'm in a situation where you drink a little bit too much too, it sounds like, I would probably be like, yeah, I don't take what I said. Like, I drank way too much. That was a lot. I don't know what was coming over me, but let's take some time to think about this. Because then you can kind of like bring it back down to a grounded level and be like, would we want to like hang out sometime? Do you want to go on a date sometime? Like, you can kind of like, instead of being like, I'm in love with you, you can be like, hey, let's just see, like, are we interested?
Right. There's a way for this to recover if it needs to be just friends. They have the ability.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't
comments.
have any though.
He took care of you when you were drunk. Maybe it could work. You're both young, but it could be the greatest thing for you both. Good luck. OP said, it feels like a lot to put on the line for maybe, so I'm struggling with that, but thanks for your support. Someone said he almost guaranteed has had a crush on you for a long time, but sounds scared to say it. You sound unsure, but maybe open. What I can say from my own perspective is give it a try. The friendship likely won't last if there is a romance stewing, and one of you will end up resenting the other or getting jealous when they start dating other people, and the friendship will fizzle out, or become a shell of what it is now. On the other hand, you may get a relationship with someone you already know and trust if you try to go for the romance. OP responded, I am slowly realizing that I am at the point of no return. This perspective is genuinely helpful. Makes me feel a little less dread. Someone said, I say you guys do a real kiss sober. You'll know if it's there or not. It most likely is for him. I can tell you that by just being a dude and what you wrote. See if it is for you. If it is, good luck. If it isn't, be honest with him and hopefully you can make the friendship work and he can move on and stop wondering. And my advice is based on only if you've wondered about it yourself. If you 100% without a shred of a doubt know you are only into him as a friend and wouldn't want anything more, don't do what I said. If you've wondered but have been afraid to ruin the friendship, do what I said. Y'all gotta know or not, life's too fucking short. OP said, I won't lie and say I am not curious. I was pretty inebriated, but I was definitely into it. I guess I just lost all inhibitions. But I am not sure the alcohol was the only reason. I just worry about leading him on or giving him false hope. I care about him so much, I can't imagine hurting him like that. I'm not worried about my love life. I am just worried about forever altering our relationship. It affects people we love too. Our families are friends. Our mothers get brunch together every other week. Maybe I'm just putting too much pressure on this, but it really feels like a big deal. Seriously, thank you for this advice though. I do see now that something will inevitably change. Kind of stupid to try and hold off the inevitable.
It's not stupid, it's just, change is scary, but this feels like it's gotta happen. Either you gotta get shit or get up to play.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be worked out. Also, there's something to be said about like a relationship that's lasted that long. A relationship like a friendship, you know, like that's lasted that long. If you know you have you have a stronger ability to recover if it's like someone gets let down. As long as you have like a healthy adult communication thing going on, where it's like if they do date, and then it's like, you know what, this isn't really what I want, then you have like a nice breakup where you just like talk about it, and maybe someone's hurt, but like you have that structure that you can lean back on. So it's like
it kind of makes sense their age to me a little bit, because I remember believing that relationships, like things in life change, but relationships don't. Like you're my best friend for life, and nothing's gonna change that. And then people move away, and you're like, nothing's changing. We're still best friends. And I think like growing older, no matter what, relationships change.
But variables are gonna come into your life that are gonna alter relationships.
Yes, and if it's his feelings or a job or moving or anything like that, or their parents, it just feels like no matter what, this was coming. So you can't like drag your feet. You gotta just like.
And there's also the thing of like, hey, if you guys are really solid friends, like it's okay to try something and see if you guys can still be friends afterwards. If he's a good person and you're a good person,
exactly,
it could be okay.
I also think like it might just be a lot of fear coming up that's in the way, and that's why sometimes people like to drink to just silence that and just let your gut do it, whatever.
Yeah.
Which is a scary situation to be in, because sometimes fear, I don't know. It just feels like she's living in the what if.
She's also saying like, oh, I'm afraid to dip my toes in the water. It's like, you guys have already jumped it. Like, it's already there.
Yeah.
Like, you can't.
I totally.
You can't go back now.
I had this situation a little bit in college where it's just like, I don't want to shit where I eat. I don't want to like date people around, and like sometimes you just get close to people and feelings happen, and you can't really be like, well, we gotta go back.
Yeah.
Update.
I knew it.
They're in love. They have to be.
They're in love, and they have 3.5 children.
There's no way.
Don't ask about the half.
Don't ask about the half. Don't.
On ABC.
Yeah. Oh. I'm dying to know, please be in love. If they're not, I'm gonna never believe in love.
It's a lot on the line.
We'll see.
This will determine everything.
Someone mentioned something about an update. I'm not sure if this is how it is meant to be done, so I don't know if anyone will ever see this, but this is how I am doing it. So we talked and I was honest. I have been way overthinking this and really just confusing myself more and more. I came to terms with the fact that I was truly very into the kiss and enjoyed the thought of kissing him even more when I was sober. So I told him that. But I also told him how nervous I have been about our relationship because I have thought of him as someone who will be in my life forever since 6th grade, and I have never been lucky in love. The thought of us parting ways because our relationship goes south makes me feel legitimately ill, and I told him that too. I started off with the talking because he knew it was coming, and I could tell he was incredibly nervous. But he seemed to loosen up as I continued. He actually smiled a little. After I finished my speech, he said, "Can I say something cheesy but true?" And I naturally replied with yes. He told me that he has loved me since middle school and that he never thought it would get this far. I am still utterly shocked by this. I seriously have never known. I was getting all flustered and shy because of a man I have literally shared everything with, which is bonkers. When I am with him, I am the most unapologetic version of myself, but he had me blushing. That pretty much solidified it for me. The only thing left to discuss was how to move forward, and he took the initiative and asked what it was that I wanted to do about this. I had been thinking about this for a day or so since unraveling how I felt about him. I suggested that we go on a real date, not just a hangout, if he would be okay with that. I understand that at this point, he is much deeper into this than I am, so I don't want to do anything to hurt him. But committing super hard would be a lie on my end, and this feels necessary to explore. Honestly, it is a possibility that he could find out that I was better in his head or something. Anyway, he agreed, and we are giving it a shot. I am very happy, and he seems to be as well. He was absolutely grinning once I offered up the date idea. He was tickled that I asked him out. It was very cute. So thank you to everyone for your suggestions and support. It was surprisingly helpful. This post was more like a diary entry than anything else, and reading it back is kind of cringe, but I am grateful nonetheless. If anyone is reading this, have a great day.
Yay!
So if I put an extension,
and at the end she said,
if I put a lid on the extension, would that help?
Very smart person. That she was like, I don't want to lead them on, I need to do these kinds of steps, and it's like, wow, how about that?
Yeah, very, very good.
Wow, love's real.
That was awesome.
I'm sleeping so good tonight now.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad we ended on that note.
Yeah.
They can deal with their finances later.
Yeah, absolutely.
This was one of the most interesting episodes I think we've ever had.
Yeah, this was the most complicated, like, gray area stories.
Yeah, I'm gonna be thinking about this a lot, and I'm really curious about the comments on this one. I'm so curious people's takes on so much of this, because these are really, like, real, like, everyday issues.
I am not ready for that, though.
These are human stories.
These are human stories we're
This is
telling
an
you.
open dialogue that we're having between human and human to figure out what matters most.
Hello.
That's how the Godfather starts. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you, this is awesome.
Really cool. And thank you for watching. Let us know what other themes and subreddits you want us to cover on this show. We'll see you next Saturday. Bye.
Bye. Hope your waffles were yummy.
Ooh,
Oh,
waffles
for
this time.
fuck's sake.
Indulge in a world of refined luxury.
Fuck it. I'm running. Come on, man. I'm right here. Yeah, here. Come on. Right here. Come on, man. I gotta do stuff today. Bitch. Okay. Thank God. Well, this tree is gonna come down. No up or down or left or right about that. Oh, man.
And
That
went back
was
out into the
a
salon.
thing.
They came back in, and I mentioned that I went to the... Am I the asshole for being angry that my roommate was sleeping under my bed for months without telling me?
This is not a warm blanket. The fire is not on. I don't like this.
That's where we're starting,
I
just
actually
so you know.
do not like that.
I, a 24-year-old man, have lived with my roommate Carl, a 24-year-old man, for 2 years. A few months into rooming with him, he told me he was pansexual. I said, okay, cool. I'm not interested in that personal information, nor am I judgmental. I said, all right. A few times.
Okay.
That's great, dude.
You can relax. All good.
A few times over the last year, he has asked me if I had ever considered experimenting with other men. I said no. Also, I said I didn't feel comfortable with him asking me such a personal question. It's not like we are close friends. We are only roommates by happenstance, basically. Anyway, every time I said this, he basically said, "We'll see." I was like, what? Anyways, last night I had a horrifying experience. I heard a noise under my bed. It was movement. At first I thought I was imagining things, but then I heard it again. I thought, oh God, is it a mouse or a rat or some shit? My God. This was like 3 a.m. So I got out of bed and looked under with my phone flashlight. Now this here was the most startled moment of my life. I guess I am lucky because I have never before this moment felt true terror and fear as a physical sensation. But
Nightmarishly awful.
There, under my bed was my roommate staring.
And then they also scream as well.
When I looked under the bed.
Holy cannoli.
I'm sick. I feel sick.
I literally thought I was having a heart attack. I then just started hearing, sorry. My roommate crawled out from under my bed, crying, apologizing over and over. I was so creeped out and afraid that I ran out of the apartment in my pajamas. There was a Dunkin' Donuts that was open 24/7 a few blocks away.
Secret God! Go! Get an apple fritter! Go!
So I just sat there with a decaf and a breakfast sandwich with my heart thundering away. My roommate kept texting me asking to talk. I ignored it. In the texts, he found a way to horrify me even further. He confessed he had been sleeping under my bed a few nights a week for 3 or 4 months, and that he was doing it to get closer to me and physically saturate each other.
I don't like that wording. That wording is nightmare.
Brennan was taken out by that. Your breath was taken away by physically saturate.
Brennan. I waited for him to go to work and I ran into the apartment, got my essentials, and left. I am currently crashing with a buddy. Our lease is up in 1 month. My intention is simply to not renew. This dude is blowing up my phone, and I am getting texts from other people, some friends of mine, and some bozos who are friends with him.
This guy is lying through his teeth.
And that I am rejecting his apologies. Some people are claiming
guy
I am
is lying.
overreacting and invalidating his feelings.
That
Most
guy is
people agree
lying.
It was improper,
He's
but
lying.
I should work it out with him and give a second chance because he's sensitive. I feel like I am losing my mind. I am seriously 20% convinced I am experiencing a long, lucid dream of some sort and wondering if I'm going to wake up or I am in a coma or something because this shit is so insane to me. Like, not really, but maybe really. I mean, what the f***?
Dude, that is Nightmare City. To be honest, the thought of having anyone in your place that is not supposed to be there but underneath your bed and saturate? He goes to the Dunkin' Donuts and the guy's turned around and he goes, can I get a vanilla latte? And he goes, yeah, do you need it?
And it's his roommate?
And his roommate goes, saturation time.
Oh, God. What does that, what?
I don't know.
I don't even think I fully understand what it means and I don't want to know.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't want anyone in the comments to explain what physical saturation is to me. We could just leave that. Something about body oils, but we don't need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I am very curious how anyone is trying to defend this and what they were told. Because it's like, there is no version of, yeah, so they were sleeping under my bed for a couple months without me knowing. Where I'm like, oh, well, you know,
if that was,
they're sensitive.
If that was a regular person, regardless, if that was like your good friend that you knew really well, who like wanted to date you or just like, even that is weird. The fact that this is an absolute, they're not even really friends, they're just roommates.
If I woke up in the middle of the night and Courtney was under the bed, I'd be like, I don't know about this.
No, I'm with you. That would be not okay.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and my cat is under the bed and I'm like, you're freaking me out.
You're freaking me out.
You can't do this.
I don't know what it is specifically about under the bed that feels extra intimate. Like that's your place of rest.
Just
like
simply,
that's where you're sleeping.
Simply him going into his room uninvited, that alone, and under any circumstances, is enough to be fully kicking that person out, not trusting that person. But this, I mean, this is so horrifying that I want to not believe that this story is real. But I also know that roommates out there do some weird stuff.
Have you ever seen Worst Roommate Ever on Netflix?
No.
Don't.
But, okay.
It's really, have you? No. Don't.
Roommates can be
It's really hard to watch.
The verdict was not the asshole.
It could be.
No, go for one.
He's
Went to
not.
Dunkin' Donuts. Dude, let him sleep under your bed. He's going through a breakup.
Dude, you're being a jerk.
Like, let him saturate you, dude. Come on. He wasn't touching you. Yeah, barely.
They were just physically saturating. Comments. Dude is not mentally stable and you need to get out of there.
Yep.
Sounds like he'd end up wearing your skin or some shit to physically saturate with you. Someone said, yes, you did shame him. Yes, you rejected his apologies. Why? Because he crossed so many boundaries of common decency, privacy, and basic human respect. This is the behavior of a predator, a stalker would do. Whatever trust you had with Carl has been broken, shattered into 1,000 pieces, not the asshole. Lastly, someone said, why would anyone say you should work it out with someone who is hiding under your bed every night? Yeah, I don't know what these people are hearing, because there is no world where I'd defend that.
Well, she's lying.
You can like whatever you like, but when it comes to disrespecting someone's safe space, or just not when it comes to like invading someone's privacy, that's just plain scary and disrespectful.
I think it's really scary, especially when you're sleeping. You are not fully there. Like, you feel safe, that you are absolutely resting, your body's healing, and there is someone actively in there. Like, just the thought of someone in the corner of your room watching you. But underneath, can you imagine if he went up and tickled his little feet? Don't do that, Amanda! Here's the deal, guys. Bring it up! Here's the deal, guys. You have to wear a blanket around your feet. If you don't, your feet are gonna get tickled. And I know you know this? No, I know that Shane likes to have a little leg out sometimes. He told me this.
You guys are like too close.
Which is like for the taking at any moment.
Are you talking about from ghosts or people?
All the above.
Like you sleep.
I will say though, having cats makes me not as scared of that stuff because like my cats are under the bed, so they're making sure there's no ghosts under there. And also the nice thing about having pets, and like cats especially, is like if they're freaking out, then I'm like freaking out.
Yeah.
But because they're so sensitive.
But you just have your leg out.
I mean, my cat's right there.
You gotta wrap everything up. So
my cat will eat any ghost that's out there.
Well, I don't have a cat. I potentially have 100 ghosts underneath my bed that are ready to tickle at any moment.
Have you guys ever
tickle ghosts?
Have you ever went to bed with your water bottle and woke up and be like, what is that?
No, I don't sleep with my water bottle. It goes in the cabinet at night.
Your water bottle? Oh no, it was like it's like this, right?
This is what she does. She watches things like this, and she goes like this.
It's like my bottle, and I'm watching him,
and then she goes like this,
and then sometimes I'll fall asleep, and it's still right there, and it's just like like an item, and you're like, ah, and it's just water.
So no, I don't set myself up for that shit.
No,
I tuck in like a burrito, and I prepare for the night.
I think having a cat has made. I used to be when I lived alone without pets. I would be scared at night sometimes because you hear a noise. You're like, what is that?
Yeah.
Like,
Whereas
calm now.
luckily cats, they do this thing where at 3 a.m. they decide, hey, I'm gonna f everything up. And so anytime you wake up in the middle of the night and you hear a noise, you're just like, yeah, that's Bones being a f***ing weirdo somewhere. Like he found a bottle cap and he's throwing it around the room. It's like, okay.
He's like, you gotta see this, man.
like truly, like a ghost could be around. I'm like, I don't care about you right now. Sorry, my cat's being weird. This was awful.
There's no update?
There's no update. That's where that ends.
Why did he get a decaf coffee, though?
You know, okay.
He's anxious.
I hate
Could you imagine being in an anxious state and then adding caffeine? I'm like, don't touch me, don't touch me.
You know, it sucks that the texts, everything before and after that this guy said made it all horrible, right? Because he did also say the things of like, oh, are you open to experimenting? He's like, no. And he's like, we'll see.
We'll see.
I'd be like, what?
Excuse you?
Like, you need to continue. What do you mean by that?
We'll see.
No. But because otherwise I'd be like, what if this is like a Larry David situation? Where like something happened.
Just trying to get his glasses.
Like he dropped his glass. Like he's like, oh no, I left my glasses underneath they fell underneath my roommate's bed. I need to go get them. So he's underneath the bed late at night, and as he's crawling out saying sorry, you hear dun 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 dun.
He's like, no, this is what it is. He's like, yes, it is.
No, guys. For 3 months, he dropped his glasses every night.
No, that's what I mean. Everything he said. Why did he give up that information?
I think because he wants this guy to be like into it.
Yeah.
Like he wants to be like, God, that's creepy. Do you want
to?
The fact that must go into this to like be there before he settles in.
No, he comes in while he's sleeping.
No, it's awful in every sort of way.
Picture it.
You know the boogeyman is underneath that bed and he's like, I'm not even the problem here.
Yeah, he's like, go ahead, man.
It's like,
Boogeyman looks at him and goes, "You're a fucking freak."
Boogeyman's like, you are messed up.
Hey, video creator.
Shut the fuck up.
For you,
Hey, video creator, shut the fuck up. Shut the
This episode of
fuck
Red Stories is brought to you by ZocDoc. When it comes to booking doctor's appointments, we've all made excuses. I'm too busy, it's too
Fuck people of that
complicated.
nature.
There's a booking. My student, who's 18-year-old boy, made a super creepy comment. My husband, a 35-year-old man, thinks I'm being paranoid. I'm a high school English teacher and have been for a few years. In that time, as a woman, I've been used to teenage boys behaving awkwardly around me sometimes, and pheromones are part of the deal. There have been occasional comments, but generally in the vein of Miss so-and-so has a crush on you, or Miss, would you be so-and-so's Valentine? It's all in good humor, in front of the whole class or in a large group, and is well-meaning. My school throws a January ball for seniors, or 16 to 18, which is basically an opportunity to celebrate the start of another calendar year. As it's after hours, not every teacher has to attend, and this year I was asked to chaperone. There is no alcohol permitted, but obviously some of them sneak in hip flasks and so on. During this month's ball, 2 students were huddled at a table in the corner of the hall, not dancing, just keeping to themselves. I know them well as problematic students who have difficulties socially, but also perform poorly academically, so they don't fit in with the popular crowd or the nerdy crowd. We have some of these every year. Poor hygiene, greasy hair, long fingernails, that sort of thing. Immediately I could tell they had been drinking, from the way they spoke and smelled, and asked them to hand over any alcohol they had. One of the boys, call him Stuart, started protesting. He said the following, and I'm 100% sure this is what he actually said. "Come on, miss, don't pretend you won't open that bottle of Bailey's when you get home. Feet up in your dressing gown, watching the new TV. Give us a break." Now, as soon as he said this, I felt my heart drop into my stomach and got cold all over. I had just bought a bottle of Bailey's Irish Cream for myself the weekend before the dance. I am in the habit, on nights where I don't have much marking/planning and want to treat myself, of having a bath and watching a movie/series in my dressing gown. And my husband bought a new television over Christmas. I asked him how he knew those things, and he feigned ignorance, basically saying it was a lucky guess. I was so shaken that I left them, and a short while later they both left. But that night I could barely sleep, and my paranoia kept growing. I simply cannot believe that he could have guessed all 3 of those things. One, maybe, but no way all 3. My husband is away for work currently. I phoned and told him about it, and he basically downplayed my concerns, saying I probably mentioned those things to my class at various points, and the student has just remembered it. But I would never mention those things. I just wouldn't, and I'm sure I haven't. I've become more skittish at home when I hear noises. I only live in a small house, but when I arrive home from buying groceries, I check every single room and cupboard before I lock the doors. I've also arranged to have the locks changed. When cars stop outside the house, I turn all the lights off and peek at them through the blinds. I'm having trouble sleeping. In class, this student is quiet and the same as ever, not completing homework assignments, distracted in class. My husband is growing increasingly exasperated and worried for my mental health than the possibility the student could somehow know details of my personal life. I mentioned it to my supervisor as well, and she also basically reasoned that I had either misheard what he said, it was a coincidence, or a combination of the two. What's the play here? I'm seriously freaked out and don't know how to even begin putting this to rest.
Get a camera.
Yeah.
This is scary.
Bailey's is specific.
That's so specific.
Like, why?
It's really scary.
Or did... No. I was like, did she tell someone that she trusted, like a teacher, and the teacher was talking about it and the kid heard it?
Something,
like, I don't know.
I mean, I think regardless, something inappropriate happened here, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know that he knew information he shouldn't.
Yeah.
So either someone she trusts somehow was telling this information. That's like the best case scenario. Worst is like he was stalking her or spying on her in some way. I mean, I don't know. But that's a terrifying thing to say. Terrifying that he goes back to acting normal afterwards. Just like, ugh.
I think the only real takeaway, like actionable takeaway from this to me is like when someone's in that state and they're freaked out like that, I feel like if you're their loved one or you're their friend, you can't be like, you can't just like, no. You must,
relax. You probably told them.
Like that's not that sets you off more.
Right, it's like I don't understand people when you're like, I'm afraid
Yeah,
of this
why don't I
happening.
just do stone tools?
It's like finding voice of reason
they're
someone, of course, right?
easier
Because,
to do.
Like, paranoia is a thing. But I think like just shutting it down completely makes that person even more alert.
Yeah.
I think the best thing, I mean, it's like, what do you do in these types of situations? But the best thing is to like believe them, and you can try to, if you want to try to downplay or offer up possibilities as a means of making them feel calm, but your action plan should be about worst case scenario. It's like, okay,
100%.
well, in case, if he did, let's set up a camera. Let's figure out, like, should you go stay somewhere else? Like, if you're feeling this way,
You don't want to exacerbate
it's not just,
their
well,
fear.
whatever, you're by yourself, who cares? I don't believe you. It's like, no, I believe that this is weird. Okay, there's other possibilities that could be at play.
Yes.
But let's take the action plan of worst case scenario.
Like, let's rule out other things. Let's talk this through.
Yeah.
But let's make sure I don't make you feel, I mean, the bad C word, crazy. Like,
Right,
don't-
exactly. She's already feeling scared, and now people that she trusts are making her feel a little bit crazy.
That's the hard part with
because
this.
now she's just alone. It's like, what if she's right? You know, it's like, if someone's like, hey, I think I'm being followed. It's like, okay, maybe the signs don't show to that, but it's like, but let's take the steps if that's the case.
I think that's like a huge thing that's just in culture. Like, it's the shift of like, when someone is very vulnerable and hurt about something, we can't, the space in which they take to like come forward and bring it to someone is a delicate ass spot that you have to be careful with, because that gets somebody even more freaked out.
Yeah, because then if you make them feel alone, then they won't start telling you details, and then things will happen to them that are very real, that they start to go, well, I'm crazy. No, I'm overreacting, and they're missing all the real signs that are right there.
But he said 3 very specific things. You know, Bailey's and a new TV. It's like
He said a new
TV.
He said a new TV, and she had just got a new TV.
Okay, then
Yeah, so
I don't
like,
even know this woman, and I believe her. Like, what are we doing?
I believe.
And a new TV.
I believe her, and
And a nightgown.
I believe that what he said. Like, he knows this information, so it's like, I mean, all signs point to the most horrifying possibility. Comments. My thing is, why would he say new TV? I could believe it if he said drinking some wine, watching TV in your dressing gown, but being extremely specific about your drink of choice and new TV is a little scary. Wine is the trope / TV is what you would think people do / dressing gown is cozy. But those extra added details make it not a coincidence. Opie says exactly. If it was just, you're going to have some Baileys, or even you'll have some Baileys in front of your TV, like, okay, but those comments plus the new TV? Someone else said, is it possible that you or your husband were observed buying the new TV and the Baileys? The students' parents could have seen either purchase and said, oh, Opie just got a new LG 65-inch. I agree you should do a sweep for cameras or ask a techish friend for help, but that would necessitate figuring out how all the cameras got there, which opens up a larger conspiracy.
I thought about that too. But
Yeah,
I'm
the
like,
tech-
not the
there's the-
same store.
there's the tech-
You go buy a TV the same place you get Bailey's. I mean, Target.
Yeah, what? Yeah, exactly. You're not like, all right, we're in for the night. Here's my Bailey's, here's my TV. Like, that doesn't happen.
Let's get some toilet paper and then we'll call it.
Like, what?
OP responded, because this was another thought that I kind of had, was I'm like, what if he's not physically there spying on her, but what if there's like, what if he put cameras somewhere? Because OP responded to that comment saying, how can I do a sweep for cameras? I genuinely want to know. Someone said, open your Bluetooth and see if there are any weird devices. Obviously, if you live in an apartment building, this probably won't work because you'll pick up your neighbor's stuff. They sell devices that look for hidden cameras, but I think it's just something that emits a beam of light that would bounce off a camera lens. I've never seen one that seems worth buying. Otherwise, I don't have any suggestions. OP responded, there are some devices I don't recognize. In the morning, it's late here. I'll go ask my neighbors to try and rule some out. Thank you.
Tell me there's more.
Update.
Thank God, but also scary.
So scary. And I will say, my first thought was not that he planted cameras in the place. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my first.
That's beyond.
I mean, these aren't great predictions. Like, I don't love this, but when would he have had the opportunity? I don't know. Okay, let's get into this update. I wasn't expecting this post to receive so much attention. I'm really grateful to so many people who have validated my concerns and helped me develop a plan of action. I got home a little while ago and am going out shortly with a friend to try to rule out Bluetooth and Wi-Fi devices with my neighbors. After that, the two of us will try and conduct a meticulous search of the house for any concealed devices, using the lights out phone camera trick some people recommended and some other tips I found online. Just to clarify a few points that I've seen raised a few times. Dressing gown is a really common term here in England for what Americans might call a robe. It's absolutely common parlance. Here, most people I know would associate a robe with something a wizard might wear. In terms of it being a lucky guess, if he had just said, relax with a glass of wine, I might have assumed so. But the dressing gown comment plus the Bailey's comment when I had just bought a bottle and the explicit mention of a new television, which I am 100% certain I did not misinterpret, these things make it so much harder to write off as a coincidence. As far as social media goes, I have Instagram, which is set to private under my maiden name, and my profile picture is not of me. I am not in the habit of connecting with former students. I only have 3 who have all gone on to study English at university and have used me as references. I also have a Snapchat, which I use only with my husband and very close friends. I have posted nothing about my new television, and I also don't think I've mentioned this to colleagues, let alone to students. Certainly, I said nothing about the Baileys I just bought. Okay, so that wasn't really any new information. Okay, here's where I'm at.
That's like a new update.
Here's where I'm at.
That's it?
No.
Okay.
There's another update. Update number 2. But before we get into it, where my head is going is not necessarily, I'm not sitting here going, oh, she's wrong.
No, for sure.
Right? I'm like, something bad is happening here. I don't trust her husband. I don't like that he's playing this off. And it has me worried, like, what he could potentially be in this. I might be so off, right?
I was also thinking, too, during that first update, I was thinking, like, even though, if, like, the kid was a Postmates driver and he came over, he saw her in a robe with but even, you wouldn't know that's a new TV. Or, like,
why isn't the husband, like, helping her around?
Or Uber. I'm, like, thinking of things that would give you someone's location as well as their identity.
Yeah, did he come in and, like
deliver something? It's just so weird.
I don't know. That's just where my head goes, but that's also me thinking, like, I'm like, someone said this to your wife and you weren't immediately like, what the f***?
Right.
Like, that's where I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But I also know, like, with, like, a movie or a TV show, that would be where this would go.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, actually, your husband is
the murderer.
Doing some weird stuff.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm hoping for here. Update number 2.
Oh my god.
I wasn't going to post an update here, but the number of worried people who have reached out to me made me reconsider.
Thank you.
After a thorough search of my house, I found 2 devices. They seem to be camera devices. I don't know if audio is included. One of them was in the smoke detector in my bedroom, while the other was concealed in the wall of my living room. Looking at an old picture of my bedroom, it looks like the smoke detector itself has changed very slightly. I think that the new one is a device in itself, which the culprit somehow switched with the old one without us noticing. The matter has now been referred to the police. If it wasn't for so many of you taking me seriously and giving me practical advice, I wouldn't have had the courage to check, especially given my husband downplaying the concerns. He has been very apologetic and is coming back from his work trip early, but I've asked to spend some time apart and will be staying with my parents for a while. I'm glad I raised the issue with the head at my school and a couple of others, as there's a paper trail, another suggestion from the thread. Needless to say, I'm completely shaken to my core, and I have the most revolting feeling of my privacy being invaded. I have no idea how many people have been involved in this, but phones have been taken from students, and we should have more answers soon. I won't be making any more posts or updates.
No!
Thank you again to everyone for affirming me and making me feel sane.
No more posts or updates?
That's the end of
No! That's better for her safety. But I just want to know what the hell is going on.
I'm genuinely worried for her. Like, I want to know, did we just uncover a web of students being fucking stalkers?
We didn't do anything.
No, we did everything. We're in this.
This story was posted like a year ago, so we found it a year
I
after.
think there would be
So that wasn't
a
even
news
an
article on this, right?
No. Wait. Like, who knows whatever the f***'s happening
In
now?
her bedroom? This is terrifying.
I'll also say this. This is the takeaway. We can go back to this part because this whole thing is astronomically wild and so hard to understand because it's scary.
Yeah.
But I will say, her not going with her husband for a couple days, that's what happens when you don't make the people you love feel safe. Yeah, they leave. Come on. Like, she was scared. Monumental up on the husband's part is to not take his wife seriously.
Yeah, I agree. That's why she's staying with her parents.
Because she doesn't feel safe.
Yeah, that she doesn't feel safe with him. I mean, she's saying he's being apologetic. She does say there's a paper trail, so my understanding is that whoever did this will be found out. I mean...
I gotta know.
Oh, unfortunately,
I
I have to know.
Actually, the story was pretty recent. It was from January, so it's only a
this
couple
year?
months ago. Yeah. So we don't know, and I'm assuming, you know, if there's a legal case, they're not going to be posting anything about it, because...
But maybe like in 2 years we'll have like
Will we still be friends in 2 years?
No, like a retelling with like actors.
You think?
Maybe.
I feel like Hugh Grant's gonna be the husband.
And Nicole Kidman's gonna be the teacher.
The teacher.
Oh, this is just I feel so.
Is this how you do it?
Hard
How
for
the
her.
fuck do you strain?
Well, that's terrifying.
Having your space invaded like that.
What if she didn't hear him say that? And she lived and lived and lived with all those cameras there.
All right, this next story comes from Best of Red Her
God damn it, I need a
Updates.
strainer base.
Okay, so good.
Well, I need to get that anyway.
Resolution. Okay.
OP writes, everything in my house is turning green,
1, 2, 3, 4.
including the ham and the eggs.
No.
Hey.
Don't add.
No.
Just
No.
read. You're just supposed to read.
Oh my God, she's awful. This is what she does when she watches TV. Guarantee it.
I'm like, I don't want to hear all that. Go. Everything in our house.
This is what your TV sees when you're watching a true crime documentary?
I'm like,
Stop talking. Just stop it.
go to that.
Okay, so this came from the subreddit of cleaning tips, which we've never done a story from cleaning tips before.
Yeah.
Usually a boring subreddit, it feels.
Yeah.
I mean, interesting.
Cleaning is fun.
I like cleaning.
I mean, I like it. I just think it's boring.
Okay. And that's fair.
That's fair.
They're gonna roast me on it.
Yeah.
All right. Everything in my house is turning green. At first it was just my cat, and then it became my bed sheets, my feet, which then stained my shoes and socks, my couch, my phone charger, and now my wall. I don't know what it is. I have no idea where to post this, but I'm wondering if anyone knows how to get rid of it or what it is. At first I thought it was mold, but now I'm thinking maybe it's my laundry detergent pods, which are green, but I did a test wash and dry, and it didn't stain my clothes until I wore them for a few hours around the house before it turned green.
Her feet are green?
This is so funny.
We have a picture
is
of
there two
Opie's
of them?
cats. And, I gotta be honest, am I?
Oh, I see it a little bit. It's a light tint.
Okay. Okay, so we got a little bit of green all over the place.
You're really like supportive. Okay, so we have a little bit.
Okay, so we got a little
green all over the
All right,
place.
so we got a little bit of
You're the
green.
husband who believes, and we
Yeah.
love that about you, Shane.
Yeah, we
Okay,
do.
honey, your stuff's a little green.
Very
You know,
sweet.
sometimes
Very
things get a little
sweet.
green.
Okay, so there's green
And,
all
you
over
know,
the place.
sometimes there's green all over the world. And, you know, people just like they deal with green. Sometimes things are green.
Oh God.
Some comments. I've seen stories about industrial materials like copper from roofing materials turning cats green. Are your cats indoor cats, or do they have access to industrial or cleaning materials that might be stored in your garage, closet, or laundry room? Someone else said long shot, but maybe check under your bed if you have box springs or under any furniture. Sometimes the material used under furniture will degrade and break up over time and dye things. I had it happen with a chair once, and it took me a while to figure out that's where the color was coming from. Someone else said, or maybe you bought some new jeans from Old Navy. LOL, they stain everything.
LOL.
OP said, haha,
LOL.
me and my husband are not jeans wearers.
So,
Don't judge.
are
Don't.
you?
You could have said my husband and I don't wear jeans.
No, I think it's totally fine. I think jeans can be bullshit, but like,
Oh,
they're really
I think
hard.
jeans can
When
be
you're 6
bad.
feet, you can never find a good
for
pair.
sure.
Get that.
Just salt and water.
Update.
Anyways.
Okay,
Anywho.
what is it?
What do we think the green is?
I didn't
So,
know
I
about the
don't think-
copper.
At first I was like, oh, is OP like having some sort of neurological thing going on, where everything's looking green to them? But the way that the staining is happening, where it's like splotches of green, has me not thinking
cat.
that's the case. And we have a photo of the cat.
I think the cat went into something that's green and kind of got on the sheets, got it on.
The cat's playing with the phone charger, and now it's green.
Yeah, the cat's touching her feet and putting her feet.
I hate to be like a sore loser, but I think it's some cleaning product she's using. Because of this cleaning stuff.
That would be so illegal.
Okay.
Right? Like, it's got to be like something that she's spraying everywhere.
Or it's a leprechaun trying to send her a message.
It's a leprechaun. Update, it was a leprechaun.
Oh my god, I knew
Next story.
Update. Hi, so I don't know if this is allowed, but I wanted to post an update to my original post because many people asked for one. I honestly don't know how to work Reddit all that well on mobile and couldn't figure out how to edit my original post. Heck, I don't even know how to link my original post properly, but here's the update. I had my water and AC checked and both were fine. The technician said my water hardness was a bit hard, but he didn't think that would affect the green stains I've been seeing. I also got rid of the red bed sheets I had and put on my boring corporate beige ones the day I posted the original post. Then I waited. It's funny because I was trying to determine if the green stains were going away based on if my cat was turning green. Anytime I saw she was becoming greener, I determined that whatever I changed wasn't the cause. Well, I got my water softened, and with my new bed sheets, my cat was still turning green, but a lot slower. So maybe it was just from the residual green that was now stained on my couch and velvet bed frame. Then we had another person inspect for mold, which was also negative. Some other commenters had mentioned they had bought the same bed sheets on Amazon and had a similar problem, so I think it is that. On another note, someone also commented asking if my husband was cheating on me with someone who wears Old Navy jeans. I won't lie. When that comment came up, I nervously laughed. I quickly checked our joint bank account for any Old Navy purchases. While there weren't any, I couldn't shake these strange feelings. Although the commenter did not know me or my husband, coincidentally, I've already had suspicions on a possible affair from the multiple last-minute overtime shifts and just overall changes in behavior. Also, my husband has cheated before, so I've always been a bit anxious. All right.
Once a cheater, always a cheater, you know?
So when I saw the comment joking about if my husband's affair partner wears Old Navy jeans, I spiraled. And then I admit I did the bad thing and looked through my husband's phone.
Do it! He cheated before, check his phone.
And there it was, some sexy Instagram DMs from a woman who wears jeans. Cannot confirm if they're Old Navy. So anyway, I spent the last week at my parents' with my cat.
Who's now orange.
Don't stop!
It's not orange.
It's done?
That's it.
What?
The green was happening, and then the green led to her husband cheating again?
We don't know if the green came from her jeans.
She thinks the green came from the Amazon sheets, which she changed.
But that led to a whole other thing.
The green led to the jeans.
It was the leprechaun. He wanted to send a message. Because he knows what's going on.
Because her husband's fucking the
I love how it's like
her husband is fucking a leprechaun that wears jeans.
And it's a girl who wears bad jeans.
Bad jeans.
Unfortunately, it's very unfortunate whenever someone's like, yeah, I have these suspicions about my partner. I think they might be cheating. It's like, well, this, and this. And they also cheated on me before. And I'm like, yeah, they're cheating on you.
Yeah.
So they never stop cheating on you.
I think if you have suspicions, unless like there's issues there and you're feeling very paranoid all the time, but like I think if you have suspicions, most likely they're true.
Yeah.
I mean, there's smoke where there's fire, but then also there's like crazy circumstances sometimes where like sometimes people's cats are green because of the sheets. You know,
sometimes cats are just green, you know?
Sometimes cats are green.
I was mentioning my
Smoke
cat
where there's
earlier.
fire.
Sometimes, you know, my cat's just blue green.
Just a little.
I can't wait. The Old Navy situation though.
I guess Old Navy stuff turns stuff green?
It's like the Grinch right back there.
Yeah. What?
Wow.
Grinch is back there making the jeans.
I thought you meant back
her
there.
husband's f***ing the Grinch.
Bro, I know what this is. Your husband's f***ing the Grinch.
Dude, has your husband ever f***ed the Grinch?
Dude, wait, hold on.
Has your husband ever f***ed the Grinch?
Wait, your phone charger went green and your feet? Your husband's f***ing the Grinch.
Dude.
His phone's always dead.
And he's cheated before? It's the f***ing Grinch.
And I never see him on Christmas.
It's the Grinch.
Okay,
Our next story comes from relationships.
I didn't have to.
This is an old story. This came out about 7 years ago.
What?
Yeah.
How?
Reddit's been around.
I was just having fun with it.
This is a 36-year-old woman. My husband, who's 41, got fired for harassing a coworker and won't talk to me about it. My husband Charlie and I have been together for 10 years, married for 6. We've had our ups and downs, but we are currently in an up. He has never done anything like this in the past, so it came out of left field for me, and I'm very much shocked and at a loss here. Charlie is a computer programmer and was a senior engineer at his former company, where he had worked for 4 years. He'd never had any trouble with coworkers, and were both friendly with a few of them, mostly other men and their wives. On Friday of last week, he came home around 11 a.m. and told me he'd been fired. He was really upset and agitated, and I didn't want to push him about it. But he told me that they'd said he was harassing a coworker and was fired. The information I've been able to get out of him. The coworker is Beth, a junior engineer he's never mentioned to me before. He said she's terrible at her job. Beth slept with a senior engineer we are both friendly with, Darren. Darren wasn't involved in the harassment, wasn't fired, etc. The company's lawyers were there, and among the things they told him was that Beth could have pressed charges, but chose not to. Lastly, something happened with her car, but he won't say what. His exact words were, "There was something with her car." He was escorted off of the premises and is not allowed back in the building to get his belongings, and instead has to arrange with security to pick them up after business hours. As far as anything else goes, he won't give me any details. He isn't interested in seeing a lawyer because he says everything is legal. He has basically admitted to sending Beth some emails, but won't say what they said or anything like that. I don't know if Beth sleeping with Darren had to do with it, but the fact that he gave me that detail makes me think it does. I'm not sure how it relates. Darren is a very nice single man who is in his late 20s and approximately the same age as Beth. My mind is running wild here. Charlie has been depressed and withdrawn all weekend. Won't talk to me about it and won't talk much in general. I work remotely, so I was home all day with him, and he played video games all day and then went to bed at 6 p.m. The fact that he won't tell me anything and isn't interested in seeing a lawyer makes me think that it's bad, and makes me worry that everything is true and not just a misunderstanding or a small thing blown out of proportion. He has never been flirtatious with other women or cruel to them, and he's never said anything bad about other women engineers he works with. I don't know what to do here. My instinct is to be supportive of my husband, but I don't know what kind of behavior I'd be supporting. I don't want to run to his coworkers we know and ask them, since they're more our friends than my friends, and while we spend time together at get-togethers or bars, I'm not close with them. In an immediate sense, I don't know what to do about helping someone who is so depressed and won't talk to me.
Where's your playlist taking you?
Nowhere.
Down the highway? To the mountain?
Okay, someone gets fired for harassment and they're not talking to you about it. That can only be
The
horrible.
husband's name is Charlie. Darren is.
Darren is
Guy
the
Beth
coworker.
slept with.
Yeah, so Beth.
Yeah.
But Darren still works there. Darren didn't get fired.
No.
Darren is fine.
30 and single.
Potatoes and carrots.
It's apparently Charlie harassed Beth so badly that he had to be escorted out of the building and isn't allowed back in the building until after hours.
Very bad.
Very bad.
But he's not he said it's not a crime what he did.
He's not asking for a lawyer. He's not getting a lawyer because he said everything is legal.
So it makes me think he wrote some disgusting, awful emails just making her feel awful.
Well, apparently she's not pressing charges, even though they say she could have.
Just get crazy.
Okay.
What if he saw Beth and Dylan in the car?
Dylan?
They were Beth and Dylan.
Darren.
What if,
You're saying,
Beth and Dylan?
What if they were in the car? He took pictures and he sent it to her.
And but I know.
But that would still be against the law. That's why I'm like, him saying he can't go to jail makes me think it was just free speech.
Well, all of this, she could press charges, but maybe she's not pressing charges, but it's enough, it is harassment for him to get fired and to be taken seriously and not allowed back.
Well, it has to be like
something to do with
really
her car.
bad. Where
Something to do with her car and emails.
Something to do with her car.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right.
Yeah, there's something to do with her cars, and he said that he sent her some emails.
I wonder if he can't get in without security. Like,
He's not allowed in until after hours with security.
I mean, I believe he could have sent a very, very emotionally abusive email or emails, and Beth was like, I don't want to be in the same room as him. He threatened me.
And there's something to do with her car.
The car thing is, that's why I was
I think your idea of him taking photos of them or something is a possibility.
Right.
and he used it against her because he didn't like her.
But either way, clearly what he did was against the law. She's just not pressing charges, fortunately.
But he's
but
not
that also,
worried.
or fortunately for him, she's not pressing charges, which could also mean he is viewed as such a threat that she's not pressing charges as a means of like, that could almost be a worse sign.
And him not lawyering up makes me think he just used his words and he's like, I'm allowed to say whatever I want.
That could be just a full egomaniac move of like, I don't need a lawyer. He's in denial so hard.
I think the wife is right in being like, what do I do here? But I think maybe giving him space for a day, sure, but it's also like, I think she needs to press him a little bit. Like, what's
I was
going
going to say
on?
the same thing. I'd be like, I think I'd put my foot down a little bit.
Yeah, I would give him like a day or two to sulk and be like, but then I'd be like, no, what's going on?
Well, because this affects her.
Yeah.
Like, if he did some really messed up stuff, this is going to affect her possibly on legal levels. It's going to affect
Financially,
it's affecting
like,
them
all of it.
financially, and it could absolutely affect how people view you, your network, everything.
Yeah.
Like, if he's this type of person, he's clearly not caring about his wife. He's showing he doesn't care about her at this moment. But also, I can't imagine what it's like to be with someone for 10 years. Think you know them so well. Be like, he's a great guy, we've had our ups and downs, but we're in an up right now. And then all of a sudden, you just get a full-on character reveal. We have a bunch of comments here. I would tell him you have to assume the worst if he won't be honest with you. I've got to say he must have done bad shit to be escorted off the premises with no warning like that. Either he was hating on her and went over the top, or he tried to f her and went over the top, or he tried to f her and then hated on her. Someone said, I've worked at larger companies, and when they fire people, sometimes they are walked right out of the building.
Yeah.
The reasoning is they don't want the fired person to make a scene and rock the boat.
100%.
It's heartless in my opinion, but it does happen. Something tells me OP's husband did something terrible because lawyers were there, and apparently the girl could have pressed charges. That is very unusual. My guess is OP's husband got jealous that Darren was sleeping with Beth and not him, as he had a crush on Beth for a while, and he flipped out and went all nice guy on her. He mentioned there are emails, so there is evidence in writing as well. This does not bode well for OP. Lastly, someone said, seeing as it got so far that he's been fired and he doesn't want to fight it sounds like the allegations are probably true. The fact that he brings up Darren makes it seem like he's harassed her as a result of sexual jealousy. Does he usually shut down conversation on things? Does he usually keep things from you? I'd be very cautious about what he's hiding and what it means for you and your relationship. Even if it's not sexual and it's just plain old harassment. Do you want to be with a grown man who harasses young women to the point he gets fired? I think if you are married to someone where your finances are tied up and someone gets fired and they won't tell the other person why they got fired, that's a fucking you. That's just even if there's not sexual harassment or anything of this severity. Even if it's like I got fired, it's like, why'd you get fired? It's like some bullshit. It's like, hey man, like you getting fired f***s us both, so you need to tell me what you're doing so that we can both be aware.
I also feel like this OP opened up all those comments. If that was me, I'd be like, damn, this is hard to read. Those comments are like, he either wanted to f her or whatever. This sucks.
I think OP already knows this is bad.
She must.
Like, writing out all that information, you know this is bad.
I also feel like we have started to like when you hear like can't come back in during the office hours and has to come in overnight. I think your brain thinks it's like dramatic, but someone could be so rude to someone and hurt someone's feelings, and then the boss could just be like, I'm going to take care of you and not bring you in the same room.
You're right.
Like, he could have just, like, I'm not in defense of this guy.
You're going to try to find every reason why it's not the worst case scenario in this situation, especially when it's like, but I've known him for 10 years and I have no indication of this in my experience.
Our brain just goes wild when you hear, like, has been escorted off the premises.
It's so horrible how this does happen a lot, and like a lot of people really hide their true selves from their partner. And it's so sad.
For years and years and years.
Update.
Let's go! Yeah! I knew it. I was waiting for it. Beth!
My thread was locked before I was able to respond to any of the comments, but I was able to read them this morning. I got up at 5:30 to go to the gym before work, and my husband was still awake playing video games. I presented him with the very good idea someone suggested of sending me an email with the details, but that it wasn't acceptable to shut me out of this situation, since it affects me too. His response was basically, the paperwork is in my car, go get it if you want to read it.
Oh, bastard!
I asked him to go get it so we could look at it together, and he said, you're going to believe what you want anyways. All of this is unusual for our marriage because I'm a pretty patient person, I think. We went out to the car together and he got in his car, handed me the papers, and left. For about 2 hours, I was panicked because I didn't know where he went, if he was okay, if he was thinking of hurting himself, but his mother texted me at 9 saying he was over there, asking me what happened, if everything is okay, etc. His parents live about 15 minutes away, and I guess he told her he's going to be staying there.
What is
And
going
what did
on?
the paper say?
What did the paper say?
So the paperwork. According to the paperwork, he sent her multiple harassing emails from anonymous email accounts. The emails are printed out and attached. He apparently did this while at work, and they have been monitoring his user account for 3 months. The emails aren't sexual or romantic in nature and are all anonymous and about how she sucks at her job, wouldn't be there if she wasn't a woman, how she should quit before she gets fired, and how everyone in the office hates her. He made fake user accounts for his company's product that she works on and submitted bad reviews of her work. He also did this while logged in at work. He sent an anonymous email to her boss saying that she was sleeping with a senior engineer on another project. He put a gun catalog on the windshield of her car. I don't know what this gesture means, but I obviously understand that it was meant to be threatening. Unfortunately, inside was a subscription card that the company autofilled with his name and address. She also says she has been harassed for the same length of time, about 3 months, on Twitter. He only logged into one Twitter account that harassed her at work, so they can only say one was him, all telling her to quit her job. So I don't know what to do now. This is all terrifying to me, and I feel so bad for this woman. I have no idea what this is all about. He works with other women engineers, and he has worked with male engineers who don't pull their weight, and he's never done anything like this. I would have bet $1 million that he'd never do anything like this. He's at his parents' right now, and I don't know what my next move here could possibly be. This is so scary and out of left field.
Dude, did she reject him? Like, why is he going so hard?
You know, unfortunately, man, some dudes hate women.
You're telling me?
Shane, that is brilliant. Write that down.
Thanks, Shane.
Write it down.
I'm saying that
you're right.
He doesn't need a reason. Like, he's he might just, he's
asshole. Dude, could you imagine?
He might have just came up with a reason why he hates her, and she never did anything wrong to him.
Being like, oh, this is my husband, and reading all that?
What a fucking loser. He puts that fucking gun catalog and doesn't even take out his fucking address in the middle of it.
Yeah.
You fucking idiot. Loser, stupid boy.
Love that.
There was another story that I've read that we haven't read on the show, where a woman finds out that her husband has a Reddit account where he goes and he just hates on women. Like, just finds posts, the women posting things, and he just hates on them, hates on their looks, is just disparaging women all over the web, and he logs off and he goes back to just being, but he just...
It is harder to treat people. It's harder to hate people than treat them equally. Yeah. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Like, just treat people equally, and if your male coworkers are also bad, just treat her like that.
Yeah, and also, like, if you have a real issue with her, go to management. Talk to them about, do you really have to, like, harass her until she quits?
Get a gun magazine and put it on her windshield wiper.
Yeah.
This is
just
extreme.
Like
this is
This symbol is Mom, show a picture of a gun.
You look like a cartoon character.
I don't know, this set me off. I'm so sorry.
And I kind of love it. I kind of love
This
it because
set me
to
off.
put a gun on someone's car, a gun magazine, that is
He's scary, and he's also an idiot, because inside was a subscription card that the company autofilled with his name and address.
That's what I'm saying, is like, what a loser.
I want to know why. I just want to know
came too
why.
hard for him, but...
No, you didn't come too hard for him.
Are you kidding me?
I just feel so bad for her. Could you imagine you're just out of your job?
What if she's not? But also, she's probably having a great time with Daryl, Danny, Daryl.
All the D's. She's allowed to do whatever
she's
she wants.
doing anything with the D's with the D, and she's having a great time. And he's probably like, I hate her because no.
There could be any number of reasons.
Yeah. I mean,
I love him giving his wife the papers, going, "You're going to believe what you want to believe."
Yeah.
Like, those are you, my guy.
That's because he hates women.
Yeah.
You said it.
I mean, look.
Quote that.
I've been on YouTube for 10 years. Like, it's astounding what little a woman has to do to make swaths of men just fucking hate
So true.
You're the shit,
from afar, but yeah, you're the shit.
Yeah.
It's also just real. I mean, we all see it, right?
No,
and I mean, everybody at home watching or listening to this is like, oh yeah, you pull up the internet and you see an example of it every day. And I mean, hate goes around all over the place. I'm not saying that only men are doing this. I'm just saying, like, there are so many men out there who are waiting for the excuse. Like, they have so much pent-up hatred for whatever reason that they just, once they find a target and they're like, this is my outlet.
I mean, that was my argument, being like, it's more work to make others less than. Like, then just treat her just as you would your male coworkers. You're going out of your way.
It makes me think of so many stories when people are just letting their hatred get the better of them. I'm like, look at all this time you're spending. Yeah. I'm like, bro, get a hobby.
Meanwhile, this fucking Dylan having the time of her fucking life.
Fucking Dylan Darren having a great time. And guess what? She did not fucking falter, bitch. She was like, yeah, I don't like this behavior. I'm gonna get you fired and escorted out of here.
I guess I'm just like, damn, dude. Like,
Dylan, Darren.
It's so much work. Look at all the ways you're like messing up your life, and it would just be so much easier to treat people equally. Just go home.
It reminds me of when I will find an account, like, I will see like a hateful comment somewhere on the internet, and I'll go down the rabbit hole of looking at this account, and it's kind of cathartic for me, because I'm like, okay, who's this person who just left a piece of shit comment somewhere?
Yeah.
And I go and I'm like, oh, you just leave hateful comments all day.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going around finding things to hate on. I'm like, damn, man, like, you can live life.
Yeah.
Like, read a book.
You could clean your house with that energy.
You could lie under a bed and sleep.
You could wash your sheets.
You could saturate with someone.
You could get green.
This is insane. Is there an update?
Get green.
Here's the deal. I bet he went to his mom's house, and the mom was like, what happened to you, my son? You know?
Yeah.
It's really sad.
And he sucked his thumb and went to bed.
And he went to bed in his little blankie.
Anyways, our next story and our final story.
Oh.
This one comes from True Off My Chest. Hairstylist has been taking/keeping my hair.
Big smile from Brandon.
Brandon's like, no way, man.
Mine too. They found me.
That's me, man.
OP writes, I'm weirded out. I'm also going to be vague because obvious reasons. I'm a woman in my 30s and my stylist is in their 40s. I got my hair cut today at a stylist I've been using for about 9 months now. I think this is my 6th appointment with them. I usually do a trim or cut/style. Today I went from long hair, high lower back to an A-line bob. Again, since I started seeing this person, I usually get maintenance/trim. This time was a dramatic length adjustment, so they took a picture of the cut length on the floor to add to their social media, intending to take before/after pictures. That's all totally fine and normal. They go grab a broom, sweep up the hair, and place the dustpan on the counter for a bit. Again, normal. They grab the broom and pan and head to the back of the shop. They're gone for a few minutes, no biggie. Then they go out to smoke. But here's where it gets weird. The bathroom is in the back of the shop. I need to go and step into the back. I don't really notice anything on the way into the bathroom. I go and start to head back out. But I notice my name on a small clear tote on the table. It has no lid, and it has my hair in it. At first, I didn't really think much of it, but I looked closer and saw it's not just today's discarded hair, but looks like at least a few of my trim sessions, mixed with, it looked like potpourri and a little sand or something, and printed pictures of the cut hair with dates. The printer is sitting right next to it with today's discarded hair pick in the tray. There didn't seem to be any other containers like this when I looked around. It was f***ing weird, so I took a picture on my phone. I honestly didn't know what to think or do and went back out into the salon. They came back in and I mentioned that I went to the restroom and they seemed to freak out a little, but didn't mention it. I didn't really know what to say, so I just let them finish styling my hair, paid and left. As a socially anxious introvert, this was my nightmare. I got home, and the more I looked at this picture, the more sick I got. I ended up texting them an hour ago, sending the picture and requesting they remove the weird box of my hair and asking for an explanation. I said, hey, so I saw this and didn't know what to make of it. Can you help me understand what this is and why you have it? I'm not comfortable with you having this and request you please discard the contents. Also, even though I loved my cut, I believe it's best if I find a different stylist. They haven't responded. LOL, what the f***?
I hate this. We hate this. This is making me sick. Potpourri.
Not the potpourri. Not the sand. Not the pictures. Not the dates. The printer. The dates. Because I was like, oh, maybe this person collects hair to make like cool wigs. No. It feels like a weird thing. Yeah. disgusting! It's got potpourri in it, and they got the dates and pictures. It's fucking disgusting! Hello?
That's it. There's so many hairs. I don't. That actually, I could. If we kept going, I could. You get it, right?
Yeah.
Oh. And when they sweep it up, they go, look how much hair you have. Yeah. Oh my God, let's sweep it up.
Collection today. Yeah. Put it in. Oh, my Amazon potpourri package came in.
The ability for her to see that and go and sit back in the salon and get styled after.
No. She's like, maybe a middle part.
Damn! That, I hate all that. That might feel more cringy than the person sitting wearing your bed.
Wow.
This is scary.
I don't know why hair on top of hair, and it's your hair, and it's your life, and your hair is memories, and why can't go don't? I don't like it.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. From previous cuts, that got me.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my hair from March.
Awful bold of the stylist to keep it in the salon.
Next to the bathroom.
Where I'm like, you're gonna get found out.
And it's only her.
Yeah, I guess so.
Put it under your bed.
Comments. Wow, that sounds strange. I'm curious as well. Good for you for sending the text message. I see your message as mature, fair, and calm. OP says, I appreciate that, but full disclosure, it took me a few hours to get calm enough to send that. I'm totally skeezed out.
Yeah.
Someone said, you absolutely handled it better than I would have. I would have taken it and confronted them. This really is the beginning of some crazy I survived episode. Thank God you're not going back. OP said, I honestly have no clue how to respond. The whole situation was so bizarre, and I can't imagine what the purpose of this would be. I told my husband about it, and he got goosebumps, which was super scary for me and made me feel like I may have underreacted to the issue. But I guess I am glad I got out of there without a confrontation, because who knows what might have happened if I'd brought it up to them. Someone said hair in small containers with other items makes me think of spell jars.
Okay.
Dude, I would have snatched it and put it under my coat or something.
You know, I'm a skeptical person. I don't necessarily believe in magic. But if someone takes my hand and they're like, yeah, I'm going to use this for spells, I'm going to be like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
They're sitting down.
Absolutely not. Like, I don't necessarily 100% believe in that, but I don't want to find out.
No.
You know, I'm not going to find out with my hair.
Yeah, what about no?
Yeah.
Yeah, potpourri and sand and salt and shit.
Dates and pictures.
Dates.
Update.
Oh my God.
It's been about a week, and with the holiday, I've been all over the place, but I ended up going to law enforcement to make a report last Monday. I'll likely end up going back if this person keeps contacting me like they have been. Sunday, the day after I got my haircut, I woke up to a bunch of texts from the stylist. It woke me up because even though I have Do Not Disturb on my phone, I have a setting that overrides that if there are repeated contact attempts over 3 in case of emergencies. Here's what I got. 3:49 a.m. I don't recommend going to a different stylist because of this. It's not a big deal. In small towns, people talk, and you may not find anyone that will take you after this, so I'd reconsider. I don't like threats. 3:51 a.m. So I have your biological material, and it's my property now. I can do with it what I want. I kept it because I can, and it means a lot to me. 3:54 a.m. Why did you send the pic? I know what it looks like. It's mine. 4 a.m. You need to respond to me because I think it's a misunderstanding about what this is. It's no big deal, and saying you're switching stylists has me triggered. I do good works. You said so.
You're triggered?
Yeah, come on.
4:04 a.m. I also charge a $350 client separation fee. So yeah, you can't just say you're switching stylists without more consequences.
What?
And I know you said you already tried a few people before me. There aren't many beauty people in the area. 4:11 a.m. Asking for an explanation for a stylist having hair in a salon is crazy. Where else would you find hair? I didn't do anything wrong, but I will get rid of it if you're going to cry about it. But only if you say you won't be switching to anyone else for your hair care. You mean a lot as a client and always tip well, and I do good work, so it doesn't make sense.
We know she means a lot to you.
Maybe don't threaten someone who does your hair or hurt their feelings by making accusatory statements. I didn't respond to any of those that morning because it was so insane to me. I need to process things fully before I make a decision on how to deal with it, so I just didn't respond. Sunday afternoon, I started getting phone calls. This person called me 14 times that afternoon. About every other call, they left a voicemail. Most of the voicemails just said, "Call me back," or "Text me back," but 2 of them were unhinged. I'm going to paraphrase, but the gist of the first one was,
Yes.
"Call me back. I'm getting scared you won't come back to me for your hair for real. I just like how your hair feels. That's why I kept it. Call me." It sounded like they were crying. The second unhinged message was left late Sunday night at 11:38 p.m. and it said, "I got rid of it except for one lock. I found out I like watching your hair burn more than I liked keeping it."
Brother.
I didn't respond to any of those messages, calls, or
You gotta
texts.
wake
The
up
whole
and
thing
smell
had me
the
freaked
roses,
out now.
man.
I decided by that time I was taking Monday off work
What
to go
the
to the
fuck are
police.
you doing?
Even if they couldn't do anything, I wanted to file a report for the weirdness. I woke up Monday to an email from the stylist with an invoice for $375 for client breach of contract fee.
My asshole.
As the chargeable line item. The email body was just, "For being a bitch." I'm sorry, that's unfortunately hilarious.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome,
Sent
actually.
from their business
Okay,
email too, so
that's
they're
awesome.
really
That was
doing
awesome.
everything they can to ruin themselves.
I
Even if
totally
I
feel
had
like you
a
can do
contract
that.
with them, which I don't, the original amount was for $350. They can't even get their extortion fees right. I did email them back stating that we had no contract and to cease all further communication with me from this point forward. I got ready and started heading to the police station around 9:45 a.m. Monday morning. I live in a rural area, so there are portions of my drive to and from our main town that don't have cell reception. When I finally got to town, I had 4 voicemails. I knew immediately who they were from. I talked to one of the officers on staff. They took my statement, a copy of the email, and asked me to forward all the texts and screenshots of the numbers of calls. They said, at the very least, the calls and texts could be considered menacing and harassment. But the voicemail where they mentioned how they like burning my hair was potentially concerning. Potentially.
Yeah.
The officer advised I contact a legal representative in case this person tries to take the bogus invoice to a civil suit court. And they said I'm welcome to change my number, but having the piling evidence if they continue to contact me after I explicitly told them not to in the email would only help me. I reached out to a lawyer Tuesday and left a detailed message regarding the situation. They are apparently out of the office until next Wednesday for the holidays, so we'll see if they have any advice. I've since received many texts and calls from the stylist. They sent a Happy Thanksgiving text on Thursday morning as well.
Happy Thanksgiving, bitch.
For being a bitch.
Regardless, they are giving me a lot of evidentiary material to work with, but I'm so unsettled. I can't wait to hear from the lawyer this week. I'll leave you with a text from this past week, one I think you'll all enjoy. 5:12 a.m., December 4th, 2024. Don't ever say never. You're never coming back. Don't make me laugh. I don't want your ass back. You can beg me, though. Might help. Update number 2.
I'm freaking out. Everything inside of me is crawling.
This
Yuck.
is nuts.
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
This situation and update may not be as satisfying as many would have hoped, but here it goes. I met with law enforcement again this past Tuesday. My husband and I drove over early that morning because I was also meeting up with the lawyer I'm working with. Aside from the near constant text calls and emails, I wanted to pursue legal action for a specific issue. Allegedly, the stylist tried to have my credit card canceled. Apparently, they used the last 4 digits of my card, called the customer service line for the card, and tried to cancel it. I got a call from the fraud department shortly after this person attempted to do this, trying to verify everything to see if I actually wanted to close my account and dissolve my credit card line with them. To be clear, the stylist was not successful in their alleged attempt. They couldn't provide the basic information you need for such things like my actual last name. It's unusual, and they gave a name that was almost similar. Date of birth, address, etc. Apparently they thought they could accomplish this with just my name, phone number, and the last 4 digits of the card number. I didn't cancel the card, but did request a new one for obvious reasons. I had no clue why they would want to cancel my card. To inconvenience me? Yep, that's exactly why, allegedly. When I spoke with the credit card company, they agreed to send over the recording of the person that called, as well as the phone number the call originated from, as long as the request came from law enforcement with a warrant. They gave me a phone number and reference number for the police to reach out to directly. The officer began working on that immediately, so that is in progress. I went to my phone company over the weekend. I had my phone number transferred to an old phone so I could still receive calls and texts there, but got a new phone number for my actual phone. The old phone and phone number has been turned over to the officer assigned to my case. They did go and speak with this person yesterday. Apparently they are horrified. I went to the police and had no idea any of what they'd done could be chargeable offenses. According to the officer, there have been no further communications via text or call since their visit, and I haven't received any other emails. A temporary protection and no contact order has been issued against them until the first court date. I have also reached out to the State Board of Licensing with all this information and my complaints. All I can say is they are investigating. Outside of that information, I'm limited to any other information I can share since a legal process against this person has officially begun. We're just waiting to see how this all plays out now. It's been a long few weeks. I'm hoping for the best here. I'm already so relieved to no longer be getting calls, texts, or emails constantly.
And
that's it.
Oh my god.
I mean, I think.
I mean, yeah. It's,
so we're not gonna figure out what she was really doing with the. I mean, people said spell jars. Kind of doesn't matter. It's so invasive and weird, and everything she's done afterwards.
Like, we're not going to be able to predict what that person
What?
is.
That is terrifying.
Yeah.
I think when someone calls you and texts you that many times, over and over, it's scary. It's terrifying.
If you're texting someone 4 or 5 messages in a row without a response, what's going on?
I mean, that's a lot of people. I do that to her.
But I'm saying, like, if you're in a fight, like, if you're sent, like, and then, like, time goes by, and then you send more, and then time goes by and you send more.
And
voicemail. You could tell someone's not doing well when it's during sleeping, when they should be sleeping.
Yeah, this is at 3 in the morning.
You need their brain to rest, and they're not, and they're spinning, and
This is bad. She did the right thing.
Yeah,
There was
thing was brilliant.
No explaining her way out of that.
And like putting it in writing that you didn't want any to cease communication. So then from there on, it was all like unwarranted and just like.
Yeah.
The chips that you like are not on sale this week, so we're gonna have to skip those. Sorry, bud.
Look, Woodlands, I know you exist.
That's really, really scary.
I've been to your store once. They were fine.
I do too, because.
But Christ, leave me be.
Don't see how. Yeah.
I get it. You exist. I think you're fine.
I understand.
Leave me alone.
Like hair. No, I don't. I don't.
You understand what?
I don't. I don't. I was gonna say, like, when she said your hair's just so soft, I was like, oh yeah. But then I was like,
There's just
wait a
ass village over
second.
here.
I would say if she were to make it for like a wig, okay. That's why I was like, there's like.
But if she had a reason, she would have given that reason.
But she didn't.
She had 0 reason.
And then when she goes, I actually like burning it more than I like collecting it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, so you like collecting it?
Yeah.
And you like burning it?
Yeah. How many other people did she do that to?
We don't know.
I've also never heard a $350 charge for breaking up with your sex.
Yeah, that's when you know this person is
a non-exclusivity agreement with your stylist.
I will say sending an invoice to someone and the body of it reading for being a bitch.
It's almost legend material.
Is not this person is not a legend. But that sending an invoice that says for being a bitch is
so
really funny.
Like, they don't give a.
I need to go back.
That's a really funny thing that people could do in other circumstances, and I would think is a legendary status. Not in this situation.
No. Well said. Also, rural area, is she going to see the stylist?
That's what I got scared about too.
Yeah, I get scared about that too. It's like at local bar.
Look, you
Hey,
need to
at
be out
local
here.
bar? Yeah, you know,
It's
at
gonna be
local
bad
bar.
real soon.
Hey,
that
I need to
sucks.
go. I need to go fast.
These were really,
I think the most wild I've ever heard.
These were intense. These
spooky
were a
is
lot.
like, I don't even think covers it. Scary.
They're scary. Yeah, these are scary.
But they're like haunted.
They're not different.
Yeah,
but
they're
they are
creepy.
different.
These are all
Me
like people
too,
doing
so I'm not gonna
like,
get any
unexplainable behavior.
because I know I can. I know I can. But I
No,
don't want
that
to.
I was very close. Like throat was here.
Wow.
It was right here.
That's got to be a record for this show.
Yeah. Oh my God. It was like right here.
Yeah, you're either crying or throwing up here at Reddit Stories.
Reddit stories, man. They bring it out of you.
Well, thank you both for joining me on this horrifying expedition.
Yeah. Thanks for making my day.
Oh, that's
Gonna
all.
head back under here
I
and
needed.
Yeah.
do this again.
This
All
is
right.
both of us. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Your
Awesome.
legs crunch the other way.
Like a demon. Thank you for watching. Let us know what other themes and subreddits you'd like us to cover on this show. And we'll see you next Saturday. Bye.
Bye.
I got Barbie.
This is wild. I can't believe this.
Let's take it from the top. You
I don't care.
counter.
What?
And no, not many people like cleaning from the counter. Not many.
I'm 30.
Right.
I had a conversation about this recently with someone who's probably of like boomer age, and they're very sweet and like very curious about things, not judgmental, but like curious. And so I basically talked about how our generation has more fun and is less worried about like growing up, because all of the benefits of growing up have been kind of taken from us.
Right.
Yeah. Can't really have a stable job. The inflation is not kept up with wage, or vice versa. Yeah, you're not going to get a house. Like it's all these different things. So like, why should we put away all these childish things that give us joy? Because other things are not.
Absolutely.
And she was like, I guess that makes a lot of sense. And I was like, okay.
Hey, a boomer who listens.
She's great. She's great. She's awesome. She always listens and is just like, so why is this like that? I'm like, well, you see. And she's she's really cool.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Also, Pokemon fucking rocks.
It
Pokemon rocks.
Favorite Pokemon?
Still,
I know yours.
It switches around a lot.
well, who's it today?
Ooh. You know, a later
I
one.
gotta
So
play
I'm
the-
partial to all the original 151.
Same.
Right? But what is it? Halucha?
Yeah.
The luchador
The wrestling
bird.
guy? Yeah.
The wrestling bird is just awesome.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
So sick.
Yeah, here's Chansey.
You know it, Chansey, Blissey.
Yeah.
Not Happiny as much, but Chansey, Blissey.
Yeah, Happy's kind of whatever.
And then the Litwick line, I love.
Oh, fun. Hell
And
yeah.
I know you're Porygon.
Porygon and Ditto.
I do love the aesthetic of Magikarp.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
There's a cool vibe.
I
With
agree
the
with you.
gold and the whisker.
Yeah, like as a Pokemon,
the no
garbage.
pain.
Gyarados was one of my favorites as a kid, though.
Sure.
Well, he's freaking rock and roll.
Very confusing.
Absolutely
It's like
badass.
flying in water, and you're like, I beg your unbelievable goddamn pardon. What did you
know.
say about that dragon?
Right.
Like,
I know.
No, it's water.
No.
Lastly, here someone said, not the asshole, Matt has a little... So this
Whoa.
person knows more about him.
You know
That's
what?
cool.
We don't have to body shame tiny bullies. It's
It's true.
Oh, man. Okay, our next story. Am I the asshole for not listening to my wife and eating the wrong cookie? What?
Okay. First part of that makes me have an opinion already, but let's hear it.
All right. I worked a 10-hour shift yesterday and had little to eat but bubble gum and some cheap hot chocolate.
That's not food.
That's not food.
Okay. I'm glad we all got
I
there.
ate some bubble gum. Don't worry, I swallowed it.
well, when you chew, you get some dextrose for the flavoring.
Yeah.
It's,
Right.
I came home to a voice message whereas my wife had picked up a cookie for me from the local bakery and a...
Yeah, I know the cookie one.
You're like, oh,
God, they didn't.
No. Okay, our next story comes from Am I the Asshole and Best Redditor Up.
A new coach.
Oh my god.
It's...
There's gotta be a reason for this other than being fucking useless, right?
Am I the asshole for my response to my boyfriend's ultimatum over audiobooks?
Ooh, an ultimatum in a relationship. That's healthy and cool.
Yeah, nice boyfriend, idiot.
What's an ultimatum you can have over audiobooks?
It's. Can I throw out a guess?
Well, yeah.
I think it's gonna be like, okay, it's passionate interstellar lovers. Like it's gonna be like a little bit like
she's listening
spicier
to...
books.
I'm gonna guess no headphones. I'm gonna guess he's walking around and it's like, and then he went into the... And she's like, please, I'm trying to do something.
Oh, you think he's listening to audiobooks?
Well, I don't know. Well, either way, I just feel like the person is not wearing headphones.
Okay.
Okay.
My boyfriend and I have been together for around 3 years, and we've had a pretty easygoing relationship. No big fights or anything. Until now, which is why I'm questioning myself so much. So I listen to audiobooks. Not erotic ones, though I do partake in audio-only porn sometimes. Because...
And we're back! And we're back!
Why even justify it then? Be like, I don't do that. I do almost exactly that though.
Do that.
Very similar. There's just no narrative.
Okay. So I listen to audiobooks, not erotic
Yeah,
ones, though I
this
do
should
partake in
be
audio-only porn
pretty
sometimes, because as
tools,
becomes important later, I have a thing for nice voices. But somehow,
different-
someone just reading smut off a page
This
feels
is
weird
just
for me to listen to.
blocks
No
and
judgment to anyone else, of
aggression.
course, just not my thing. My boyfriend has recently gotten a bug up his ass about me listening to them, especially when he's home, even though I always use headphones and do my best not to disturb him. Also, before anyone says it, my Audible account comes directly out of my own bank account. He has no reason to think it will affect his finances. Anyway, he only ever gave little snide remarks until the latest time, so I let it go. Most recently, I had been making us dinner and cleaning up behind myself as I did it. And because he was playing video games and I get bored doing those kinds of things without something else to think about, I turned on my favorite audiobook and picked up where I had been listening the week before. I didn't realize he was in the kitchen until he jerked the cord on my headphones and asked if I was doing it again. I asked what he was talking about, and he just sighed and said that he needed to talk to me. We sat down, and I'll admit I was pretty pissed he had jerked on my headphones and not super willing to listen to anything right then, another reason I might be an asshole. He said that it really bothered him when I listened to audiobooks from a man's perspective because he knows about my voice thing and that it makes him uncomfortable. I asked why, and he said that he couldn't get it out of his head that I was thinking sexual things about the characters and that, along with the romantic elements, made him really upset and felt almost like I wasn't fully committed to him. I asked if he realized I was listening to a book for teens, written by a literal Mormon, and that none of the books I listened to have smut. He said that it didn't matter and started getting angry again, which just made me angrier. And he dropped the ultimatum that he wanted me to stop or else we would need to break up. I was so pissed at this point that I just shrugged and said, gladly, the minute you stop watching porn, I'll never touch any of it again. Which had him pissed because he claimed he never said anything about porn, only the romantic and sexual parts of the books I listened to. I said that if he was allowed to make ultimatums of favorite pastimes, why can't I? Then I asked if he would rather give up video games since that's closer to what audiobooks mean to me. He ended up just saying to fucking forget about it and went to bed, but has been pissed at me since. I talked to my friends about the situation and got mixed answers, so I wanted to try with strangers as well. What? Ooh.
Okay. Wow.
What a hill to die on.
Yeah, truly.
I just think, I don't know what you do about that type of insecurity.
Right.
I mean, they're audiobooks. He's like, what?
It's a trust issue either way. Like,
right, yeah.
It's, you know, there are video games out there that are pornographic. So it's like if he's going to play video games in the other room, like, oh, I can't stop thinking about the potential of you doing that. It's like you have to sort of have that separation with hobbies. And something tells me that, you know, this is the type of person that would have the same kind of insecurity if, like, she had, like, a dodgeball local league that she would go to and be like, are you going there to meet guys? Like, you have to have that level of trust or you're not ready for a relationship.
Right. And to just try to put that type of control on someone.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you think's going to happen? What are you doing?
Yeah, what got me was the yank of the headphones. That's like just a little look-see, a little peek through to see how maybe violent this person could be.
Yeah.
And that's not a good sign.
No.
So you never yank on someone's thing.
Yeah. I agree.
Unless they want it.
Unless it's a consensual
We got new
thing.
merch. We got new merch.
New merch.
Here we go.
A shirt that says consensual yanking. The Yankees have new merch, I think.
Whoa. The Yankee and the Yankeed.
Yeah, the headphone pulling is absolutely a red flag.
Yeah.
Comments. Sorry.
Could do another
Verdict,
one.
not the asshole, which I agree with. Comments, not the asshole, you should reevaluate your relationship with him. He is acting insecure, jealous, and controlling. Don't stop doing what you are doing. Someone else said, he is completely out of line. Being jealous of audiobooks is next level insecurity, not the asshole.
Hey, video creator.
Yeah, I could do everything. Shut the fuck up. I hate this. Because you're not an artist if you type into a box.
When she said, this is a
You're
book
not.
for teens written by a literal Mormon.
I'm sorry, you're just not.
And so she's listening to Twilight, and he's like,
Pick up a fucking pen and draw something. It ain't that hard.
Back in
Like, holy shit.
Someone said
So
this is a big red flag.
frustratingly
Is he so insecure that he
dumb.
can't stand the idea of you listening to gasp, another man? You weren't even listening to anything provocative when he did this, and he had that kind of reaction. Where is all his anger coming from? The fact that he dropped an ultimatum, books for fuck's sake, or breaking up is insane to me. This seems like such an odd thing for him to want to have control over. You were wearing headphones, not listening to it on speakerphone, and you're minding your own business, and he has the audacity to be upset you're doing that. Personally, I would cut ties. But if you feel like he's a good partner to you in other aspects and he isn't controlling about other things you do, what you wear, who you hang out with, then maybe try talking it out when he's calm. I just always have a hard time believing that this isn't reflected in other things. Like, oh,
Yeah,
it's one thing. He's super controlling.
And if it's this extreme, that's what it is. It's like if it's this extreme over that one thing, then it's got to be leaking into other parts of the relationship.
OP said he did try to explain that he felt as if I was reacting to the romantic parts in ways I don't react to him, which almost made sense, but then all I can think is, yeah, of course I do. This kind of romantic thing doesn't exist in real life, and I don't expect it to, but to hear about it is enough to make me blush or laugh because it's cute. I've never expected him to be an over-the-top romantic. I don't think I would enjoy it in real life. It would more than likely overwhelm me. But I do like to hear about it, I guess. This part does make me feel a little bad, because at the time I was so angry about the headphone pulling. I don't know why it set me off so bad. No one has ever done it to me before, but for some reason it had me pissed. I couldn't even react to it like I should have. I honestly maybe should have asked to wait the more I think about it. Well, you're upset because it's f***ing insane.
Right. You both came into it with like a hot head, but like she was put there by the physical pull. Yeah, so I don't know. When reading stories like this, I'm always sort of trying to pick apart what the author of the post is saying to be like, what could this be sort of misconstrued as? And like throughout the beginning, I was like, oh, what if the boyfriend feels like insecure? Like, I can never make you feel this way. I can't do that. But even if that is the case, like there are so many better ways to communicate that before snide remarks, pulling on a headphone, giving an ultimatum. You know, if you're feeling insecure in a relationship, you have to communicate and be like, absolutely. It hurts my feelings because I feel like I can't give you what you want. What do you feel about that? And then she could be like, oh, no, I don't want you to be a crazy vampire guy kidnapping me in your castle. I don't know. But like, whatever. It just, point is, talk.
Yeah.
Talk.
I think also this goes into the realm of, I think a lot of people don't really understand fantasy, fantasizing, right? Because the way it works is that your brain, when you're reading a book, you can go to much wilder places because your brain knows you're safe.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
You know, like, oh, thank you. Your brain knows I'm sitting here reading a book, so wilder things can be exciting that in real life would never be exciting.
Absolutely.
And this, I think we seem to understand this with other genres, right? Like, I enjoy watching Fast and the Furious. That doesn't mean I want to drive a car at 200 miles per hour. Like, I would hate that in real life.
And stay off the Autobahn.
And thinking about it is different because it's just thinking about it.
Right.
And I think people get really uncomfortable when it has to do anything with romance or sexuality. But, I mean, I see so much of it on Book Talk discourse of, like, romantasy, like, all these wild things and boyfriends being uncomfortable with it. But it's like, they don't actually want that in real life. This is a fantasy because to be read safely in your home, not lived out.
And there's also a world in which, I know she said it might overwhelm her to do something so extreme, but, like, you can take fantasy and, like, take a droplet of it and bring it to reality and explore that. So it's like, you know,
he could be reacting with curiosity.
Yeah.
But he's reacting with
he should
pushing it away and
exactly.
everything. This
like,
is
how could I do that with you? You know, but
it's an opportunity to learn more about what excites her.
Right.
But he's completely
yanked.
Yank.
Can't yank.
Someone send that girl some AirPods.
Update.
Oh, I forgot about that.
This update came 2 months later. Do we have any predictions?
They broke up.
He's an author.
They broke up. Author. He's insecure because he's like, it's not as good as my book.
The Good Intercourse Dragon. By Kyle. Here you go.
Just Kyle?
Yeah. Just Kyle.
If I saw a book in the bookstore and there was one name,
Kyle, 23M.
Like, damn, okay.
I'll buy that.
All right. Okay, you think they broke up?
Yeah.
You think he's an author?
Yeah.
Very reasonable.
All right, those are good odds. Here we go. So it's been a while. I didn't think I would update because the original update would have been mostly us talking and working things out, agreeing that whenever he felt insecure, he could tell me, and I could focus my attention on him for a while. It worked really great. Well, until I found out he had been f***ing his coworker, that is.
Oh, there you go.
You know what's crazy about that is like, it is a pretty big pattern where if someone is being unfaithful, they will often look at you and be like,
accuse you.
I bet you're unfaithful. In fact, you're mean and you're unfaithful and you're
right,
like,
they're justifying their unfaithfulness.
Yeah,
every time.
But that
every
is-
time.
every
It's
time.
a very common trait. I don't have the details. I don't want the details, but he admitted to it in the end, so he did it. That's enough. He wanted to work it out and apologized, begged for a second chance, but honestly, the idea that he said a word to me about an audiobook about Edward frickin' Cullen while he was getting strange on the side, it killed any opportunity for forgiveness I had inside of me. It was so ridiculous. I laugh thinking about it now, and it's been a month since we broke up. Like, it makes me feel insane. It is so funny. He was yelling at me for listening to a book about Mormon vampires while he was cheating on me. I cannot make this shit up. 100 points to whoever said projection the first time I posted. I can't remember if it was a comment or a message, but you were right. I wish I had a cookie.
Not the cookie! Update! The guy from the last story has called to my TV like Samara.
Thanks for the help anyway. Even if the relationship is a bust now, I really do appreciate you all. Oh, man. Yeah.
What a it's an awful situation. Silver lining that it's hilarious.
It is funny. Unfortunately, it's hilarious.
Because like when there's two little things you can have when you're like hurt from someone. You can have angry, which angry makes you not feel as sad. Or you can have funny, and then you can look back and go, wow, that was so stupid.
Yeah, what a goof.
What a goof.
Yeah, honestly, that guy that cheated on her, real goof move.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolute goof move.
Yeah.
Wow.
Goofy movie.
That's a good one.
What's the Prince guy's name in that?
Oh.
Powerline?
Oh, Powerline, yeah.
That's his name?
Yeah.
Wow, good brain.
There you go.
Wow. Had 6 hours of sleep.
The Reddit stories chapters on this video is going to show like these stories and then like Goofy movie. 20 minutes.
Someone
This is Goofy movie.
There's just 2 minutes where we're all trying to do the like perfect cast. Okay, sit back
YouTube gives like the skip ahead button at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's like, we know, they're just talking about Goofy movie.
They're being millennials right now.
Yep.
Give them a break.
Like, most replayed.
People love this. Okay. I can't be too shocked.
Damn it.
No.
No. Can't be too shocked.
Obviously, that was not a healthy thing.
Something was up either way. Either
Like,
way, he had work to do.
That level of suspicion coming out of nowhere and it's crazy how common it is that when people are unfaithful that this like suspicion for them.
Oh my.
It's kind of what you said. It's like I'm capable of it, so my partner's capable of it too.
I think it's also like a guilt thing, and it's hard to be on like I think the receiving end of that because you're like, how do I clock this? Because if someone's acting weird and calling out a thing about me, I do want to at least consider that there might be something wrong about me. And like, it's this like, am I the asshole? Like friends told me different things, but then it's later it's also clear.
And it's tough when because this is what people do. They keep you on the ropes. So when you're on the ropes, you can't like be suspicious or like clock back or whatever because you're defending yourself so much. Yeah.
You're constantly trying to make up for something wrong that you don't have the space to go.
She's defending reading Twilight over here. I mean, God.
Wow.
And
I've been listening to like video essays from Gabby Bell. Then just had the Twilight one on recently, and I was like, I didn't know Stephanie Meyer was Mormon, and then so here we go.
Funny.
That's how you know.
And that's what made the whole video.
I tried to read Twilight back before it like blew up.
You're that cool?
Yeah, I'm a hipster for Twilight. I tried to read it and I just couldn't get into it. But I have no problem with it. But look, I'll read anything. I mean, I've said on Smosh Mouth, I read Morning Glory Milking Farm.
You did read it?
I read it.
Wait, you actually did?
I read it. And it's wild, man.
That's crazy.
And there's a bunch more in the series, and I gotta know what happens.
Yeah.
There's other monsters.
How much more milk is there?
There's other. Well, no. It goes to other monsters. There's a Mothman. There's a mermaid. There's a ghost. I'm like, how does that work?
None of those are mammals, so there's no milk. That's crazy. Well, is it more moth or is it more man?
Well, if it's a ghost of a mammal, ghost milk.
I talk about
I don't think
ghost
milk is involved in some of the other ones. I think they.
Well, then I'm out.
They move past that.
I'm a milk only guy.
I think you can. Moths have like those fibers. I think you can like comb Mothman and make a little like sweater.
Oh, that's nice.
Weaving. I wove the Mothman.
I'll have to check it out.
Are you the author? By Kyle.
By Kyle. 23M. Princey's horny.
Okay.
I haven't had caffeine in like 2 weeks, and I just chugged a yerba mate before this. So I'm real sleepy.
So that's fucking
That's great. All right. Our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for expecting my brother to turn down a job offer from a place I was rejected from? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Next story.
So I, a 22-year-old woman, have done a bit of modeling. Nothing major, just product modeling for smaller clothing brands. Yesterday, I had an audition for a gig, and my brother, who's 19, came with me because he knows I get nervous before auditions. This particular clothing brand is pretty niche, and honestly, the style is much more in line with what my brother wears. Lots of pinks, pastels, lace, and frills. I dressed normally and went into my audition, but unfortunately, I didn't get it. When I came out, I saw my brother talking to one of the employees, and to my surprise, the guy asked if my brother was auditioning. My brother said no, and the guy encouraged him to try out because he thought he'd be a good fit. I was caught off guard, but played along because the worker was still there. After the guy left, I told my brother I didn't get the gig, and he seemed sad for me and tried to console me. I figured that was the end of it, but as I was about to leave, he asked where I was going. I told him I was heading home, and then he asked, "What about my audition?" I was completely shocked. I didn't expect him to want to audition after I was just rejected. I asked if he was seriously doing this to me, and he just shrugged and said he didn't see why he shouldn't try. I called him selfish and left. A few hours later, my brother came home and announced that he had been offered one of the modeling spots. I had already told our parents that I got rejected and what my brother did, and my mom was on my side, asking him how he could do that to me. But my dad immediately took his side, saying that me and my mom were being unreasonable. He also scolded me for leaving without my brother, since I was his ride, and even insinuated that I was just jealous. I'm not jealous. I just think it's incredibly rude and selfish to go after something your sibling wanted, but couldn't have. He knew I wanted it, and instead of supporting me, he took the opportunity for himself. My brother thinks I'm an ass, but I really don't see how I'm the bad guy here. Am I the asshole?
You suck.
Yeah, you suck.
You suck a lot.
You did abandon him. He didn't have a ride.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What the hell?
This is another thing of like, this is a sibling dynamic that this is playing out in, because like outside of the context, it's like, it's if it's just some gig and you don't really care about it, why not like let your brother have it? But clearly it's like you don't like your brother because of stuff in the past or something, and so this is just something to cling on to, you know?
I would
I
go
just
as
need
far
to
as to
wait
say
for,
with that, maybe they both have their thing, like who's the favorite at what, or like, well, this is my territory. So like, modeling is clearly her thing, her dream.
Got it.
And so for the brother to be there and succeed where she has not, is probably a lot to deal with for a 22-year-old and a 19-year-old.
Right.
But you gotta get past that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a realm that we understand well, right? Like, so many jobs we read about, it's like, oh, well, we're in kooky entertainment town. But auditioning is such a real thing, and it's such a real thing because I started auditioning when I was like a teenager, right? And it's crazy when it's like you and your friends are auditioning, and it's such a thing for us when it's like you're not booking work, but your friend books something huge, or books something that you auditioned for too, and it hurts.
Yeah,
of course it hurts. Your self-worth is tied to it, but you have to recognize too that it's like, all right, like they're right for it, and I'm not, and that's got to keep moving. Like,
she even said that too. She's like, yeah, this is like right up my brother's alley, and like I dress quote unquote normally. I'm like, okay, you've got a lot to learn. If you're going to an audition, you have to at least somewhat show them like, oh, I could work in a similar style. Look how easy it is to see.
You shorten the imagination they have to use.
Yeah, if you have to audition for a role that's like a little boy, you're not going to go in like a 3-piece suit and be
gown.
like, yeah, exactly. Right. So, I don't know.
She and her brother are not long-term competition.
No.
Like in this, it's like, why are you? But I also, here's the thing. What I'm saying too is that I understand the feelings, but how she's going about this is making her.
Absolutely.
It's okay for her to be like, all right, you're allowed to take this job. Like this your life, your career, whatever. But for her to also be like, I just feel devastated by this. I hate this. I'm like, I understand that.
Sure,
this can suck.
That's fine.
It's
It's
okay for
rejection
things
at
to
the end of the day.
suck.
Yeah.
This sounds exactly like a jealous 22-year-old, where it's like, this is going to start, you're going to have a path here. You're either going to go be a crazy actor and always be confused about why everyone's betraying you, or you're going to have a moment and be like, oh, I am jealous. Let's sit with that jealousy, figure that out. Where's it coming from?
Yeah.
And I get through this and support my sibling. And also, he went to the audition with her because she's nervous.
I already did.
That was her favor. You did her favor.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's such a freeing thing to
now I just have to wait.
Joy in other people's successes and not view it as a threat to yourself. Like it is a freeing thing
when I got, it was a skill that I had to work on for
Same.
years. I think every actor experiences
Everyone has
that.
to do that, yeah.
And it's freeing to be like, okay, if they're getting the role.
I'll probably I'll probably mute myself. Oh. Oh. No. Damn it. Why? Okay. Man, that was fucking stupid. Thank God no one watches this anyway. Anyway, I have to go to the bathroom because this has been building for a little bit. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I made spam sandwiches. Literally the spam sandwich that you find on the can. I made those, and I like those, and that's why I made them. It's been forever since I made them. I've had tomatoes that have been sitting around, and avocados that have been just sitting for like a week. And I haven't really used much of them. But, yeah, I'm just gonna eat because I'm hungry. Of course, I'm gonna put on music. Probably gonna be on loop. God damn it.
information about a month and a half ago. Simple Games, yes, that Simple Games, told me to complete their challenge. Now this is one of the hardest vanilla Baldi's Basics challenges I've ever attempted. You're kidding! It's all modifiers, on strict mode, with no items, whilst finishing floor 2 with the bus pass. But here's the catch. If I can beat it before Simple Games does, I receive $20. Let the games begin.
Doing a lot for it.
I'm ready to regret everything. So right now, I have to do no items, strict mode, all modifiers, but I also have to get the bus pass. You know, like the
I
thing
just have
that
a
only
butter
spawns
beer.
on floor 2. I'm not excited, if you couldn't tell. Okay, I don't know why I was running that way. I might as well just get this. I have to hope that I can get the map. The only thing I have to hope for is that I can get the map. Oh wait. It doesn't matter if I get the map or not. What am I talking about? Isn't that great? You're kidding me. I forgot that was a thing! I forgot it was a thing!
Wasn't it Noah running?
Okay, that was almost really bad. I forgot we're on strict mode, and I forgot that there was a time limit. Johnny, I can't even buy anything from you, but I just want to say hi. Hi, Johnny. I can't buy that. This is horrible. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god. Oh. Good golly gosh. Gee willikers. I have to hope that there's even a bus pass on this floor. If there's not, then I have to restart. Oh, great. Great. This is fun. What is this floor 2? It's horribly generated. What is going on? Oh, you're kidding. This is the last one. I have to just get this one. Turn off the lights! This isn't good. I don't even know. I might just sit in here until all the lights turn off. I don't... It's like, where on the map is this? Okay, more of the lights are turning off. That's good. I think it's every single time he comes into a room, he does stuff with the lights. Or it was just that light turning off. Okay, this whole room is off. Cool. I don't know if there's a bus pass on this map. Have I already checked in here? Yeah, I have. Okay. That's fine. Oh, no, 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 no!
God Christ.
I hate this. There was no... I don't think there was any faculty tag on that floor. There was no faculty tag. I couldn't do anything. There was no... Man, you're giving me a run for my money. I'm glad that didn't take a long time. It was mainly just me sitting there hoping that I could find a faculty tag, but I seriously don't think one existed on that floor. Maybe they're guaranteed to spawn, but I don't think there was one. Maybe there was and I just didn't see it, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't see one, so... 30 seconds left. I beat this in a minute. That's how crazy I am. That's how goated. Okay. I can already tell I'm not gonna like this. Ooh. Now it's time to see if it even matters. I'm not gonna live. Bus pass was in the first room, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm gonna die. I think it is in my best interest to get caught by the principal right as the lights go out. Because then he just sends me to his office, and then the lights are able to go out there. and I can just use it as a hiding spot. Becomes worse for later in the game when I need to go to the exits, but if I just sit there, all the lights will go out and then he can't see me. Okay, the power should be going out in a second. Fuck! That was the last door! Oh no! I'm trying to figure out where this is. Because I saw the principal's office. I think I did at least. I just need to figure out where on the map it was. Okay, all these just circling me. This isn't good. You're kidding me. I'm dying to the stupidest reasons. It's out of my own stupidity that I'm dying. It's not even the game being difficult. I got caught right as I saw where I needed to be, and then I for some reason decided to run there. I knew Baldy was coming, and for some reason I still told myself, you can make it. I'm sorry to spoil it for you guys. I could not make it. Hey, Principal. You don't care about me. Yeah, 52 seconds. Last time it was a lot more. Okay, let's see if I can get a good floor 2 again, like all the other ones, or if my luck has ran out. Because I feel like my luck has ran out now. My luck might have ran out. And that's not good. We don't like that. And we don't like when our luck is gone. Because then that means no faculty tag for me. Ooh, I mean bus tag. You, bus pass it is. And it's not good. I've only done one notebook and we only have a minute to find every single notebook. That's the one bad thing about all these basics is that these challenges are devilish. Okay. We're better now. We're better. Clock is about to tick down to a minute. I can already tell. It's just been long enough. And I always get 6, and then I can't find where the last one is. You're kidding. You're kidding. Okay. Go. Oh my god, wait, he made this whole area just black and white. Okay. I mean, black and... What am I saying? Okay. I'm at the top of the map. Probably means that I have to go down there to get to the door I need is probably down that hallway.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be. But here I am.
Not excited for that. Five. Oh, you are eating my ass. Stop! Okay. Quadcopter would appear and just ruin the entire run. Because I would be interacting when Quadcopter appeared. So I would just get screwed. Okay.
I don't know if that's copyrighted or not.
And I am going to do the power is going to go out, and I won't have every single... I need you to get out of here. What? You're kidding. Why are there no lights out? You're kidding. This isn't fair. Oh my god, Beans, you terrified me. That just wasn't fair. What is that? What is that? I don't think I am. If I'm doing these quality space challenges, you know I'm not good. Do I really have a say in it? I don't think I do. Wait, principal. I hate this dude. It seems like I always get screwed over. 0? What? There was a room right there! What is going on? What is this? Where was the last exit? I didn't pay attention to where the exit was. Wait a minute. I see the green light. You can see the green light down there. Oh my god! I need reassurance that he's that way. Ooh, feels good. Feels good to be with you. Yep, thank you. Okay, I forgot. He just said get the bus pass. He didn't say to use it. We're fine. I have plans. In his rules, he says keep it for the entire second floor. That doesn't mean third floor. So that means that if we see the bully and I get through him, I can give him the bus pass. That is my scapegoat. If I'm able to do that, then I'm home free. I'm free to go home. You see how this works? It's a perfect plan. This isn't good. This is not a good map. I'm actually stressing a little. But the test is here, and that's good. We like the test. God damn it. I got screwed over there. I don't know why. That was my fault. Completely my fault. There was no one else to blame but me there. I don't know why I'm checking faculty rooms right now. Okay, that's fun. Can't tell if that's a good hallway to go down. But I'm getting lucky, and getting lucky is not good because that means I'm gonna find a bus pass. Oh, okay. There's 3 entrances to the library. Fuck! This isn't good. Because now I'm gonna be disoriented of where exactly I am on the map. But it sounds like there is a classroom down there. Oh wow. This place is jam-packed full of classrooms. Not too sure Vivaldi. That's a little scary to me. You're kidding! How come when I'm doing really good, I get screwed over? It's always during that time. I don't know why. I really couldn't do anything there. I mean, I guess I could have gotten a head start if I didn't wait to answer the question, but I was just trying to figure out where to go, you know? Also, this is a massive floor 1. Like, why? There's going to be one notebook at the very end. It's actually not the very end. Okay, I don't know where this notebook is. Are all of them? Oh my god, they are. You did this? All these? Hey! Yeah, we can talk about this. Crap. I like being able to find the bus pass, like, immediately getting into the floor, and that's because it's just easier to play the game after I know that I have everything I need. And it's a little stressful playing this without knowing if I'm gonna get everything, if that makes any sense at all. I need a hero. Why are there so many items in here? It's really like packing a Baldy is right there. That's not.
Alright. Alright, I'm finished eating. Now I could, continue what I was doing.
Door's right here. Oh my god, and it's such a beautiful spot to have it. I have such a nice view over everything here. Baldy doesn't even know where I am. I want him to come here and watch me. Look at me go, Baldy. Look at me go. I'm like a butterfly. Now it's time for hell. Do you guys know how afraid I am?
Hey, there you go.
I was in the bathroom and I was sitting there and I was figuring out what exactly should I be afraid of, and it's this floor.
How quick Baldy gets. He gets so quick. But the longer that I stay inside of the schoolhouse, the faster he gets. Is it worth it to do these challenges?
Or am I just insane? This is what I'm afraid of, and that makes sense for everybody watching. You're like, oh yeah, floor 3 is going to be the hardest. Yes, it is. Okay, there's a exit right there.
And
this is going to be the
let me
hardest
guess, it was
floor,
this.
but it's also going to be the worst
Please let it be
floor.
plant twine. Yeah, it's plant twine. I'll probably make 2 of them
Answer it.
for the sake
It's the
of
hardest floor, yes. But it's also the longest floor. There are
water.
4 exits. There's not 2 like floor 2. And I feel like a lot of people don't really put into account what that means. But there being 4 exits, they can all be on the opposite sides of the map in the worst spots. And why wouldn't it let me grab that? It genuinely wouldn't let me grab it. I was getting really annoyed. And I'm gonna probably have to answer
Well, I gotta get
hurry up! Oh my god.
Alright, work's done.
I'm trying.
Wood and a chopping block.
Oh shit. Okay, I have to hope that this classroom is right here. I have to hope that this is the classroom. If this isn't the classroom, then I'm screwed. It is. It is.
Wood. Just wood.
Oh no! Principal, hurry! Oh my god.
Just need wood.
You don't see me. Oh my god. Okay, so we know there's an exit right there. And I know that there's an exit at the end of that hallway. What I was trying to say is I don't like long hallways. With the principal and every other character, I have to be careful of soft copy. Okay.
This tree's too big anyway, so it's gonna be part of my lawn.
Okay, we're gonna sit in here. This will be good to get tacos out of the way. I'm hoping Baldy goes into there. Yes. Okay. That's not good. We're going back in here. I gotta hope for first prize to go away. He is the worst character. I think I've died to him a couple of times already, and I don't want that to happen again.
I should probably get the lid so I could fill up the entire thing and then bring that all the way back. It says I can, and I will.
Holy crap, I can go this way.
No, that's good.
I can't answer that. That room is lit up. Oh, fuck! God, please be a dark classroom. Wait, where am I?
Yeah, whatever.
Wait a minute. I know where I am. I know where I am. I'm down at the bottom. Oh my God, after I got like the, what was it, the fourth or, holy shit. It was after like the fourth or fifth notebook. Okay, I'm collecting these. Don't mind if I do. It should be a straight shot, right? But we have to get Baldy into a pen. I don't... Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, I'm shaking. I'm shaking! What? He just went through the wall there. Did you just see that? He just went through the wall. Okay.
I just have one of these for standby because I know this is gonna disappear. Leather. I need to get a hide. Animal paw. And I am actually.
I did get taught. I know. I used my brain so much. Where you won't let me go? Oh, you're just gonna say that. I thought you were gonna say where you're gonna let me go. Like I'm gonna let you free, and you're gonna be able to go play other Baldi's challenges or something. Can someone make that like a voice pack? Thank you, Baldi. I want to give you a hug. Come give me a hug. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, let me go. Like I'm gonna let you free, and you're gonna be able to go play other Baldi's challenges or something. Can someone make that like a voice pack? Thank you, Baldi. I want to give you a hug. Come give me a hug. Yeah! Oh my God. Oh my God. My heart is pounding, if you can't tell. You guys don't understand how beautiful that was. I basically just shit myself. Sorry, I have myself kind of just on this screen. I don't even know what to say. It's not all luck. I have to say it's all level generation. It's all where I decide to go. And I think the only skill I have is when it's lights out. I got really lucky with arts and crafters there. I almost shit myself. If you haven't already, please consider becoming a member. It genuinely helps me out. You get a ton of perks. Here they are, or they're on this side. I don't know which side.
I need 3 just for the bed anyway, so it shouldn't be too much. Alright. I hope you enjoy the $20. Christ.
I think there's absolutely no argument that there is no schooling or music institute.
Yeah. Okay.
Cooks rice and beans, and lately has been making us late night quesadillas when the kids are asleep. But most of all, I was just hungry. We are back with more absolutely insane Reddit stories. At the top, today by Ian Hecox and Courtney Miller. Hey, thanks for being here. Yeah.
This is our first time on Reddit stories together.
That's crazy.
I know, it is.
It's weird.
It is actually bullshit.
I agree. Really quick, I see a lot of comments making fun of my cuffed jeans on this show. I want to point out, Darren, can we get a shot of Brennan?
Yeah, I need
his
that
cuffed
and
jeans? Look at those.
and more water.
Like, you know,
which is
Ian's cuffed his cords.
They're
cuffed his cords. I'm just saying that other people also cuff their jeans. All right.
I'll probably bring it
Let's get into
inside.
this. The theme today is breakups and brush-offs.
Maybe I'll place it here.
And I also think there might be a few updates.
An update on Tuesday?
All right, let's get into it. First story, this comes from the subreddit, Am I Wrong? So, similar to Am I the Asshole, but they're not necessarily asking if they're an asshole, just if they're in the wrong.
Okay.
It's basically the same premise.
Okay.
Am I wrong for telling my girlfriend to rein in her daddy issues while we're visiting my family? Okay. This is from 2 days ago as of reading this.
Whoa.
It's recent. Throw away because my cousins know my actual account. My girlfriend, Shay, who's 27, and I, a man, 26, are on a small vacation to my hometown. She's only ever met my dad and extended family, aunt, uncle, cousins, over the phone, so I thought this would be a great opportunity to introduce everyone properly. But since we've arrived, Shay's behavior towards my dad has been seriously off-putting. For example, I thought it would be fun if we all went horseback riding. My younger cousins do it as a hobby, so I thought it would be nice to do an activity we'd all like. But Shay wouldn't even get on the horse because she said she was scared. It's been years since I've been on a horse, but they were so calm and honestly not a problem at all. I offered to
No, they could
others enjoyed themselves.
just turn around and bite your dick off. I'm dead honest.
He doesn't usually go horseback riding either. It was weird that she didn't want me there too, but I left it be. There have been other instances too, like how she asked my dad to show her around town instead of staying with me and meeting my old friend from high school. It was an impromptu meetup. We literally ran into him while we were looking for somewhere to get lunch with my dad. But it would have been nice if
Now
she
we
made the
have
effort
to
to get
wait
to know him instead of
for
going with my dad. The
a
final
little
straw
bit.
was when we were all at my aunt's house for dinner. Shay made cupcakes, baking is kind of her thing, and she
I
made
guess
some
I'll
chocolate
sleep
and peanut
down
butter ones
there.
specifically because
Nah,
they're my
that'd be a
dad's
bit
favorite.
much.
She made a few
I'll
different
sleep
types
here.
of cupcakes, but none of the others were my other relatives' favorite
Alright.
flavors. When we got back to our Airbnb, I confronted her. I know Shay's dad left when she was a teen, and they're no contact, so I figured she might be clinging to my dad because it's nice to have a fatherly presence and not something she's used to. I asked her, jokingly, to rein in her daddy issues and to stop being so clingy. I need to talk things out with her today, but before I do, I want to make sure I'm not in the wrong.
It reeks, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
I feel like I don't know. I'd almost say like he has daddy issues. like he's got issues of like his girlfriend paying any sort of attention to his dad and like finding all these like instances where but like I'm sure she did stuff for like his mom maybe as well.
Yeah, I didn't hear much about his mom.
His mom is not mentioned once. In fact, I don't even know if he mentions the existence.
Yeah.
If his mom is in the picture, because he mentions aunts and uncles and cousins.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this all just kind of like makes sense to me. Of like, yeah, you want to impress someone's parents, you want to get to know someone's parents, and yeah, I mean.
There's nothing else to do now but wait for the leather.
Yeah, and his dad might be a really nice guy, but it does, none of it sounded problematic to me.
No, I think.
I don't think it resets
bad
spawn
happened
points
for him
though.
to, like, need to call out. Like, it
I feel like that would be
noticing a
like
pattern
later
and
down
just
the
didn't
line.
like the pattern.
Right.
Where, yeah, when you're the first time you're meeting your significant other's parents, it's.
Oh, it
you
does.
feel like it's a
I just
really
need
big
to
deal. You wanna make a really
right
big
click it.
discussion, or maybe she had questions about her partner and like wanted to talk to him and yes, of course, she has like a past with not having a father in her life. So like, she's like, and also I think the horse thing's just unrelated. Like,
yeah.
Like he's like she's obsessed with my dad. Also, she's just scared of horses.
Like horses are huge, dude.
Oh, I totally.
Sometimes, like,
Doesn't matter how chill they are. They can be jumpy.
I totally get being scared of horses.
Yeah.
Also, like with that all aside, like maybe
All
she just
right.
wanted to his dad. Like, you know, like maybe we should just normalize that.
God, that's loud.
Damn it.
Yeah. I mean, like the fact that I mean, it's like.
Alright,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
like,
turn
I
that
don't know,
down.
like, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but like it was really funny that he was like, yeah, I was like hanging out with my friends and she went off with my dad so he could show her around town. I'm like, that's kind of weird, but I wouldn't say that like I wouldn't say that's daddy issues, and who cares? Like, yeah, a lot of people do like yearn for like a close relationship with like, you know, a fatherly figure. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and it's like, yeah, okay, so she might have daddy issues, whatever. Like,
Yeah, I think he's kind of picking up on things that aren't really, just genuinely aren't connected, like the horse thing, but also like how she didn't, like the dad offered to stay behind, and she sounded like she wanted him, her significant other, to enjoy horseback riding with his cousins, and she maybe just didn't want to be home alone, and so the dad offered to stay there, and then I think it's like the first time meeting them, life is fleeting.
Now I can actually sleep through the night.
Father who's going to be an important role should things continue.
So I have a little bit more time doing what I want to do.
He ran into his friend, just happened to run into him. So maybe she thought like, oh, I'll just let you guys hang and I'll go.
Yeah,
It may not be. It may not be that she's choosing the dad. It may be that these situations are like she's letting him enjoy his family time or times with friends, and she's.
I can totally relate to that.
these instances sound so like nitpicked.
It sounds so nonchalant. Like it doesn't seem like a big deal.
Sounds like he has the daddy issues.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like he's like got like this weird possessive feeling towards like his girlfriend, and it's like, hey, if she's like trying to be a closer part of the family, like because most relationships start going that direction, like then she should have a close relationship with the parents.
Yeah.
So we have some comments here. It's kind of odd that you scheduled horseback riding, but she was scared. Did you check with her before throwing this activity on her? You seem to be upset when she's doing something she wants to do that doesn't involve you. OP responded,
I don't think it needs a bait
she loves the game Red Dead Redemption, which has a lot
for
of horseback riding in it.
much.
I was just
Other
trying to
than
be a good
this,
boyfriend and organize an activity
other than
that we
that,
all enjoy, but I got it.
no, there's no bait.
That's that's thoughtful.
I hope that someday someone rents
Hopefully
me a
I
car
get a
that I
shark
can
tooth
drive
or
around
two.
Los Angeles and crash into shit.
Yeah.
Like GTA.
Yeah, it's like
a diamond block.
Or it's like Ian, you love Call of Duty. I enlisted you.
Dude, thank you. Dude, straight from the bottom of my heart, thank
you so much. This is in regards to OP's mom, who's not mentioned that I saw. OP said, my aunt and uncle are just as important, and so are my cousins.
Where are we flying? Well, I'm flying to Nashville today, since I'm a real ID.
I don't
Mom is
care
around
what you
me,
are.
So my aunt is the biggest female
I don't care
influence
what you
have in
are.
my life. Shay knows this, but hasn't put in any thought to spending more time with her. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought bonding with her would have been more of a prime focus. Huh. That doesn't make
Because
sense.
she's a woman?
Yeah, that seems to be.
That's weird. I mean, if the mom's not in the picture, I as a partner, in hopes of understanding my partner better, would want to like get to know that parent, and like if that dad is actually being like open and like willing to spend that time and talk, that's great.
Yeah, that clarifies even more of like maybe she was doing this because she cares about him.
Maybe she's hoping she could like parent trap their parents.
Yeah.
You know? Like she doesn't have a dad. He doesn't have a mom.
Oh.
Oh, it's empty.
Oh, that would be weird, right?
Someone else said, when she leaves you and you date someone who makes no effort with your parents altogether, they'll miss her. Someone else said to that, right? Been with my husband for 7 years, 4 of those married, and I still make an effort to fit into his family and bring his father and mother food/treats I know they will like and aren't commonly found where we live. I live in my husband's home country and I'm from Canada. Someone else said, this should be titled, I was an asshole to my girlfriend who was being kind and normal to my family. We have a comment from OP here. We always joke around, so I thought it would go down better if I tried to keep it lighthearted. I made my point in a serious way too by telling her to stop being clingy and listing out the examples I mentioned in my post. I just thought it wouldn't end in an argument if I made a joke or two. Obviously that didn't work. Someone responded to that saying, sorry bud, I think you are the one with the daddy issues. I don't see anything sexual about the way she was acting towards your dad based on what you described. So you are mad because your girlfriend was too nice to your dad and was trying too hard to fit in and be friendly? Makes absolutely no sense.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Right. And we have an update.
Oh no, Kelly, you're so good at hiding that. I was like, this is it, and this is that, and that's the story.
I love these types of updates. Okay, I get it. I'm wrong. Even though a lot of you were really harsh in the comments of my last post, I appreciate the honesty and think I needed it. I read every comment. I understand it was wrong of me to joke about a potentially triggering topic around my girlfriend. Me joking about it was an asshole thing to do, and any concerns I had, I should have said in
for
a
fuck's
way.
sake.
I went back to the Airbnb today, and you'll never guess who was there with my girlfriend. Yes, it was my father. He was in the kitchen cleaning up what looked like leftovers from breakfast. He said he stopped by a cafe that's at the end of the street and bought us breakfast, but I wasn't there when he arrived. By that point, Shay told him everything about our argument, and he wasn't happy. Where was Shay when I arrived back? My dad said she was in the shower / getting ready, and that they were going to my aunt's house looking for me. They both presumed that's where I was, considering I wasn't at the Airbnb, nor I was with my dad. We talked, and I helped him clean up their breakfast. While I did, I saw the receipt in the to-go bag. Considering the cafe he bought the breakfast in is literally 5 to 10 minutes away, and he came straight from there to the Airbnb, it's safe to assume he spent at least 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours at the Airbnb before I arrived. But sure, that's normal. I didn't bring this up or even question it. I've learned my lesson about bringing up stupid and immature concerns. My dad reiterated a lot of things people said in my post, like how Shay didn't want me to miss out on horseback riding, that she wanted to give me time with my friend without being the third wheel, and he said that his favorite cupcake flavor came up while they were walking around town together. It was an embarrassing conversation, and while we didn't discuss everything I wanted, it's a start. When my dad left, I spoke with Shay and apologized. She was really quiet, and when we talked about it further, she was crying a lot. The only thing she really said is that we have underlying issues from before this vacation, and that this whole ordeal just adds to it. We were supposed to go to a games night at my aunt's tonight, but Shay said she isn't going and that she wants some time to think. I respect that. I don't know if Shay wants me to stay at the Airbnb tonight or not, but I'm glad she didn't immediately break up with me like some of you suggested. Ed, we broke up. Staying at a hotel tonight and then leaving tomorrow.
That's...
Yeah, that sucks, man.
That sucks. So it's like I feel like he like learned his lesson, but no.
It seems like at first he goes, I get it, I'm wrong. And then he's all sarcastic in the middle.
He's like, I was embarrassed.
And yeah, but no, I know I shouldn't be questioning things. Yeah, I don't think he's really that sorry. I think he still thinks. I'm getting the sense, and maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, but I'm getting the sense that he's still.
Yeah. Well, I wish the best for the girlfriend and the dad. They sound like they're a good couple.
Makes sense to me, I think. Like, because the 2 hours thing, seemed sus, and him being there with Rebecca sounded sus. But I will say, he only brushed on it, which was like, oh, there is some apparently underlying issues before this trip. Seems like because I feel like sometimes people do this, where they'll like have like a reset of like, it doesn't matter if you're having issues. Now we're going on a family trip and you're meeting my family, and this is a new experience, and whatever we had going on before, it doesn't matter because it's about this now. And so like, it makes sense that if they were having problems, and it doesn't sound like he's very intuitive to her needs and stuff. So her having extensive conversations with his dad kind of makes sense. Like, he's like, I don't know. But who knows, man.
Comments on this one. OP, I think my girl has daddy issues. Also OP. Proceeds to project a myriad of daddy issues. Dude, get a grip. Someone said, I can see why you are worried about your girlfriend falling for your dad. He seems like a gentleman. It's a pity the apple fell so far from the tree. Someone else said, this apple is in another freaking orchard. Someone said, wow, you are petty and passive-aggressive. I suggest losing that before you embark on another relationship.
Yeah, I think he let a good one go.
It sounds like it.
I mean, obviously, like, we only have a snapshot of a very small amount of this relationship, but, like, it sounds like she was, like, very considerate and like, invested in his family, and he was just, like, he couldn't get over this, like, one thing. But obviously, like, there's so much more to a relationship than what we know.
The underlying issues, though, that she's bringing up makes me wonder if, like, this is a pattern of behavior. Like, he's constantly criticizing her for, like, things that are kind of out of her control.
That's what I feel too. It feels like he's kind of picking up on a confirmation bias for his own insecurities, and like, it just, it's also very interesting. Like, and I think it makes even more sense that the dad was there for as long as he was, because if the story is true, which I think it is, the dad showed up with breakfast for his son and his son's partner. He's gone. And she's like, oh yeah, he didn't sleep here last night, and they have no idea where he is. Like, that's alarming. that's a red flag.
Right.
So it makes sense that the dad
And
would
we
be
don't
like,
even know where he went. He doesn't say.
yeah, he never clarifies where he went. Did he go to a hotel? Did he go to a hotel and then to a Panera Bread?
Oh, callback. Oh, callback.
Is that where love happens?
It's a cheating. That's where cheating happens. Panera Bread.
Panera Bread. Where cheating happens.
All right. Next story. This comes from relationship advice a couple days ago, also recent. I, 21-year-old woman, knitted a blanket for a friend, 22-year-old woman, and she sold it without me knowing. Another knitting story. We have learned here on Reddit stories that when you knit someone something,
bad things are
bad stuff. Throw away because I use my main account for my artwork and knit projects. I knitted a blanket with a very distinguishable design. It was my friend's favorite anime character and gave it as a gift. This was about a year ago. Today, I went to a classmate's flat to finish an art project we were working on for a class. Confusingly, I see the blanket on his bed. I know this is the blanket I made because I spent like 7 months with it, and the design is so specific because it's my own pattern. And I still ask him where he got it, and he said he bought it off of Facebook Marketplace. My jaw literally drops, and I can feel the tears forming in my eyes. I was really upset because not only did she give it away like it was nothing, but she also found a way to profit from my own hard work. I talked to my friend about this, and she admitted to it and apologized. She then told me it was out of desperation because her dog needed emergency surgery. I felt bad for her hearing that, but it was also hard for me to set aside my own frustrations. I'm at a loss for words to describe my emotions right now, and I can't begin to process how to go about from this situation. What would you guys do if you were in my shoes? How would you feel? I just need advice or some sort of validation, if ever. So luckily Kiana knows knitting very well. A project like OP's is describing can easily take months, and creating your own pattern is literally like taking an image down to the pixel level, doing a lot of math, switching yarn, etc. This is a labor of love.
Yeah.
So this person, like they said, they spent 7 months on something. Man,
tough situation.
That's tough. That's one of those gifts where it's like, man, you better know that friend is there forever, because that's a lot of pressure if someone does something like that for you.
And that, I wonder how much money that blanket went for, because like it sounds like a very unique, very special.
Facebook Marketplace, $75.
No.
I know.
I see it as like streetwear. I'm like 450, please.
Facebook Marketplace typically is like.
Yeah, because I think when you sell something that's like handmade like that, like obviously it doesn't compare to like mass-produced items. We're so used to having everything like this. I don't know, like a machine made this, and it's probably like $15 or something. But if like a person made this by hand, or there's probably a better example, like this, I guess.
A machine definitely.
Like a machine made this. If a person made this, it would take them hours. It would take them hours, and that would be labor that you'd have to pay for.
Right.
But it's like, you know, we're like, if we want to, like, would anybody pay? I mean, would people want to pay like $100 for this?
I think they're so popular because they're so cheap and so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say like.
Oh, I wish I got
I think
some shark
this is
tooth.
a couple, right? They didn't clarify how long.
Friends.
Okay, so they're friends.
Big pot.
I think that OP has a right to
Big
feel
pot?
those things. Like they can be upset, but also feel bad that this person needed the money for their pet. Because like that's true. That sucks. That's heartbreaking on all sides. And maybe when things are better, perhaps since that's still within their world, they can get the blanket back or something. But
yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It's so tough, and it wouldn't have gone well, I think. But like the communication of like calling up that friend, and be like, hey, like my dog needs emergency surgery. I'm desperate. I need this. I'm letting you know, like, I'm selling that thing you made for me. Like I said, that conversation would not go well. But would that be better than
Why is
this
side
crazy
part
options that she managed to
side
run
punching
into
so
the person
much
bought it on
faster?
Facebook Marketplace?
yeah, I mean, it just also doesn't take that long to notice, like, hey, that
thing is gone.
That blanket I made you isn't in your apartment anywhere.
Yeah, it's all very strange. I almost like think like this. Part of me thinks like, and I don't usually. I always assume these are real, But like, part of me is like, man,
Why
like,
are
you
some
would
of these,
notice
like,
that.
gravel?
Like, if you were like good friends with somebody,
And other
you
ones
would
are
kind of be like, oh, where's that?
like
Where's that
that.
blanket? But also, if I was that friend that sold the blanket, I would feel so much shame that I would be afraid to tell them.
I would totally.
Because it's like, yeah, you can't quantify the value of something like that.
Yeah, we don't know the locations of these friends, if they're maybe like hometown, college situation, whatever. They're very young. It does suck, you know. Let's see here, some comments. I would feel hurt. Your feelings are valid regardless of her reason behind why she sold it. This was a thoughtful gift that took you a lot of time, and that shouldn't be diminished. If there's any comfort in knowing it went to a good home, to someone who is enjoying it and displaying it proudly, I would focus on that. I've had to give away things that are sentimental, but I try to make sure they go to a good second home where they will be appreciated. Maybe she did that in this case. Someone said, if the sick dog is true, forgive her if you want, but never knit for her again. If you can't forgive her, it's okay to move on. Someone said, so I knit and I'm also a pet owner. I think you have the right to be hurt, but if the thing with her dog was a life or death situation, which is what I'm assuming it was if the dog needed emergency surgery, then I can't blame her for selling it. Once you give someone a gift, it's theirs to do with as they please. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision for your friend to make.
I think everything everybody said is true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
think
no
all of it is valid.
assholes here, maybe. I mean, there's still like the lack of communication, like of like, hey, like, I don't know how close these friends are.
Nobody is an asshole in this
Alright,
situation
I'm gonna break
she's
this.
just saying how she's feeling.
Yes, this
And
is
her
a
feelings are
useless
valid
amount of
here.
water.
I think if she went out of her way and said her friend's like the worst person on the planet, I'd be like, now you're maybe a bit of an asshole. Like, this is just a shitty situation. But there is an update.
Ooh, the dog's dead. Sorry.
Okay, I need to know what character this is. That's important.
Yeah, I want to know the anime.
Yeah, but she never mentions. Yeah, because if she mentions what character, it's gonna be too obvious to identify her.
True.
I think it's Light from.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's Light from Death Note. Thank you all for the overwhelming response. I don't have the time to respond to each and every one of you, but please know I have read almost all of them, and I appreciate the time you guys took to share your thoughts. To those asking, she did briefly mention to me that her dog went into surgery months ago. Obviously, she did not mention the cost or if she was strapped for cash. She just told me that everything thankfully went well. However, I will also not question the validity of this, as I assume veterinary surgeries can cost a fortune. She's my friend, and I choose to believe she did act out of desperation because she loves her dog, and I can't imagine her using him almost dying as a cover-up. If she did, then that is now between her and her maker, I suppose. It was all still fresh yesterday, but after I've gotten the time to sleep, I have a much clearer mind. Some of you think I had no empathy for her, which is honestly crazy. I initially thought she had profited from my work and just took the cash, but when we talked and she explained the situation, I obviously felt sorry that it had come to that, and I couldn't expect her to react in any other way. However, pardon me, I guess, for being human and trying to process how I also felt. At the time, I also couldn't help but think the blanket that I worked so hard on had no value to her, so much so that it was easy for her to let go, first amongst other things that she had probably kept. But many of you have helped me look at this in another perspective, and made me realize that she did see value in it somehow, to know it would be worth enough to save her dog. TLDR, I've decided to just let this go. I find solace in the thought that my work indirectly helped my friend get a second chance to be with her beloved dog, and now that same blanket sits pre-loved in someone else's home for them to enjoy. P.S. Yes, what a small world, LOL, but I'm from a big city where the inside joke is somebody knows somebody, considering we all go to the only arts uni in our city. Alright. Yeah, that's a pretty good ending.
I was expecting a really bad turn.
Yeah.
That it was like, okay, we're good.
It's I feel like an interesting topic is like how much effort to put into gifts for people sometimes, because that's a lot of pressure too. If it's someone's like, hey, I put 7 months of hard work into this, I'd be like, okay, holy shit, I have to keep this forever.
Yeah, and I would say I love, like, that's kind of one of my love languages, is like getting stuff for other people, and you're sometimes just not always going to get the response that you want, and that's kind of for you to kind of have to process and deal with. And like, honestly, this sounds like not the best case. It sucks that it was happening with a dog, but it's like, if there was ever a reason to sell a gift, you know.
It's my argument has always been the best gifts, consumables.
Yeah.
So like some sort of food, drink, candles. Candles. Incredible gift, because that way, if it's gone, you don't know if they used it or if they gave it away. You never know. You just never know. What's more pressure? Someone spending a ton of money on a gift or spending a ton of time on a gift? If it's relative to how much money they have, right?
Right.
Like, it's not like if you have a millionaire friend who's
Relatively expensive to the person.
yeah, like holy shit.
Like if the gift sucks.
I feel a pressure because I've received gifts that it was like, whoa, this is really nice.
It's like
Not something I would wear,
There we go.
but okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I keep it, and I still have it somewhere.
I enjoy getting gifts for people, but I do know that, and there's sometimes I'm like, oh, this is the perfect gift for this person. But I also I get in my head of like, I don't want them to feel pressure that they now have to get me a gift. And it starts this weird, I'm like, it's not supposed to be transactional.
Right.
It's supposed to be a gift. It's supposed to be, hey, I'm giving you this thing and then I don't care about the response. But there's a weird, trade-off for a lot of people with gifts, and that's a lot of politics for that.
That's true.
Next story. This comes from True Off My Chest. My fiance is reconsidering our marriage after visiting my home country. Interesting. To start,
did they visit America?
To start, I come from a small island in the Caribbean, part of the U.S. I moved to the U.S. 5 years ago, just after graduating university and landed a job here. Since day one, my fiance has been romanticizing what it is to live in a tropical paradise that is my country. I love my country and I was raised there, but it's not even close to a paradise. Of course it has its charms, but not close to that level. Well, we were planning our honeymoon and she wants to stay there for 2 weeks and travel around the island. I am not fond of that idea because I have seen it all and she wants to visit unsafe areas around the island. Her main point of attraction is a place that is in a huge musical video, but it's not a safe place for tourists. So I said, fine, let's just do a quick visit before our wedding so we can see what's going on. She immediately accepted, and 1 month later we traveled to my home country. She wasn't impressed, but I kept my mouth shut. We arrived at the place, and I already know today is a hot day to be there. I try to convince her, but she insists on going in. The locals are eyeing us, and my mind is screaming we should not be here. Not even 3 feet in, and 2 guys confronted us. She started talking, and her broken Spanish, parenthesis, sorry babe, just made things worse. I tried to calm down the situation, and we left soon after. I kept my mouth shut, even though I just wanted to tell her, I told you so, because this was stupid from the start. On our way back home, she didn't say a thing, even after I tried to open the conversation. Well, today, 1 week after we arrived, she left her ring at the nightstand with a note telling me she needs some time. I fear this might be the end of it all. She never does this kind of thing.
Puerto Rico?
Hold on, really quick. The top comment is, she built her future based on Despacito?
Yeah. For real. He was like, it's part of the U.S. It's like Caribbean island. I was like, this is Puerto Rico. Then it was like, she saw it in a music video. I was like,
Dude, she tried saying the lyrics to Despacito to the locals to get it to make good. Oh no, that's like
or Bad Bunny.
What?
It's either Despacito or Bad Bunny.
What fantasy world are you living
And someone
in?
responded to that saying, hold up, this was in Puerto Rico. She bypassed all the beaches, the mountains, Old San Juan, the food, Culebra and Vieques, and other islands, the food, and dumped him over the location of that video? Nah, man. OP needs to block her on everything from now to eternity. She only loved the idea of him having an exotic boyfriend. You know what? I also just want to point out, like, what an awful pitch for a honeymoon. It's like, hey, for our honeymoon, let's go to your hometown.
She was romanticizing.
I mean, like, this place I grew up in, I don't want to go back. And he's saying, I don't want to go back.
Yeah, I mean, like, on a lot of those, like everyone has these like romantic ideas of like Caribbean islands, like vacations, but there's like so much poverty in most of those areas, and a lot of times like people are relegated to the resorts, where it's like intentionally kept nice because the locals are kept out of there.
Also, music videos like is not real.
I know.
It's like, bro, there's lights, there's color editing. It is not what you think it is. I also think it's really messed up that like he literally was born there and she just was not valuing his insight. Like, ugh.
No, she didn't trust him, which is
She's like, no, Despacito knows.
Daddy Yankee would not do me wrong.
You know, though, it brings up a good point, which is like, you know, is social media travel culture kind of creating false expectations for certain countries? Because as you pointed out, and I've heard this from other people too, and also just reading about it, of like, yeah, a lot of those islands, we think of like the tourist parts of it, which are pretty much like, you know, it's this glamorized small sections.
Yeah.
And we think that's the whole place, and it's not true. And I feel like social media always gives a false idea of anything.
Yeah, Bali. Bali's a big one. Really? Like, it's, you know, I mean, I guess I shouldn't generalize, but yeah, we all have like this false sense, and it's not like, look, everywhere is dangerous. We're not saying like if you go to an island, it's like scary and there's crime. There's crime everywhere. There's violence everywhere.
No, but they're not exactly advertising every aspect of a place.
Right.
Like,
you just have to be smart about it. Like, it's not like a fantasy island. Like, there's poverty. There's
right.
And I think the social media aspect is true, but I think this person, I think she's just not on, like, she's on another planet.
Oh yeah,
she's very, like, the fact that she was like ignoring OP's like, hey, this is not a good idea, okay, fine, walking up to this area and locals are immediately having a problem with it, and her being like, no, and like trying to speak language is like, so you really have like no regard for like what reality might be outside of what's serving you.
She has no respect for her fiance.
Yeah.
Like, this is where he's from, and she's like, no, I'll handle this.
Yeah.
It's giving Valentina. It's giving, I want my fantasy. This is not serving my fantasy. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I think the comment with the exotic boyfriend is wild, but probably not inaccurate.
Yeah, someone else said, sounds like she was fetishizing you and your home country. Either way, it's not your fault. You did what you were supposed to do. Someone else responded to that saying, absolutely she was fetishizing him. And also clearly has no clue that life in the Caribbean is nothing like an all-inclusive resort. Someone else said, let her go. It looks like she was in love with the romanticized idea of having the potential to live on a tropical island or so. Then her idea busted. If she was really loving you, this experience would not affect the personal relationship with you. There's a tweet here. Proof that Instagram influencers have ruined everything. My hopes and dreams were shattered when I found out the water at the gates of heaven is actually just a piece of glass under an iPhone. Yeah. So.
I've heard some like sketch stuff about Bali, but I mean, like, whatever, man. Like,
well, I think the thing is this: don't trust what you see on Instagram.
Yeah.
People fake all sorts of shit. Not only are people touching up their faces and their bodies, they're touching up the environment.
Yeah.
They're making shit not what it is. And the reality is, like, what we're talking about is, whenever we think of something as a paradise, it's like, no, it's a country. A country includes everything.
Yeah.
Every country in the world includes something of everything. There's no such thing as a paradise. That's
otherwise everyone would be living.
Like, let's go there. No, it does exist. It's called Tallahassee, Florida.
Okay.
There's an update. Very quick.
Oh.
Okay. She called off the engagement. I don't know what to do. Probably just drink while I play some Halo with the boys before crying myself to sleep. Let's see ya. Yeah, no, that's a happy ending for that guy. Happy ending for that guy.
Slate.
This episode is brought to you by Factor. It's a busy time of the year, and going to the grocery store, prepping your own food, and trying to eat healthy is really tough. Here.
Fuck off, man.
Fine jewelry for every day. Handcrafted and fine.
Don't care enough.
The place where all the worst ones go. Apparently, I have heard that these people should break up, is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I'll be the judge of that.
That's usually the consensus on all of these.
Usually. Am I the asshole for asking my wife to think about the long-term implications of her birth plan? Throw away because my friends know my main. I know dudes get ripped in here for posting their opinions about birth, but I think this is an important opportunity for my wife, and I'm posting because I believe the situation is nuanced and she's not hearing me out. It's a 34-year-old man. My wife, Beth, 28, is 33 weeks pregnant. We're both very ready for this baby to come. My mom is super hands-on with my entire family. My two brothers' wives are very close with her, but Beth has just never really clicked the way the other two did. I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me that my wife seems disinterested in getting closer with my mom and my sister-in-laws. For all 5 of the births of my sister-in-laws, my mom's 3 births, they were all unmedicated. It is clearly a point of pride for all of them at having done it naturally. My mom said she chose to do it because she didn't want me and my brothers born doped up, and she wanted to experience the full spectrum of becoming a mother. Beth, on the other hand, is very fearful of birth and has talked to our doctor about being
Yeah,
medicated.
you can die doing that. People have died doing
Out
that.
of it at such a critical moment.
So,
But these
no,
things-
it's
but those
not your
concerns fell on
body.
deaf ears when I raised them.
It's her
I felt
body.
very excluded during the discussion around pain management, and neither Beth nor our
Don't
doctor
know what
were
to tell you.
receptive
It's
to my
as
ideas.
simple as
My
that.
mom
The
was
sky is
asking me about
blue.
the birth plan of the day,
And I'm
and I
fat
don't know
as
why I
shit.
did this. But I
It's
just sort of
not
and told her that Beth was
uncommon
going for it
knowledge.
the
It's
all natural
it's
way,
just how
like
that
she and
is.
my sister-in-laws have. To say my mom freaked out with happiness is an understatement. She was thrilled that Beth was open to experiencing the full range of motherhood, and this might sound crazy, but I think if Beth shared this rite of passage with my mom and sister-in-laws, they might finally gel. I told Beth about my slip-up to see if she'd be open to changing her mind, given how this could serve as a critical bonding experience for them to share.
Yeah, you're a
And she also
slip up. You
about how
lie. You
she wasn't
lie.
going to compete with my mom and sister-in-laws during her birth. She emphasized that it was her birth again and again, which I don't think is fair because it will be an experience we both go through. Just differently. I was just trying to get her to see that there was an opportunity for her to create some sisterhood with the women of my family. I wasn't dictating or even pressuring her. I just thought she would want to know how happy it made my mom. She told me she didn't give a fuck about sisterhood, which was very intense because Beth does not swear. I wasn't trying to...
Yeah?
It's almost like this is important to her.
I wasn't trying to upset her. I just think she would be wise to see the potential long-term implications of not having this shared experience with my mom and sister-in-laws. But Beth has been furious to the point of not speaking to me for several days, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm in the wrong, even if I was trying to help. Am I the asshole?
You know, it's almost like, you know, maybe having the child would be something that they could bond over, not the pain of having one.
Yeah.
I don't understand, like, why he thinks that, like, the pain is necessary.
Well, he's getting ripped open too.
I know. The poor guy used to suffer so much.
Babe, listen. Beth, sit down.
Don't swear.
Please don't swear. I know that you're going through a lot, but I want you to know, like, my emotional is getting...
Kidding, yeah. Just kidding. My emotional is getting...
My emotional...
He's like, I'm doing it the natural way.
Yeah.
Sticks in a
Remember,
tour.
we are pregnant.
You know what's interesting though? Something I just want to point out. Like, this isn't the first time in Reddit stories that a family has a tradition that is just kind of confusing for me.
And
I mean,
yeah, it's so odd that it's a family tradition being put on in-laws who are not connected to this family outside of their relationship with someone in the family. So
it's like
just
the,
want to sleep again just to make sure.
Remember that where it's like, well, this is a tradition my family has. It's like, well, cool. I'm not technically like. That's their tradition. That's fine, but.
And when it gets down to the nitty gritty, bodily autonomy, my guy, like her body, her pregnancy, her birth. I also I'm a little hung up on the mom is like fixated on the idea of this baby being loopy when they're born, like, oh my god, that's such a big deal. Like, that baby's not gonna remember that.
Also, like, what even is like natural birth? Like, are you going out to the fucking woods to like push this thing out and you're gonna rip the umbilical cord off with your teeth? Does the mom have like some fucking degree? Does she know that like giving the mother drugs is gonna drug the baby?
No, he points out that the doctor is clearly on his wife's side.
Right.
And he's like, this friggin' dumb doctor's not receptive either.
Well, also, like, emotions are not facts. This story is him saying, I lied to my mom about what my partner is doing, and then tried to convince my partner to go along with the lie. That's not just like going along with the lie, it's putting your body through a very significantly more painful experience.
Yeah. Or like even there could be an even more insidious intention here, where he told the mom she was gonna do it naturally so that they can both gang up on her and be like,
right.
You're gonna be natural, right? It's gonna be natural, right?
It's such a strange. He keeps saying like feeling the full range of motherhood.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot of weird.
An epidural or whatever you need in a pregnancy does not invalidate the experience at all. Like, you are still
Alright, so that
very
does-
much a mother if you have a C-section.
Does have everything.
If you get the epidural, like, if you have a surrogate, that is still your baby. Obviously, pregnancy institutions, everyone's a surrogate, but, like, you're a mother no matter what. Like, that is your baby.
Yeah, I need the
She tried.
wood.
Yeah, all natural, babe. I'm gonna be all natural, and then she had the epidural. Like, what's the good in that?
It's I don't know. I feel like I hear people talk a lot about like motherhood and parenting, and they just refer to like that first like the birth and the first couple of years of raising a baby, of being a parent. I'm like, being a parent's a lifetime thing. Like whether you're gonna be a good mom or dad that's that child's whole life into adulthood, and how you are a parent throughout their entire life.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's like the full range of motherhood. But
Yeah, to say like, oh, you have to have pain during, you have to like go through this like traumatic, like horrible pain in order to like bond with other women on motherhood. It's just, it's so like, so much. There's so much before and after the actual like event that like women have to deal with.
I feel
So it's
like, and this is probably a little bit of a spicy take, where like I feel like people put so much on the pregnancy and having a baby, and then like postpartum depression is really tough, and it's like it's like we put too much pressure on women in a lot of those situations, and yeah, it's not just having a baby. You are raising a human. That is a blip in the situation. And also, I'm pretty sure there's a scientific fact of like women tend to forget like the physical pain, like their body does not remember how painful it was to give birth, because in like when a species is reproducing, they don't want your body to remember the pain because they want you to keep reproducing.
what I will also say is like I think this also falls in line with a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
Kind of this whole thought where we forget that we're in a modern society where we've like kind of
Wait, I got tons of food. I got.
Childbirth is super dangerous, and I think they have this thought of like.
I'm bringing almost nothing with me.
Everything's gonna work out because that's.
Because I can't do much in stage 0.
Yeah, no. This mom is fixated on the idea of all of this.
It's like, I wish I was born in another time. It's like, well, if you were born in another time, you might have died before you were 1 year old. So,
yeah, well, a Krispy Kreme donut would have killed you. Like that's the reality.
Hearing Despacito would have blown your mind open. So I think we know how the comments are going to go here. You're the asshole. Your complete and utter selfishness is so overwhelming that I had to take a break while reading this post. You and your wife will be experiencing this birth differently because you'll be sitting on your judgmental ass while your wife's body is forever transformed. You're a whole partner in parenting, but regardless of what
it's
mom
just
told
right
you,
there.
the hours you spend laboring aren't even close to the full range of motherhood, so take a
And it's
seat.
the lesser one,
He
too.
responded, I appreciate
like
that
the
we will have very different
crazier
roles and experiences
side.
of the birth. All I meant was I'm seeing the holistic experience as something we create together because we made this child together and will love this child together. Certainly we have different roles in the process. She's more the quarterback and I'm more the coach.
The coach? The coach? That's funny.
Yeah, you're more like
The coach.
You're the recruiter.
So
You
I
got
know-
the sperm, and then that's it. She did everything.
So I know she's the one working while I'm the one strategizing. Oh god.
No!
Shit.
Stop! There's already enough like objectification in football. Like these guys are just stats and numbers that are being subjected to concussions all the time. You're not the f***ing coach of your wife.
For football fans, he's the Urban Meyer of dad coaches. Someone's gonna get it. He's a really shitty coach.
Ah, fuck.
You're the asshole. This is a
I forgot to shield.
Influencers are now.
Well, I'm gambling here, so fine.
Did we influence?
into her saying you should go through major surgery without any anesthesia. She is giving birth, not you. You are not equal partners in this. You are a spectator
Okay, so
while
I
she
could
is
do
doing all of
that
the work.
for
So you get zero say in how she chooses to
somewhat
do it. At this
defense.
point, you should consider yourself lucky if she allows you to be in the hospital room at all. OP responded, by the way, that earlier one, negative minus 690 downvotes.
The OP's.
OP's
Reply.
OP responded to this comment.
I just need to
I don't think that's
turn
an accurate
180.
analogy. Women have been giving birth for thousands of years unmedicated. Pain management for surgery accounts for something unnatural occurring, i.e. cutting open a chest cavity. I know she's the one doing the work. I just feel like we are better off approaching as a team
that
effort.
cheap
So we
was
should
a thing, I guess.
3,121 downvotes.
Yeah.
Nothing.
That's some of the most downvotes I think I've ever seen.
Oh, women were burned at the stake because we thought they were witches. They should be able to handle pain.
I'm not a historian. I think a historian would say that is actually incorrect. Yeah, for thousands of years they were finding ways to probably.
Yeah, they probably like gave women like brandy, like
Yeah.
they did all.
Dude, they were doing way worse stuff. They would stick their thumb in the whiskey bottle and put the thumb in the baby's mouth. Like shit was different then.
I think like this is, and I'm not. I also don't agree with the take. Like we shouldn't let stupid people reproduce, but like this is what happens when stupid people say shit online. That it's just like you literally have like no idea like what a traditional birth is and like the dangers that come with it. You have this, like we said already, the romanticized idea of like a natural birth.
It's also very clear that his kids are gonna fucking hate him. I know it already.
He's like, I'm going to prom too. I'm going to prom just as much as you are, son.
Someone else said,
should be
you're the
fine.
asshole. Birth mortality is high enough. Why do you want to risk making your wife a statistic? OP responded, I would never. I would do anything in the world to make sure she and my soon-to-be son are well. That's why I started this convo with her to begin with. 206 downvotes. So OP was responding a lot. We have a bunch of responses. No
Let's hear 'em.
context. Let's just.
Linorama,
We get
let's
the
go.
idea of what's probably happening. I have done extensive reading on natural ways to control pain and ensure the baby makes it out with minimal damage to my wife. So I don't think
Minimal
it's just I have
damage.
the value to
You
I have
could
no
do
value to
no damage.
1,330 downvotes. That's
You
a
know,
joke.
like any other
Somehow
fucking
very chose
person.
with minimal damage done to my wife.
I rolled a d20 on birth.
I
Bro.
see many ways to ensure zero pain.
How do you do minimal
Alright,
damage?
so when I get back, I gotta
I'm
go
just
around
picturing
the
like it's a
river 'cause it
diagram
makes
of
no
like a baby
difference.
in the womb, and he's got like lines with like X's.
Yeah, he's doing the
like,
coach,
So this is
he's
the
doing the
muscle you
playbook.
should.
I
It's
am-
like you will never know. And one thing I'll say really quick is
Okay,
like,
then-
it's like I never want to make my wife a statistic. He is by making her take part in a tradition because of the idea of it, simply because of these previous people who have done it too.
Yeah.
Like it is all ego. It is so much ego.
It's control too. He's
Yeah.
super controlling and shitty. Another one. I know this is all from him. I know death is dangerous, but it's the physical aspect of the birth that's dangerous, not the experience of the pain. I'm confused why you're equating pain with danger. The 1,919.
I'm confused why you're
She is
expecting
the
pain with
patient,
danger.
So is my child.
D-
Doesn't that at least
what?
50% say?
Do you think death is just painless?
This guy is
I mean, in
wild.
some cases, but not in all cases.
I have definitely done the homework. I feel like I could deliver this baby myself at this point.
Oh, God.
Bro, you couldn't.
Is this a troll?
You couldn't. You couldn't.
No, I think he's just
Get kicked in the nuts. Get kicked in the nuts at least in a minimum of 5 times.
He's letting it the
In a row.
mask slip.
Here's the
Each
last
one harder than the
I'm not a
last.
doctor, but at this point I've read
Okay.
enough and watched enough YouTube videos that I could deliver this stuff myself.
YouTube?
I did not make this suggestion without doing
Damn,
my
YouTube
homework on
suggestions?
pain mitigation
What are you gonna
techniques,
do?
Meditation, breathing, aromatherapy, massage, and affirmation.
Put gambling in it? What do you mean?
Not require medication.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Just about 3,000 downvotes. Holy shit. Look, guys, I'm telling you, and I keep telling my wife, I have learned ways to make sure my does not hurt. and she just will not listen to me.
Bro, just breathe.
It does. Mine never hurts.
Just with. That's it.
Or pass a kidney stone or something. Pass a kidney stone about as big as your waist. I think it's bigger as the waist. I don't know.
This is up there.
I don't know anything about childbirth. It's not my forte to think of. But if I had to guess, it would be.
He's set in his ways.
Dude, do you know how many pictures of the diagram of the vagina he probably looked at before he had sex for the first time, and he's like, I will know what the clitoris is.
Okay.
Moving on from that guy, please. Am I the asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend over the Barbie movie?
Oh, not the Barbie movie.
I hope you're watching it.
We know it had to happen out there. I literally don't know what to do right now, and I
hell
feel
is
so helpless
this?
turning to Reddit for advice/validation. But 3 days ago, my boyfriend and I went
This
to go
is
see the Barbie
something.
movie. I've been really excited as I'm a huge Greta Gerwig
fucking
fan, and my
horse.
boyfriend likes Ryan Reynolds. Okay, I
Oh,
think that's a
right here.
typo.
This is the
I don't think that
Darklands.
they actually think Ryan Reynolds is in it. I think she meant to say Ryan
Gosling,
Gosling.
yeah.
So, okay, but that is a funny thought.
Yeah.
Mid-movie.
Why would it not be this one?
Where's Deadpool?
It not. Okay.
Other than him being in the movie, my boyfriend didn't know anything else about it. I, on the other hand,
Right.
was aware of its feminist themes and was secretly hoping my boyfriend would get the message. Over the duration of the movie, I could tell he was getting more and more uncomfortable/upset, and I was getting really sad, both from the movie and his reaction. And I knew we would end up having a conversation about it afterwards. He didn't talk to me until we got in the car. He then told me that he was really offended by the movie and said that it was the kind of thing I should have watched with my girlfriends and not him. I understood where he was coming from, but I'm not going to even start explaining why I disagreed. We have been having problems with his weird comments about women, the LGBTQ community, and other stuff. He would deem it bitch shit.
Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude!
I feel like, why wasn't that the line for you? like
shit.
This dude's red pilled. If he's saying that, oh, this guy is red pilled so hard.
Okay.
Maybe it was a long time coming, but this was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was tired of having to always deal with his attitude and disrespect, and was also maybe on this girl power high. So I told him it was over. The complicated part is this: he lived with me. He has been in between serving jobs, and since he was my freaking boyfriend, I let him move in with me 6 months ago. Living with him is a whole other story, but I couldn't take it anymore, and I had him leave my apartment the next day. I stayed at my friend's house while he packed up his stuff. He said he understood and that he didn't want to live with me another second anyways. I assumed he had a place to go, but apparently he didn't. His brother called me a few hours ago saying he's MIA. His friends are blowing up my phone saying the same thing. I feel like this is all my fault. No one has heard from him in 24 hours. I did think it was weird when I came home and all the food in the fridge was gone. All the batteries in our electronics drawers were gone. He took my phone charger and half the blankets. I know now he did not in fact have anywhere to go, or a car. He had been using mine since his engine busted last month. The worst part is we still have his location, and it's saying he is 2 states away. I don't know how he got there. I can't believe this is all because of a freaking Barbie movie.
Okay.
It was not because of the Barbie movie.
He does
It was not because of the Barbie movie.
Well,
I mean, come on.
To do with I'm running away from home.
No, he's being
and
Ken.
but he's like, oh, is that what Ken does?
Yeah, so Ian unfortunately has not seen the Barbie movie at this point.
In my defense, I also haven't seen Oppenheimer.
Okay.
Yeah, polar opposite.
Also, I don't watch that bitch shit.
So he's literally being Ken. He's having a Ken moment, and that's very clear to me.
I would be scared.
Yeah.
For him or her?
For her.
I'm scared for her. I'm also scared for him. He just seems off the rails.
I feel like he's doing his going out to the woods kind of thing,
doing that red pill
shit. Nature.
Yeah, I mean, taking batteries is that's. I'm sorry, but that's weird. People remember we've heard stories of people who sell batteries for quick cash. Maybe he got a bus ticket or a train ticket.
My interpretation is he probably got on a bus and he's just going. He's doing the Incredible Hulk thing. He's just hitchhiking down the road.
Yeah. He's on a
He's
journey.
all emotion. He is truly doing the Ken thing.
Yeah.
Some comments here. Ryan Reynolds isn't in Barbie.
Yeah.
Someone said, you can break up for any reason you want to, and he is a big boy who can take care of himself.
Yeah.
Someone said, he's MIA by choice. You got his location, so his phone is working. He's just refusing to answer. I doubt he had nowhere to go. Sounds as if a lot of people are texting you. If he got 2 states away with all the things taken from your place, someone had to pick him up. I don't see anyone stopping for a man holding his thumb up for a ride carrying loads of crap with him. Update.
Oh.
Yeah, the update. I broke up with my boyfriend over the Barbie movie. Yeah, it wasn't over the Barbie movie. It sounds like this guy was a lot of problems and...
I don't know, he seems like a pretty well-rounded guy.
Yeah, he seems pretty chill. Hi everyone. I know everyone says this, but I really didn't expect this to blow up. I'm a little embarrassed, but in light of everything I've learned over the past 24 hours, I'm once again oversharing on Reddit. Before anything else, I wrote that post in a frenzy of panic and guilt. With a clearer head, I can recognize that yes, we broke up because we were incompatible and I was at my limit. not because of a movie. Some people were saying I maybe needed the Barbie movie more than he did since I was clearly dating a bigot, and to that I agree. I was convinced I loved him, but I think I just didn't really understand my value/feel deserving of someone better. I've learned my lesson, and as a woman of color, will never let myself be treated like that again. My biggest regret is that my loved ones had to endure him as well. Well, I've been cheated on before, but I usually find out and then we break up. Since I found out about my ex's cheating after I broke up with him, I'm not exactly torn up about it. I feel like I skipped the questioning and sadness and went straight to the over it. But since I have everyone's attention, I'm just gonna put him on blast right now. I can confidently say his beliefs were the worst part about him, and I'm not extremely surprised that he didn't respect me enough to be loyal. But the way I found out was actually kind of funny. His brother has been keeping me semi-updated on the missing Ken situation. But I haven't really been asking any questions other than how he and his family are doing. They're not mad at me as they are aware of the situation. His brother even thanked me for taking care of him for as long as I did. He texted me this morning around 9 saying we don't need to worry anymore because he's at their cousin's house in Colorado Springs. Then, around 12 in the afternoon, I got multiple calls from a friend of his saying that he heard from my ex. This friend sucks so much, I'm not even going to get into it. I supremely regret giving him my number. He was obviously under the influence of some sort, not to judge, but literally 12 p.m. at this point, and he's telling me stuff like, he is literally so much happier now that you let him go, and that he just felt bad for me, and that I was charity work. And then he said, now he can be with his man for real. His name, getting some real pussy now. Literally pause. I asked him to clarify, and he gave me that, oh shit, hot laughing guy thing they do when they say something they weren't supposed to. Then he said, F me, and hung up. The potentially craziest part that's been getting to me is that he is definitely at his cousin's house. His brother confirmed. I think I'm going crazy because I've seen his cousin on his Insta feed before, and she's literally stunning. He said she's his second cousin, and I don't really know how related they are. If this is real, I can't even comprehend what this means. If it's not real, I don't know, but I think it's the perfect ending to this story. I'm not going to update anymore after this because I feel like I'm already going to regret this update, but final notes, he must have taken all this stuff from the house out of spite. I found out he took the batteries from the remotes and my hair blow dryer too. I don't know how he got to his cousin's house, I didn't ask, or what happened to my Dyson Airwrap, but maybe his cousin/girlfriend is using it now. In the spirit of Barbies, you can have it, I guess. And yes, I know I said Ryan Reynolds when it was Ryan Gosling. Like that one comment said, facial blindness is real. That's all.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, I guess he just
This is the
needed to
Dark
find
Land.
somebody that he had more in common with.
Like DNA?
DNA,
Yeah. Holy crap.
Wow.
That is, I don't think that's an epic Ken moment, because Ken would not f his cousin.
This guy's worse than Ken. Top comment. Did not see this coming. What a conundrum. Spelled with a K.
Oh, funny.
Alright,
Someone
it's
else said,
going
what is
down.
Alabama?
Yeah.
Someone said, so he's a bigot, thief, and potentially a cousin f***er. You didn't dodge a bullet. You dodged a cannonball.
Yeah.
A cannonball.
A cannonball. Someone said, girl, you better file a police report over that Dyson. Those things are $600.
Yeah. He's definitely not blow drying his nards with it, I'll tell you that.
It's a good callbacks.
Wow, that's a lot, bro.
Yeah, I truly think it's actually an insult to Ken to compare this guy to Ken.
Yeah. Not,
Ken is naive, but he's not.
no. But he's got a good heart, yeah.
Not evil on this level.
I think it's great that like a movie can like show people's like true colors
Yes.
and like kind of like
the Barbie movie is absolutely
The Barbie test.
It's a great like litmus test for
Yeah.
It truly
We're
is.
not a fan of the wife test, but we are a fan of the...
I think the Barbie test is valid. I think if you're dating, if you are a woman dating a man and you question whether he's a good guy or not, and whether it could work, go see the Barbie movie or watch it at home together and be like,
what'd you think?
What'd you
Yeah.
think?
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of stuff now where like if you see somebody get triggered by some media and like you know use the W word, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's the W word?
It's got to be a challenge for women to avoid like
Witch?
stuff.
Is that what it
I mean,
is?
at least it gets right out there in the front, you know, like
It sucks, like...
a red flag.
Yeah, I don't know why people are like... I when I was really young, had a boyfriend that like gave like Marika vibes. And I sometimes feel like they have to just accept their partner's beliefs because of whatever reason. It's like, no, if you, like, we need some critical thinking. We need some few steps ahead thinking of, like, do you want to spend the rest of your life hearing that? Like,
Well, her mistake was, I mean, she was going to this movie thinking, like, oh, maybe this will kind of change him. But no, he is who he is.
So,
if he's saying
after it's done, just go that way for a little bit, and then just go straight. As soon as you look this way, it goes straight.
In a relationship, you cannot expect that to happen. And you certainly can't do it.
Okay.
And change can take a long-ass time. Look, maybe 30 years from now, this guy might be different. He might go, yeah, I was a horrible person when I was young. But we don't know that, and you can't bank on that. You need to move on. And thankfully, she has moved way the hell on.
yeah, maybe when him and his cousin have kids, or nieces or nephews, or whatever you call them, maybe then he'll learn.
Would Little Women have been a better Greta Gerwig movie for her to send him to, or would that have been one?
She would have figured it out quicker, probably.
Yeah. All right, last story.
Okay.
This one's a little lighter than these previous. Today I fucked up by accepting an invitation to a concert. This morning a cute girl invited me to a concert saying, my brother and I have an extra ticket to this concert tonight. I have hung out with them a few times and I've been meaning to ask her out, so I was totally on board. That being said, I don't like the band or even the genre of music, but it was worth it to hang out with her for several hours. I talked to the brother to confirm details and we decided to carpool since the venue is 2 hours away. When he picked me up,
Just a zombie?
it was only him and a
Come
random
on.
dude I didn't know in the car.
I mean, more than
Turns out
that.
He had a date elsewhere tonight and was trying to get someone to take her ticket. And I didn't find this out until I was too late to bail without being an asshole. No. TLDR, spent 12 hours going to a concert of a band I don't like for a girl because she pawned her ticket off on me so she was free to go on a date. Her brother was chill though. Edit. For those asking, the brother and I are both straight. Sorry to disappoint. It was a country concert. Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll.
Sounds like it'd be like country rap.
Yeah, look, this is light. This shit happens. If the phrasing is what she said of my
Okay, something died over there.
to this concert tonight, then
What happened?
he was going with her and him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
But she also probably doesn't know that he's into her.
I mean, the way she queued it up
There's
is
a
kind of
zombie.
dishonest. Because like Angela sometimes has extra tickets to stuff, but she's very clear, like, hey, these are my friends or whoever's tickets. Do you want them to take somebody else? Like, you got to be clear on those points.
That's true.
I don't think there's anything wrong with like not being a fan of the music and wanting to go to something because you're interested in this person's interests and you are interested in them. I don't think that's dishonest to an alarming degree, but that's what sounds like. She was way more dishonest.
So, someone said, no way, that's rude. As soon as I found out, I would have left the car. OP responded, I should mention that the brother's chill, but doesn't have many
hearing that,
friends,
yep.
and he wasn't complicit. He
Seems
thought I
like
knew
he's
I was
right
taking
under
her
me.
ticket. So I didn't want to bail on him at the last minute. Someone else said, did you have to pay for the ticket? He said, luckily no, it only cost me my Saturday. Someone said, is the brother
Pussy.
single? Totally thought it was going to turn out that it was the brother that had a crush on him. And then someone else said, who is to say that that still isn't the case?
I think OP's kind of a chill dude. Like, he seems like really nice.
like
and
No,
he's
oh,
girl and her
fuck.
brother. I'm like, I kind of love that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
fuck
too bad. I
me.
mean, especially to get switcherooed and then also find out that she did that to go on a date with somebody else.
Yeah.
That's like the
Pretty devastating.
Yeah.
Crash and
that
burn.
hurts.
Rough. I wonder if Jelly Roll has a song about that.
Yeah, maybe he heard a song that he
Alright,
really
fuck
resonated that was called like,
Okay.
when he lies to you and sends you to a concert with her brother.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're saying your brother to a concert with a guy that's a lie.
When you're giving birth unmedicated.
When you're f***ing your cousin and I
When you don't want to watch that bitch shit, Barbie.
When you cover a football in your own shed and you throw it at kids on the other side.
That's a
Shit.
That's it. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, flannel boys.
Look, by the time
Flannels.
Shit. God damn it.
together,
I'm tired of doing
comes
that.
out, you need to watch the Barbie movie.
I want to see.
Ah,
I want to see
goddamn
the
it.
Barbie movie. But like right now, it's like it's like available, but you have to buy it. You can't rent it.
Ian, you watched Twitches before you watched the Barbie movie.
Yeah, but I didn't pay for that. If we review Barbie on the We Watch, then because Smosh will pay for it.
It's too good to criticize.
Like I'm not gonna pirate. I'm not gonna steal money out of Greta Gerwig's pocket. That wouldn't be very feminist of me.
Let us know what other subreddits and themes you'd like us to cover on this show, and we will see you next Saturday for more
Is there one that isn't just a goddamn zombie? Could something else appear from the World War?
Hi, we're the Woodmans. I'm Clint. I'm Phil, saving you big time money on healthy.
I get it, but I need beings right now.
Welcome back to more
I need things that are alive. There was like one thing alive and it got murked by like a zombie.
Garrett, hello.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome to the show.
Hello, traveler.
So today's theme, as just said by Lydia, is travel, because you are probably some of the most, like, the biggest travelers, I'd say, out of all Smosh. You guys have been around the world. You both have stories from all sorts of countries and stuff. It's so cool to hear about. Do you guys have a favorite place you've ever traveled to, out of all the places?
That's such a hard question, Shane.
Sorry.
It's a really tough question.
Give a place that you love.
I love Beirut.
Beirut?
Yes. It was one of my favorite places. Yeah, I spent 3 months there. I loved it.
Garrett, you specifically, it's so funny because it's never just like, oh, I went there for a week. It's like,
where the hell are they?
5 months. That's every story.
If I have time, I'll just spend it there somewhere else.
I got 3 months.
I got 3 months.
All right.
I'm over. Yeah.
I was born in China, so I love going back to China because a lot of my family's there, and I love the food, and everyone looks like me, so that's really nice. I also love Italy.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear some travel stories. First up, am I the asshole for taking off my shoes on a flight?
Yeah.
Was this written by Ian? Recently, I traveled to another country to attend a metal concert. The flight was going to be 1.5 to 2 hours. I only had a carry-on with me, but I wanted to wear my knee-high Doc Martens. They are heavy, big, and wouldn't fit in my carry-on, and even if they did, they'd be awkward to carry. But I also didn't fancy sitting in them for the duration of the flight in a small space. So I made sure they didn't smell by preventatively spraying them with shoe spray before I left home. When I sat down in my seat, I took my shoes off and put on fresh socks. My shoes were under my legs. They weren't bothering anyone. A lady was about to sit next to me, and she saw that I didn't have any shoes on, and she freaked out, called me disgusting, etc. I tried explaining that I had clean socks, but she demanded I put my shoes back on. I refused. She called the stewardess, and I explained again. The stewardess told her there was nothing she could do because I wasn't breaking any rules. The lady was huffing and puffing all throughout the flight. She also filmed me when she was berating me, so who knows, it may be online by now. But I tried to ignore her and just put my headphones on. The lady even complained about this when we were giving our passports, and they ignored her as well. I told my friends about this, and they're kind of divided. Some agree with me, and some say it's kind of gross, and I could have been more accommodating and put my shoes on. Am I the asshole for taking my shoes off?
I mean, it was clean,
look, at
but
the end of the day, the steward
they were
said
just
you're fine. Yeah, so you're fine.
And they went through a
God,
lot.
all night?
Yeah. There was no smell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I thought it was just like, oh, I just took my shoes off because it hurt.
Look, if I'm sitting next to someone on a plane and take their shoes off, even if it's stinky, I'm like, that's your seat, that's your space.
I don't care. You do your thing.
All right. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
your
it's
seat,
because it's
I
only an
guess.
hour and a half flight.
Yeah, it's a short flight too, relatively. It's 10 hours, but also that's more likely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, those long 10, 12-hour flights, that's when you really just want to get...
Wait, do you wear your shoes on a 10 to 12-hour flight?
I've taken them off. If it's a flight where you're falling asleep,
Yeah.
or aiming for it,
Yeah.
or calling a cab.
What the hell?
Do you take your shoes off?
No, god damn it. Why do I do that?
I actually don't too often. I don't know why.
I usually wear the like if I'm wearing Doc Martens, sure.
You wore shoes.
You can eat at least.
I might have what I often sometimes do is I just will loosen the laces and just kind of loosen them.
Yeah.
So that they're not as compressed, but
your feet puff up.
Yeah.
This is what I did.
That's annoying.
That's the move.
Yeah.
That's actually really annoying.
Yes.
I've seen that too.
Yeah, that's nice.
That happened.
Leave my shoes on.
But ultimately, the person who sucks here is a lady who's
Yeah.
and also you're
Just
filming
bugging
the guy
out.
sitting there.
So weird.
What? Maybe that lady has something with, is really
Jesus, the particles on the rain. That could relax a little bit.
This will turn me on too much.
That's how you get. That's how you get that guy to put his shoes back on. Is you sit down and you just look at him and you just go. And he's like, all
Come
right.
on. They already are decreased.
When you fly,
Jesus,
you're traveling
man.
in a fart-filled
This is
aluminum
a
tube
lot.
that smells like an airplane bathroom by the time it lands. I'm not sure your foot odor would be detectable unless you had a legendary case of stink foot, not the asshole.
No,
Someone else
that's
said, I was
just
going to say you were the
flowers.
ass, but then you described your very reasonable prep and clean socks, and I absolutely get that.
Yeah, I read the book on the cover. I judged the book by the cover.
Lastly, someone said, as long as your feet don't stink and you aren't bothering me, I don't care what you do. You paid for your ticket, not the asshole.
Yeah, not the asshole.
Yeah, not the asshole.
Okay.
It's pretty easy.
Oh, it's just.
Pretty simple.
It's just the
Let's move on
wolves.
to our next story here.
Just leave them be,
Petty revenge.
and they'll leave you be.
So, let's see what's going on here. Pickpocket gets a smelly surprise. This happened years ago when our son was a year old and we were on vacation in Venice, Italy. We had a wonderful time.
Where the
and did
hell
a lot
is
of walking with
A-
our son in a backpack-style carrier.
Wow, is that
While
nature?
we loved Venice,
Where the
we
hell are
found that
they?
They were lacking in trash cans. So when we were out for the day, we would change diapers, but had a problem finding trash cans. So my husband would wrap the used diapers in a store bag and put it in
Okay.
his jacket pocket.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
As we couldn't bring
I'm good,
ourselves to
mate.
leave it in the street.
I'm good.
One
I'm good. I'm
afternoon,
good.
crowd,
Don't
My husband had the baby in the
do
backpack carrier
things
and a dirty diaper in his pocket.
that
All of a
are
sudden, he felt his
stupid.
pocket and realized that the diaper was gone. When I looked and saw that someone had sliced his jacket and stolen his carefully wrapped present. Other than being pissed off that someone had used a razor so close to our son's leg, we got a giggle thinking of them unwrapping the gift and finding a smelly. Man,
Yeah, I'm not interested in the black bear. Sorry.
A razor?
They used a razor to slice open something so that they could reach in.
That
Yeah, the black bear could chill out. You can just chill out over there. I'm not gonna have any.
Specifically like
I
tourist.
don't have any
area
plans with him.
and-
You don't
and
have
it's really
plans with
crowded
me.
Place. Like I've heard about with New York, it's like gotta be wary of pickpocket.
Really?
I mean, New York, New York is.
Someone said that to me.
Yeah.
I only visited New York, but someone said that one.
Damn it! Where the hell?
I never.
There's like one of them.
I've never, not New York, but like New York is where I started putting my
But
wallet.
I see nothing.
Oh, not the back.
No
I
one.
just imagine any super crowded.
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
All I see is just.
Exactly. Yeah.
Has that ever happened to you guys, getting stuff stolen traveling?
Almost.
Oh.
Almost. They were going through my bag when my friend noticed.
Whoa.
Yeah. Like, it was in a market in Bulgaria, and they were just like.
I mean, come on. Not one thing. Okay.
But yeah, just like.
They're chill. They're chill. They're chill. Just don't bother them. Just don't bother them. Just don't bother them. Just don't bother them.
Kind of turned around and.
Because if you hit one, you'll hit them all of them. You'll hit all of them.
Pickpockets are they're they're committing a crime. I have to say sometimes I'm impressed when I hear about it.
Yeah. It's so cool how it's like a magic trick.
It's so cool.
I'm like, just do it. Let me see how you did that. That's so cool.
I have a hard time believing it. But then this person literally had his jacket pocket like sliced and a diaper stolen out of his jacket and he didn't realize.
So did this person smell bad, like walking around with a dirty diaper?
You would think they'd immediately know.
I think like if you wrap it well.
Yeah, maybe.
And like put it. I mean that diaper's ending up on the street.
Yeah.
You know, it's getting tossed up.
The thing that I've heard of that sounds similar to this is
porch pirates. It's accidentally stealing like boxes of cat litter.
Wait, what's porch pirate?
You know how when you get a delivery to your front door, people will drive around.
Would love to hear
but people often like put
where anything is.
What if they're just addicted to unboxing?
It's a good point. That is a very good point. Some comments here. That's one way to stop a thief from continuing to steal. Someone said, that is excellent. And then someone responded to that, that's excrement.
I'm not doing dialogues.
And someone said it was a
That's
crap
hullabaloo.
trap. And majority of the comments are one jokes.
Yeah. So I mean, I've always dreamt of doing something like that. Of like, I don't know, getting one up.
That's
on,
awesome. They can stay right there.
Where you grab their hand, you're like, not so
Because
bad. Well, I hope none of us ever
look for something that belongs here.
I'm not wood.
Alright, next
I'm not sure what would.
Am I the asshole for refusing to
Because I needed to
an 8-hour flight?
get through this.
Yeah.
Stage 0.
You know, where it's like the kid and the parent are separated, so you have to give up your seat and stuff. I think I'd be willing to.
Oh my god.
You can really, like, I can just kind of get it into a meditative state on a flight. Because I often go, like, cheapest seat, whatever. And I'm like, if I'm sitting in the middle of the crappy part, I will just be like, I am going to.
Okay, I found another village. I found 2 villages and no monsters? Come on. I fought one zombie and he gave me nothing.
What's wrong with that?
You're not reading anything, not watching anything.
But I will. If I'm in a really bad situation, like on a flight where I'm cramped and stuff, that's when I bring my Nintendo Switch and I'm like, I need to go gamer mode and disappear into a world. Yeah. If I'm a little more comfortable, I love having a book on a flight.
Wait, you just sit and stare at the seat in front of you?
No, yes. Sometimes, I mean, I'll like zone out and just like.
Yeah, no, I'm not making those jumps.
Scared.
Why?
If I'm sitting next to you,
I'm in a
this way.
meditative state. Like, when am I gonna have the opportunity to like not think, not look, and just exist?
You should look and act like you're receiving a prophecy, and then a final destination. You should be like.
Remember you made a comment how like Shane has said like
Damn it, where the hell
just sitting at home staring at a blank.
is anything?
Like that is me.
I don't remember saying it, but I know I did probably say that.
Yeah, that feels right.
I think an airplane is the perfect place just to be staring at nothing and just
I will say I am someone who will look out the window for a long time. I'm always blown away that I'm like, you know that this was not something that was possible until like 100 years ago.
But the seat in front of you is even more interesting.
What's interesting about this?
Nothing is going on. Your brain is just like this.
Wait, but Olivia, how long can you keep that up for?
Dude, you guys, I don't think you guys realize how much I just zone out. And like I can literally just stare and not think about anything for an hour.
I mean,
that's impressive.
Yeah. I can do that. I think it's good. I think that.
Exactly.
I'm gonna turn the weather down because it's so loud.
Okay. I will do that.
You're welcome.
Let's see what's going on.
Okay, yes.
Am I the asshole for refusing to switch seats with a kid on an 8-hour flight? This was my second 8-hour flight on my way home from Africa via Dubai. I had booked an aisle seat so I could get up without bothering others and a special meal due to health requirements. I boarded the plane, found my seat, and settled in. A family gets on with 3 kids. They don't speak much English, and asks if I could switch seats with one of their kids so they can be together. The father of the family wasn't sitting anywhere near the mother and kids, so it looked to me like they had left their seats up to a random assignment. I initially said yes, thinking it was just a move across the aisle, but then realized they wanted me to switch to sit in a middle seat, and I said no. Another passenger then gets up and says he has a seat in the back that I can move to. No idea how, and I said no. I said that I had booked my seat and ordered a dietary meal, and there was no way I was moving to a middle seat. He then starts loudly criticizing me and saying he hopes I understand that I'm splitting a family up. This eventually attracts attention from the crew because it's holding up boarding. They got a passenger on the other end of the row to switch and sit somewhere else so their kids could sit together. The other passenger from before then starts loudly saying to his kids and the family, "Do you understand what happened?" She thought her seat was too special, so she wouldn't let you sit together. I told the guy to mind his own business, and he responded that he wasn't talking to me. I was exhausted and sleep deprived by this point and told him to can it and stop talking about me. I didn't think I was in the wrong here. I organized myself beforehand and booked my seat, and felt it was quite unfair to have a random guy criticizing me to half the cabin for not wanting to swap to a middle seat for an 8-hour flight. Am I the asshole?
No, you bought it.
I don't think so. Yeah, I just don't think so. If it's a flight like this where you specifically book a seat, yeah, it's definitely not. You know, I've flown on like Southwest and stuff where you kind of just funnel in, and it's a little different to me.
Yeah.
And it definitely depends on the length of the flight.
Yeah.
2-hour flight, I would be like, look, man, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll gladly do it.
My lap.
I've never really seen it be too much of an issue whenever that happens. It happens a lot, and people always move around.
Wait, so this person, were they trying to switch seats in the same like position?
She booked an aisle seat.
Oh.
Yeah. So she could get up without bothering others, and she had a special meal that she had ordered for her seat. So so she would be switching from an aisle to a middle. I get that for an 8-hour flight, 100%, man. And oftentimes you spend more money on that aisle. So she probably paid like maybe $100 to a couple $100 more for that seat. Would be swapping. Depends. Yeah.
I would switch if it was like there's a child in between like two strangers that they don't know, and
yeah.
you know, it just depends, because that's a really
Well, it ended up working out.
God,
with
it's
strangers,
actually
but I
so
never
hard to see.
Asking someone specifically
like-
if they can move. Usually, what happens is
Some of it is just pure darkness.
That's what I'm curious about. Like,
Definitely
why
at
was that
night.
seat- Why was her seat the one that
It definitely sucks at night.
Yeah.
Weren't there like several?
They should be the one.
liaison. I also think people on airplanes are so unhinged.
Oh, we lose our minds a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, why?
Crazy people go crazier.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also a lot of, I don't know, entitlement really shows on flights.
Airplanes really, it just, I hate
Well,
airplanes.
there's a new airplane video every week.
Yeah.
Right? There's always someone losing their mind on an airplane every week.
It's like
going around on the internet.
It's like once you step into you literally become a different person.
But how many of those are
God, it's so fucking rainy.
There's a subsect of those where you can notice that the lights are not how they are on.
Whoa, what?
I love this theory. I love
this one set.
Why would they do that?
I mean,
they go viral.
Yeah,
I
they go
love
viral.
that theory that all airplane videos are fake.
Like shot in a set
so that lady
photo.
who was going, that man back there is not real. None of it was real. Plot twist.
Wait, what is that video? I was trying to understand. What was not real back there?
I don't.
That's the whole point. Is
nobody knows.
Because she like is sort of famous now for that.
There's that woman. There's the woman who's going, that man back there is not real. There's also the guy who's going, well, I want to shake your hand. I want to shake your hand. There's that guy.
I don't know that
guy.
There's that guy. He's like in a fight with someone, but at the end he's just like, I want to shake your hand. And they're like holding him back. He's like, I just want to shake your hand. He does not want to just shake your hand. People are nuts on flights.
Have you ever encountered any?
I've never witnessed too crazy of a person.
No.
I've witnessed people being jerks and stuff, but not like viral video.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Again, that's just another
Here's the thing. I think
wolf.
when things happen like that,
Not really
I kind of,
a thing.
my mind erases it.
Well, you are zoned out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
The crazy thing is happening, and you're over here just like this. You're like,
Well, like people are getting thrown over you.
Yeah. I'm like, nothing's happening in my brain.
the verdict was not the asshole. Comments here, not the asshole. It's never being an asshole to not move from a seat you specifically selected.
Right.
A middle seat on an 8-hour flight, I'd rather ride out on the wing.
Okay,
Someone
I
else said,
think that
"Not
was
the
a
asshole,
thing.
The airline split the family up. Unless you got paid to assign seating on the flight, this was not your problem.
Okay,
Someone said,
the
"Not
rain
the
is
audacity and rudeness of
annoying as all
outside
hell,
persons crazy
so I'm just gonna
Like it would be
sleep
nice
through that.
to do it, to switch the seats, but you don't have to.
Yeah, I just don't like the outside people going like.
I'm not
kind of
gonna sit
like-
through the rain.
I know.
It's crazy how people just love to insert themselves into situations.
Right.
You know, I mean, unless they need to, but.
Yeah. I just think that the family's the asshole for just specifically targeting.
Yeah.
Talk to the workers.
Exactly.
But the problem is the workers would have said, sorry, like this is a flight where you book your seat.
I know. I think most of the time their flight attendants are like, we're busy.
I think they're as helpful as they can.
Yeah, I think
like,
they're yeah
packed, tough.
Exactly, and they're like they don't get paid until the door closes. You know?
Oh
yeah, like the way that their wages work is pretty messed up.
Holy shit!
It's like they.
I hear it.
What?
The fuck
So,
are you?
That sucks.
You know, the fact that they're like keeping us all in line on a flight and feeding us, and they've always been nice.
Why don't we tip them?
Why don't
The
we
fuck are you?
I know.
No!
You know, have you noticed?
No,
Like,
God!
So many
Ah!
jobs you get tipped.
Yeah.
I guess flight attendants and pilots, they don't.
It is true. It
God
does fall
damn
in
it!
my head of like service industry.
Yeah.
People treat
I bet
them
they're like the only
the way
goddamn
they
guy.
treat stuff, which is just awful.
I have friends who bring snacks for the flight.
Yeah.
And give them.
It's on normal, right? Yeah, it's locked on normal, so there should be more than one goddamn thing in here.
You know, like they, give them, like they get on and they're handing out like.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. Next story.
Should have been like 2 of them.
Oof. Okay. So
At
this
least.
one started on Am I the Asshole and ended up on Am I the Devil, which is a
Oh,
segment for the
fucking
worst
goddamn
of the worst.
wolf.
All right. Here's our next story. Am I the asshole for joining my friends on a trip but staying in a separate, better hotel and doing my own thing a bit? I love how many.
Love that.
I wish the title just kept going.
I love that.
And like going to my own restaurants and doing my own things. Okay, my 2 friends, they are sisters, are going on a trip for one of the girls' birthdays. They had booked and decided everything.
Trying to figure out where the hell was he?
Twice already, and they know that.
Couldn't hear him because of the goddamn rain.
Because I've been feeling down.
And then I had to sleep. And then I hear him getting hurt. Can't see him.
Today I told them I am available.
I didn't want to like fall on top of him.
They were both
So I got like 2-shotted.
I asked for the flight details and hotel.
I know that they're gonna be like strong as shit.
For example,
Like there's no way that they're
I
not.
know they did that because it's cheaper. I hate connecting flights. I like nonstop and would easily pay more for that, especially for international travel. So I will be booking my own separate flight for the same dates. The other thing is the hotel. Their hotel is not up to my personal standards. They wanted me to share a room with 2 queen beds, and the sisters would share 1 bed and I'd have my own bed. But I personally like having my own space. I've shared with these girls before with no issue, but one of my reasons for joining this trip is to give myself a vacation too. I also don't like the area they picked to stay in. I know these friends would find it more fun if we all stay at the same hotel and in the same room too. So, would I be an asshole if I picked my own hotel that's nicer and even in a different area? And would I be the asshole for doing some things independently, but joining them on most of the other days? Some of the stuff they're doing I've already done before because I've been to this place twice. I'm afraid of being a mean person or making them feel bad by staying in a nicer hotel and not staying with them, etc. I know it's somewhat annoying as well, like at night when we have to split up. I guess my reason for doing this was to get to experience a bit of solo travel with the training wheels of having friends there, and also to celebrate my friend's birthday and spend time with her and her sister. To me it seems reasonable, but talking to my siblings, one agrees with me and the other thinks it is mean. Let me know, guys. We are all women in our 20s in this scenario. So this isn't like the typical Am I the Devil? Like usually Am I the Devil is like a really bad person who's like very consciously doing shitty things. I think this is I think there's some nuance to this.
Yeah.
I think
I mean, you can.
And my take is she should have communicated how she's viewing this.
Yes, yes.
She should have said, hey, I'm in a space right now where I'm really kind of looking to travel by myself. Maybe I can travel that place, but I'm going to kind of do my own thing, but I'll hang out with you guys some days.
Yeah, I gotta wait like all goddamn day.
Was like, I'm available and I can join you
just for a chance to get like something, anything. A zombie that's from here.
Say all of this?
Like I only saw like one.
I told them I'm available and can join them, but no pressure.
And he burned to death before I could find him.
Details and hotel. I immediately saw some things I don't like.
So I had no
so I don't
chance
think
there.
She has told them. So would I be an asshole if I picked my own hotel? So she is theoretically stating this. A question to ask is, did she really want solo travel, or did she want solo travel after she heard how they're going about this trip?
Oh.
Question.
Yeah.
Like she's like, oh, like once she heard about the flights that they're taking and the hotel they're staying at, she's like, oh, you know, I'm actually though kind of looking to travel, kind of on my own, do my own thing a little bit, but I'll join you guys for some things. I don't know. But I also understand why these friends might be like a little offended, a little of just like kind of feeling like, oh, is our trip sucks. And look, I am someone who will book a connecting flight because I am of the opinion of like how I view a trip. This is me personally. How I view a trip is I'm like, hey, I kind of set out a budget for it, but I'm like, for me, flights, especially the flight coming back home, I'm like, I'm down to save money and have it be hell for a day. And that way I have that extra money for the trip. And I view that way, where I'm like, now when I'm there, I get to do what I want a little bit more. But some people are different. If I was traveling somewhere and someone's like, oh, I'm taking the nonstop, I'd be like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I would be like, good for you. Like I would be happy that that's what you're doing, because I'm not trying to do that, you know. But if the circumstances where I have to do the connecting flight, then I'm like, I would not let you not live your life just because I can't do it, you know.
This is more just like, hey, I'm going to be in the same city. Let's hang out. You know,
I think I think
like traveling together is what she's doing.
Right.
What she's trying to do.
They had their plans to travel.
Yeah.
They didn't necessarily say like we planned this all together. They were going, and she let them know like, oh, I'm available if I could join.
Yeah.
So I don't see why there's pressure for her to need.
No, there is no pressure, and I think that's something that just comes with, you know, not age, but like putting that pressure off of yourself. Because I always felt like, oh, if I'm doing this with, it doesn't even have to be about travel. Like, if you invited me to do something, I feel like I have to be there for you at all times. But then at the same time, it's like, you know what? If we're really good friends and, you know, we're mature about this, there is no pressure, and you shouldn't have to feel bad for what you want. You know?
I did this recently.
Yeah.
I was in her position, but like, where I was just like, oh, some aspects of this trip aren't really what I'm looking for. You know, let's just turn this into, hey, we're both going to be in this place at the same time. Let's connect.
Let's meet up.
Let's meet up. Let's connect, and that's fun.
I've had that happen where I've traveled somewhere, and it's more been by circumstance that other people just happen to be there, but they're doing their own thing, and it's honestly so fun.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we'll meet up that one night, and we'll go to a bar, and we'll do some stuff, but then you guys are going and doing your thing, we're doing our thing.
It's great.
It's fine. I wouldn't be offended by it, because these sisters didn't think she was going to be joining at all.
Right.
Yeah. But now it's like, oh, I might be there some of the days. Great.
Yeah.
But this is just a theoretical that she's proposing.
Why is this the devil? What?
So,
I'm so confused.
the verdict is you're the asshole.
What?
Why?
You're the asshole. You asked if you could join them, which means go on the trip together, but you don't want to go on the trip together. Someone said, this feels like a solo trip and your friends are just an afterthought. I believe you should talk to them about the expectations of this trip so no feelings are hurt. I agree with that.
I agree.
That it's like, hey, let your friends know what this
Choose to lean into it.
No.
Every Mazda is
I
engineered.
don't want to. I don't care enough to. I am in the middle of finding something that's apparently impossible to find. This is just one goddamn gem.
Why don't you frame it as being there at the same time?
Just one goddamn gem.
And hang out rather than going with them. It's clear you don't really intend to stay with them, so you wouldn't really.
Because I need to get this to get that to get that.
I see that it's probably like you're the asshole, but it's like not. I don't think it's am I the devil level.
You're not a
I
devil.
do understand that it's more about how she's communicating this.
Right.
You gotta communicate it at least, but you're not.
You're allowed to travel wherever you want and do what you want, but
and ultimately, like, with the hotels and stuff, if she feels like the hotel's not up to her standard, and if she feels so, like, guilty about it, I think if I were her in that position, I would be like, you know what, I'll spend a few nights at this hotel that they're at, and then when I want to, you know, maybe towards the end, I can treat myself to the other one, you know, if this friendship means a lot.
Yeah. I think there's ways she could frame this that would not make it a big deal.
Yeah, and just be honest.
Just be like, oh, you know, I went there before. I really want to go. Like, you guys being there means I'd love to go there while you guys are there. There's some stuff I really wanted to experience and do this time around. Are you okay if I kind of like join you for
Just
like
as long as it doesn't rain again. I don't want it to
Because I am
rain.
paying for my own trip here. Yeah. Like,
Traveling
she's
is
not
fun.
joining and like they're pooling their money.
Right.
Yeah.
I think traveling with friends, it's a tough decision because, you know, like you
I need to
never know.
walk everywhere
Some
because
friends might want to do more museum and like, or
I don't
some
want to
friends might want to do
stand.
more sightseeing.
The last time I just stand, I just got a normal zombie.
Yeah.
And he wasn't
unless I'm
really that
missing something
tough.
In this story, I just don't see this.
The only thing I really
deal,
panicked
but
because I
don't know.
fucking dropped my sword like a
anyways.
dumbass.
Moving on.
Did it twice.
Okay, here's our next story. This was also reposted on Am I the Devil? We'll see if this person truly belongs here. Am I the asshole for throwing up on someone and cussing them out?
Holy shit.
See, now
He
that's
threw
devil
up
behavior.
on them.
That's like actually stereotypical exorcist
That's
devil
Exorcist,
behavior.
yeah.
The exorcist literally did that.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
Quite literally
Fair
did that.
point,
I cannot believe
So, yeah, technically the truth. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how. How do you throw up on someone and then cuss them out?
Was that the story?
Well, no, wait,
That's
wait,
the title. That's the title. But if they're putting that as the title, they've got
They're
it.
asking if they're the
You
asshole.
better have a good reason.
All right. Throw away because I know people who follow my main account. I, a 27-year-old woman, went on a 12-hour flight with my friend Steven, a 30-year-old man, last week and just got back 2 days ago. I usually don't fly places because I get airsick and hate traveling, but my husband paid for me and him to go on a vacation before he got busy with work, so me and my friend went instead. My husband forgot to tell me I needed to upgrade to first class while we were at the airport, and since my friend and I didn't know we weren't already upgraded, we both ended up in economy. I was stuck in a window seat and Steven was a row behind me in the middle seat of his row. As I said before, I get airsick, I throw up, and so I need to be able to sit in the aisle seat. A woman, mid-30s, and her daughter, teenager, sat in my row with her daughter in the aisle and her in the middle. I told her I would like to sit in the aisle seat because I get sick. She told me her daughter has a stomach issue, which means she needs the bathroom in case of an emergency, which I doubt. Her daughter looked guilty and wouldn't look at me, so I assumed she was lying. Her mom also said she booked their specific
No, that's a
seat
very,
in
like,
the aisle near the bathroom.
normal
But
thing to
it
be
sounds
like,
she
ugh,
couldn't
that's
afford to get
gross
seats, and she wanted
to
me
talk
sit
about to
back
other
in the
people.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
Oh, all right, doing yourself a lot of favors with this. Steven also asked the person who had the aisle in his row, who said they preferred their seat so they didn't move. The flight starts, and an hour or two into the flight, I feel sick. I woke up the woman who was asleep and asked her and her daughter to please get up so I can get to the bathroom. I didn't want to walk around her since the woman was on the heavier side, and I didn't want my butt in her face or her touching me. She looked at me upset and asked me to walk around her. I said, no, I need you to get up. Please do hurry. I'm going to be sick. She told me to just walk around her and closed her eyes, which was incredibly rude. At that point, I was feeling extremely sick and threw up.
I mean,
she gasped.
heavier,
Her
that's
daughter
like...
looked like she was about to cry. I told her, see, you selfish bitch? I told you to get up because I was sick, and you fucking didn't. I hope you're happy. A flight attendant came, helped clean up, and escorted them to first class. I was horrified they were rewarding her behavior. She even came to sit by me the rest of the flight, and I was pissed off. When
Why would they do that?
The girl and her mom were at home, but Steven and my parents say I should have just scooted around them or thrown up on the floor. But my bag was on the ground, and I didn't want to get vomit on it. Am I the asshole even though they didn't listen to me when I asked for the aisle and even though they didn't move?
I mean...
Wow.
A lot of things has happened,
I love that
so...
she basically admitted that she threw up on her on purpose. Yeah. Like, she had to throw it back. She's like, I didn't want to get thrown up on my bag. Yeah. So I threw up on a person.
To teach you a lesson.
Wait, this person is not okay.
No, this person's nuts.
Also, like, why would this person reveal that about themselves?
Well, throw away. It's a throwaway.
I know, but this
It's a
person...
throwaway account, so it's fully anonymous.
Yeah.
But it's still embarrassing.
It's like embarrassing to
But
even
it's also
write
one
that.
of those where I'm like, you are writing this out.
Exactly.
Do you not hear?
Exactly.
Do you not see the words that you're typing out?
I think it was more unfortunate.
Clear definer.
Though, yeah, she should have thrown up somewhere else. That I will guarantee.
Is when they make assumptions. When they're like, she wasn't looking at me, probably because she was lying.
Yeah, I don't know about that part. There's some parts where it's like, alright, you could use your brain a little bit more. But I think it was just just unfortunate on all ends.
She is the absolute asshole.
Yes.
She's a psycho.
This person's
for
gonna
sure.
jail.
Agreed.
I will say, if someone's like,
I
hey,
don't
I'm
really
about to be sick,
get it.
can you get up? It's not out of like politeness. I'd be like, I'm getting the hell
I'll
out
do
of
whatever you need.
I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, you
But I
need
think
to
this
get
was
up
a
and
little bit of,
move
like,
if
when
you
an
hear
immovable
that.
object
It's not really her
some
fault
force.
for that, but I think she should have thrown up somewhere else. Or at least
the
pick
woman
up the
in middle
bag.
school isn't an asshole because she is such a crazy asshole.
Exactly.
But I also think if you're saying, no. go around me, I'm like, you're also an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both assholes.
You're nothing of an asshole compared to this person. But it's like a little bit of like, hey man, you're gonna find out. Like, because I also agree that people are crazy on flights, and I never want to test it. I never want to test it.
But also the stewardess giving them an upgrade means that they probably saw the situation and probably can feel the vibe of this terrifying, horrific woman.
If you're covered in throw up, too, I think they're like, hey, all right, sure.
Yeah.
Because also in first class, they probably are like more secluded. And, you know, it's brutal. Well, also after getting thrown up on, it's like you got to separate those people.
Oh yeah, they're gonna fight.
And that might have been their only option.
Right.
Dude,
Wow.
Come on.
throwing up on her, and then going, see yourself.
I know.
Crazy. That is crazy to
This is
say.
what you get.
Also, this person's 27 years old.
Yeah.
Like,
grown ass adult.
this is crazy. You can't be doing this. You need to go check yourself.
Yeah.
Do you think they're watching this video? This person?
I hope so.
There's a slight chance. We've had it happen before, but I don't know.
Really?
We've had it happen
Please, just have a zombie.
We've caused
Just
discussion.
a zombie
Like a
that's
couple
here.
songs and
Please.
leading to more conversation.
Oh my god.
It's happened a couple times.
Wow.
Could it not be a goddamn dire wolf?
Everything.
I've been hearing everything but zombies.
Look, if I find out someone.
Hell, I haven't even found anything that's not a zombie.
Say, hey, I don't know.
Damn it, do I just go back and fight the lesser fucking
I
being?
will literally freak out.
Their comments.
I will literally freak out.
They're gonna reply under this, but it's gonna be all weird because there's throw up
on the keyboard. Yeah.
I don't like this person. This person's making me upset.
Yeah.
The fact that people exist and do crazy things and are like asking, like, am I the asshole? Like, no duh. No duh, whatever, loser. Why am I talking like this?
I don't know. Where did this come from?
Some comments.
Damn it.
You could have moved away, turned your head, asked for a plastic bag when you knew you had a window seat. There were a lot of options, but you just didn't because you're petty and waited for them to move instead of moving yourself.
Yeah.
OP responded, I asked for bags twice, and the attendant kept saying she would get them, but didn't get them for over an hour and a half, and I didn't want to vomit all over the wall or my bag and legs, and I was trying to get the woman to move, so I was already facing her. I call bullshit because you cussed her out after.
Exactly.
Like, I think if you're gonna make so many assumptions about this lady and her daughter, I'm making assumptions about you now.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, don't make assumptions, but it's still like, it's not that big. I know, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks to do that to someone. Like, I don't want to throw up on people. I don't think she wanted to either. Well, anyway, I found them, so... Alright, immediately go down and beat their shit up. Fucking bitch. Shit. Come on. Oh, you motherfucker. Come on. No, not now. I'm not doing this now. Come on, dude. Give me a goddamn break. But I only got one goddamn thing. Like, literally one. That is so stupid. Come on. It's not even like a crystal. It was just like some flesh. I don't want flesh. I just want that goddamn crystal. I mean, come on, dude. It is so frustrating that I just can't get to that. Like, I just can't get it. But it's like, I mean, I get it why she's an asshole. She threw up on someone. Fair enough. But every situation leading up to that is just more unfortunate. And the middle lady is a kind of an asshole too.
Like, walked around her or like done.
Comment on your back thing with. Sure. This next post just comes from our travel story.
I just don't really agree she's crazy. I agree that she's an asshole. She should have done something else.
What?
I travel quite a bit and have seen my share of ridiculousness.
Fuck are you looking
This
at?
one was definitely a winner. This was about a week ago at Portland International Airport.
I'm not interested to find out.
Elderly dude, mid to late 50s, in Hawaiian shirt and shorts, has to step through the metal detector and he sets it off. He's told to go back and empty his pockets. He clearly had not done that because a whole ton of shit came out of his pockets that had to go in a basket. Dude steps through the metal detector again and sets it off, again, while obviously fondling something in his pocket, which apparently is still not empty. He is told to go back for the third time, and he sets off the alarm again. At this point, he pulls out a large, folded pocket knife, 4 inches long and 1 inch wide when folded, and he says out loud while turning to face the metal detector again, "Yeah, it probably is this," and throws the knife through the metal detector to the agent. The very surprised agent is able to catch the knife with an "this is unbelievable" look on his face. The man without hesitation steps through the detector yet again and wants his knife back and is told no. To my surprise and disappointment, he was simply told that the knife would be thrown away, or if he so chooses, the knife can be mailed to him. He chose the latter, and there were no further repercussions. Again, I am saying I am disappointed because he knew he had the knife, knew it was not allowed, attempted on several occasions to smuggle it through TSA, and then has the audacity to simply throw it through the metal detector. Just wow. Edit. For all the folks responding negatively on the word choice of elderly, I am surprised how personal and sensitive this is taken. The focus of this story is the actual deed of throwing a knife through the TSA metal detector, nothing more. He did call a mid to late 50s, this elderly man, this old man. Merriam-Webster defines. we have a little note in here. Merriam-Webster defines elderly as being past middle age. Oh, OP. I love how OP ends up being the asshole here. I am surprised through the DSA metal detector, nothing more. Merriam-Webster defines elderly as being past middle age. This dude was past his middle age. He may have been in his 60s, don't know. I'm 52 myself, so get over it, LOL. Are we good now? He threw a freaking knife. Let's focus on that. Everyone's like, hold on, man. Elderly? I just saw a guy get murdered. This elderly man. It's like, whoa, dude. Whoa. Elderly? Slow down. Yeah, the comments here are very focused on what's important. Someone said 4 inches is large? Finally. Someone said, gonna start referring to folding knives as growers, not showers.
Oh my god.
Someone said 2 days ago I was flagged and received extra inspection because of a can
Yeah, I'm
of
kind of
almonds
not.
carry on.
Because I kind of
Yeah,
don't
I
need
mean,
that, really.
Dude.
But what the fuck is
insane.
this,
I guess
man?
most of the comments otherwise were about the elderly comment.
What?
Well, yeah,
That's
they're not-
Reddit.
honestly,
Reddit loves that shit.
It's not really elderly.
No, but
Who gives a shit? He threw a knife through a goddamn metal detector. Who gives a shit about the goddamn knife? Fuck the knife. No, fuck the age. I don't care what age you are. I don't care if you're like 5. You don't throw a knife through a goddamn metal detector at someone.
It's the best airport.
Right? Like, it's like Garrett's working there, you know?
Yeah, it's the number
Garrett's
one
like,
airport.
it's all good.
They're like, sorry, dude, I found this bong in your bag. I'm gonna have to rip it.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Before I
it's
give it back, I'm gonna have to take a few rips.
but the knife was folded.
True.
He tossed it through. What's what are they gonna
I
just
think
like take
throw
it
a
down?
knife. Like, it felt like it was like throwing a knife.
Yeah. I think just let him
Damn
get
it,
away
where
with
the
that.
hell
Yeah.
are
He
these?
somersaulted through and ran. I forgot to mention this man was Robin Hood.
I once found a knife in my pocket on the other side of TSA. And was like,
Wait, what?
oh, I forgot about this and it didn't.
I feel it is important to point
Fuck
out
off.
that this guy is most definitely, based on his description and everything, probably a white dude.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this would not go well for a lot of people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would not be done well for literally any other type of person. They would have been dead. I'm sorry. Over there? In this country, they would have been dead.
But a white dude with long, like, white hair, probably a white beard, like, just like, yeah, what's
Imagine
right there?
it's me. Imagine someone like me.
Now I gotta find another one.
Clappiness.
Yeah.
Gotta smack him around.
Oh God! If you're wearing flip-flops
Hopefully
in
I
the
don't
airport,
get on
you're
fire
burned.
again.
Yeah.
You don't care.
But that's the problem, is I think a lot of
Why is Nourished like
a
so...
different kind of person into this, they are getting tackled.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yep. But insane. And this person was disappointed in this elderly man.
Whoa.
Okay, I guess I'm
so
nourished
I've been told
for
this next story was
however how long I'm nourished for.
because it falls in line with some of my travel beliefs.
Oh.
So we'll see. Am I the asshole for standing my ground on the unwritten rule of middle seats gets the armrest? So I think I've said it, maybe I've said it here, maybe I've said it on like Smosh
If
Mouth
it's unwritten, someone will
I
say,
think,
oh,
and I adhere to this when I'm on the aisle or the window, that the middle seat should get those two. There should be a benefit to every
Agreed.
seat,
Yeah.
right? Window seat, you get the view. Aisle seat, you get to get up very easily. Middle seat, what do you get? You should get 2 armrests.
Yeah, I get it.
My personal take, not everyone adheres to it, and I have to respect it. Let's see what this one is.
yeah, the middle guy
To
gets
set the story
nothing.
up, I'm a bigger guy at 6'5".
Of course he would get both of them.
I travel a ton for work and am mostly fortunate enough to get an aisle seat. Which,
Oh,
by the
I'm
way,
staying
I
here
respect the
until I
unwritten rule that the
get
person in the middle gets both of
a
their
thingy.
armrests to make up for being in that seat. This time I was not so lucky, and my assignment had me in the dreaded middle seat. I start off, I was the first person to be seated in my aisle and was sitting somewhat comfortably in the middle seat and enjoying my armrests. If in comes a shorter and rounder fella that sits in his assigned aisle seat. Let's just call him Stumpy. Upon sitting down, he begins to try and scoop my arm off the rest. It may be worth noting that he was trying to type on his computer. Nope, I wasn't having it, and kept firm and maintained my position. As people are continuing to board, the traveler assigned to the window seat comes in, and Stumpy and myself have to get up to accommodate. As she gets in, Stumpy quickly sits down before me, and now thinks he can boss hog the armrest I was previously using. I looked over and said, I'm afraid I was using that, and then knocked his arm off and regained my position. Here's where things get a bit more heated. He begins frustratingly hammering away on his keyboard and huffing and puffing in frustration. Then he places his elbow on top of mine and proceeds to grind his elbow.
Why does he not?
I let this go on for about 1 or 2 more minutes before I tell him, look, I'll share the top part of the rest with you, but you've got to get your elbow off me. He ignores me completely and continues grinding his elbow down. Now I'm pissed and say in a rather loud voice, if you don't get your goddamn elbow off me, we're gonna have a problem.
Oh my God.
Stumpy stops, looks at me and says, excuse me, but are you threatening me? From there, he raises his hand like a little tattletale and gets the attention of the attendant. He claims he's in
Man,
fear
he's a
for his
dick.
life and he would like me removed
Yeah, this little fucking dickhead. Yeah.
from the plane.
This guy.
Some other guy a couple rows back that must have heard me chimes in to Stumpy's defense. I'm genuinely worried. For me, this new aisle buddy didn't even try to take the armrest. So I know an armrest may seem like a trivial thing to get in a fight over, but I felt like I was in my right to hold my ground. Maybe I could have chosen some different words in hindsight, but I felt that his elbow digging was a dick move in its own right. Am I the asshole?
Yeah, here's a dick.
TLDR, I stood my ground over the center seat armrest I was using and thought I would get escorted off the plane, but ultimately got to keep the armrest. Damn. Look, as I stated, I believe in the unwritten rule.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe in it as hard as this guy does. Holy shit, he's willing to die for it.
Well, and he's going about it the whole wrong way.
Yeah.
It's just like, hey man, I am in the middle seat and I need these armrests.
This other, no, the other guy was acting like a fucking baby.
He started off so strong.
Yeah.
That it.
Yeah, he escalated right from the
Yeah, and Stumpy was right there with him. These were two dudes who were ready to throw down some on Animal Planet. You know, where it's like, and now to assert dominance over the armrest.
That's not worth it. It's so awkward. You're gonna have to sit the rest of the flight with this. Like,
I know.
It's like not worth this weird tension.
That's also my thought when I'm on planes of why I try to be overly polite.
Yes.
It's like, we are stuck here.
Exactly.
We are in the sky.
Yes.
Oh, fuck that guy. He's gonna go. He's gonna be on the ground in about 2 minutes.
Flight attendants.
I'm gonna throw him out the window.
I've been threatened.
Fuck that noise.
You know, I've had somebody threaten me.
What did you do?
They were
the armrest.
I took the armrest, and he was trying. This was actually me. It was.
I gotta wait for this guy
behind me kept kicking
again.
Me as I was trying to fall asleep, and which
Staying above
I'm
because
curious what people think about
it's
when we
the
do that.
safest so far.
Is my take.
Yeah.
The seat does it. They should make them not do it if it's not, if it shouldn't be allowed.
Wait. You can lean your seat back,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, you can lean your seat back.
So why is that a problem?
For this guy, it was. Some people think you should only do it when it's like the lights are off, shades are down, like sleeping.
You're kidding me.
This guy's kicking the back of the seat.
Yeah, and I just turn around and in my head, I'm very polite about it.
We know how you say things.
Yeah, it's like, hey, do you mind, you know, you were kicking the
Listen,
seat.
you freaking
And he was like, I'm
loser.
gonna punch you in the face.
That's what he responded with
Yes, if you don't lean your seat up, put your seat
And what did
back
he
up.
say?
The flight attendant was right there, and I was like, excuse me. I went straight to her like a little tattletale. I guess that's a tattletale. But, and the flight attendant was like, I didn't see anything, sorry.
Oh!
I didn't hear anything.
That
I
is
was
so
like, okay,
lame.
I guess I'll just sit here with this guy right behind me who threatened to punch me in the face.
Wait. So did you lean it forward again?
Yeah.
Stop.
Well,
He wasn't gonna punch you.
I would absolutely, I'd be like, I am not gonna get in a fight on a plane.
Garrett, if I was on that flight, I would have stood up for you.
Thank you.
Nah, I would've eaten him alive, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That would have been good.
Fuck.
So, yeah, it's like, you know.
God damn it.
And just
Not now with this bullshit, man.
So the verdict of this one was that everyone sucks here. They said that this guy and Stumpy both suck.
Yeah.
And I agree.
Yeah.
They're both being very petty over an armrest. Some comments, not the asshole. That guy was being a jerk and selfish. Probably should have called the flight attendant yourself when the guy was elbowing you. Someone else said, you're the asshole. I've never heard of this rule. Other guy is an asshole too. OP responded, it's a thing. Do you fly very often? Okay, dude.
God damn it.
Someone else said,
Oh,
sounds like
now I
you're
gotta
both
find the
assholes.
goddamn
Him
mountain.
for elbowing you, but you for knocking his arm off at a point where that didn't really seem necessary, and being very hostile with your choice of words. OP responded, yeah, in hindsight I thought I could have handled the situation.
Oh, come on!
And I agree with
A
that.
goddamn tiny stone
I
shouldn't
believe
stop
the rule,
me, though.
but I know that not everyone knows of the rule. That's okay.
I didn't know about that rule.
I know of the rule, and when I experience other people adhering to it, I'm like, you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard about that. I also believe that people in middle seat should have like extra points to their air.
Like get extra miles.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, extra miles or something.
Like it. Well, the middle seat should be. I think they are cheaper typically in like when you pay for like specific seats.
Oh.
I think. So
It depends on the airline.
So I gotta hear another zombie.
I think there should be some sort
Not
of.
a normal one.
You need a little tiny bottle of Jack.
It has to be
I know you're
abyssal.
going through a hard time.
Yeah.
And so far, it's been 2 for 0. So,
I love
and I have
sitting by
to
the
wait
window because there's a
all
crevice with the wall,
20 minutes.
and I just put my head low right
I have to wait so long just for a chance for them.
more of an
And
aisle
I think it
shop.
might have been already been taken up by that other zombie.
They
Having
don't
beef with a
sound good,
damn
but I want
dire
to be able
wolf.
to drink water freely without worrying.
On long flights where they push the cart down, I have gotten like run over.
Oh yeah.
They
But also, like, when people next to you, they have to like, get out to use the restroom.
I
if
know,
you're
but I feel
far-
bad every time I do that, so I don't drink as much.
I would rather have to get up. And honestly, if you're on a really long flight, you should get up.
Yeah, you do.
So
I never get up.
Yeah.
I stay there and I just stare.
No.
You should stand up, stretch.
They're like, is that person okay? She's been just sitting like this for 12 hours.
Not again.
Walk around.
I didn't want to do that again.
Oh, interesting. What about the idea of the armrest being first come, first served?
God damn it.
If you sit down
I
first,
did it again. Am I just stupid?
Middle has the two.
Come on.
You know, then you aisle and
I
window
gotta
has
find
the,
where the hell's that
It's not
goddamn
fair
mountain?
For one of the window or the aisles have both
No.
armrests and like freedom from one side.
Here.
It's just not an unwritten rule.
Well, this is where that zombie was, but I don't know where he is.
Yeah. Show like, hey, this is for you. Because otherwise, what happens?
I'm just zooming in. I'm just zooming by.
Both are, and I have to
Literally
sit
just
there
zooming
like,
by.
that's the worst. And I'm like, this sucks. Where you
Wow.
the armrest issue. Okay. Last story. Am I the asshole for talking about my heritage? This also ends up on Am I the Devil? I'm not too surprised that a lot of travel stuff ends up there.
Yeah, fair.
I am 38 years old. My family came from
No,
Scotland.
I don't even have food in my
1600s or so.
fucking shit.
I live in the U.S. Last year, I got my first passport, and I decided that Scotland would be the first place to head. After all, I have Scottish blood. I did a bit of research on my family tree before I left, and I learned that apparently
Hey,
I'm
dude.
entitled to a coat of
Come on.
arms, and I had that drawn up. A
Do I
couple of days
have?
ago,
Yeah.
I was drinking
I
a
have
Sun Pub, and
stones.
some Scottish louts started to ask where I
Hell?
came from. I said, "Where is my family from?" Scotland. They then said, "Do you know what iron brew is?" And I said, "No." And they said, "Well, then you aren't f***ing Scottish, then, mate."
No.
I tried to explain my family history and how I was just as Scottish as they were. I told them I had grown up around Scottish culture, and I even told them about the clan that I am part of. They said, "You ain't no f***ing Scot."
Oh, thank God I could hit him from here.
The publican escorted me outside, told me that I was barred for causing a ruckus. Was I an ass? It isn't like I was wearing my kilt. Nobody in the pub was. But why the f*** should I be punished because I come from the U.S.? I have just as much Scottish blood in me. Holy shit. These are why people hate
Yeah.
U.S. tourists
That
so
is
much.
crazy.
Oh, God. So I've
So did I
been to
get
Scotland before, and there was
I don't need
where I
a
woke up
goddamn
and
wolf head.
because I was at the pub the night before.
I just need one crystal.
And
And I'm lucky that I didn't even get
a cafe, and I was like,
completely disintegrated by the other guy.
iron.
Thankfully.
And in my head, I go, that's gotta do something.
God, they're so rare. How are they so rare?
What is this?
There should be at least like 3 zombies a night.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So far, I got like 2 max.
It tastes like soda that's flavored like bananas.
Yeah, and it's got iron in it. It's
Yeah.
got like ferric acid or
Is this
something.
like a coffee?
No,
it's
soda.
like a sports drink. It's like a soda.
But you go to like you'll see like people drinking it with breakfast.
Is it good?
I liked it a lot. It does
God
look
damn
like a
it.
sports drink though. 'Cause
It
it kind of
does.
has like a have like a muscle man kind of thing on it. So I thought it was like a Propel type of thing.
No.
More of a soda.
Yeah.
But I still liked it. I drank it all.
How did you feel after?
Like iron.
My first time I was in Scotland, I drank it so much that I lost my voice. Like I think.
How do you
I
drink?
think
The iron.
that I turned into Iron Man.
I will say, and I mean, you can definitely speak to this. Scottish people were so nice.
Yeah.
But I can also imagine if you tried to pull this shit on them, like, holy shit. Look, my family came from Ireland in the 1800s. I am not Irish.
Yeah.
I'm American, and it's like your blood doesn't matter, man. You're culturally American, and they know immediately.
I think it's fun to go back to, go back to places like that. It's a good reason. It's a good way to, but yeah.
These guys wouldn't have been upset if you said, "Oh, my family moved from the 1600s." Like they'd be like, "That's great," but don't tell them you're Scottish, just as Scottish as they are.
No.
So
like, what the hell, man? Like, there's a lot of culture that happened in the past 400 years.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so insane.
That's
man.
insane.
That guy's nuts. That's pretty nuts. I love that he got kicked out of the pub.
I know. I love though that he called him the publican. He's that bought into him.
And he called him louts too.
Yeah, he's that bought into him being Scottish.
That's crazy.
That he is calling the bartender a publican and the other guy's louts.
I don't know what lout is. Oh. Definition, info. Lout is a Scottish term for troublemaker, a crude and oafish person.
Yeah.
I love that he's already like, these louts.
Yeah.
I'm just as Scottish as you. Has only watched Shrek recently. Dude, that's so embarrassing.
God.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
That is the biggest ick, I think.
Yeah.
Also, OP spelled Iron Brew, but the correct spelling is IRN-BRU. I remember that too. I remember being like, what is this?
Yeah. Did they spelled it out?
They spelled it out Iron Brew. They're not Scott.
No.
I love how quickly, I love how they knew the exact question they needed to ask.
Yeah.
Have you had Iron Brew?
Yep. Yeah, you're not. Yeah.
But also, I've had Iron Brew and I'm still not Scott, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I like how it's not like whiskey. They're like, no, it's not whiskey, it's not beer.
No, it's not.
It's Iron Brew.
Yep.
Gorgeous country though. Some comments here. You're the asshole. It's been around 400 years since your family lived in Scotland. You should have said, I'm from America, but have Scottish ancestry. There's a difference between growing up in a country and having ancestry from that country. You're the asshole for one, insulting the locals when you're a guest in their country, and two, making a post that paints Scottish people as inhospitable louts. Your word. If you can't behave yourself abroad, then stay home. Someone said, you're the asshole, you're the American. YGA, you're the American.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's true. He painted them as being shitty people, and they really were so cool.
Yeah.
When I visited. But I've never visited anywhere where I felt like the people were cool. So I've been fortunate. Different cultures of, I think a lot of Americans probably think certain people are assholes because of the way people express things. I've heard that about like Germany. Like Germany's not, they're the opposite of Americans where they're not going to put on a face for you.
Yeah.
You know, they actually see it as weird to smile to a stranger. They'd be like, you don't know me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This is very American. This guy is very American.
Well, was this his first trip? Did he say?
I think so.
This sounds like
I got my first passport.
Yeah. Because my first trip, I probably was somewhat similar.
Yeah.
Like, it was like in college, and I went and I tried to fully become European, and I came back to college, and that whole semester everybody called me Euro Garrett because I was trying to be European that whole time.
What is going on, you guys?
I was wearing turtleneck sweaters all the
Oh,
time.
Garrett, that's so cute.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, it's like your bathroom doesn't have a bidet.
It's like your first time, you don't know. You're just like, oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
I love it.
I get that.
Yeah.
But you weren't an asshole to the locals.
Right.
No, I didn't.
You
try to
came back and you were an asshole to everyone.
Yeah,
back
to
here.
everybody at home. Yeah.
A little different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't. If you're American, don't do that.
No.
Just don't, man. I don't.
Not there.
No matter where your family's from.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, that's it. What's your dream place to travel to right now?
Right now?
Yeah, where's if you could travel anywhere in the next couple of years, where would you love to go?
Ooh, I'd love to go see Egypt.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Mine's kind of in that I haven't taken a history trip where I've gone because I love I want to see the history, and so Greece is definitely up there for me. I'd love to see some ruins.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I love the food.
Yeah.
Right. I know I would love the food.
Yeah.
Next on my list, we're planning to go to Colombia next.
Cool.
Well, we're also talking Vietnam and Senegal.
Ooh, I want to go to Vietnam too.
Yeah. Awesome. You know what's funny? The last thing I'll say is, because for people who live in other countries, something I've heard about people traveling to America, it is so funny as an American to hear it, of them thinking like, yeah, we're gonna go to New York, and then we're gonna see the Grand Canyon, and it's like, dude, you gotta pick one state.
Yeah,
like,
pick one state.
Pick one state, and you're still gonna be driving forever.
Yeah.
Don't do LA.
What?
I wouldn't do LA. If you're coming to America for the first time, I wouldn't say
Yeah,
that.
go to New York or something.
New York City's a good but New York City's also every part of America is unlike every other part of America.
It's true, but I think LA, depending on what kind of trip you're looking for, but I think LA would be cool because it's got everything.
That's
true. Hollywood.
Yeah, don't do that.
Avoid Hollywood. Avoid Hollywood. I think that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Do
Yeah,
everything
fuck Hollywood. I went there for like a school trip like long ago,
Go to Yosemite.
and all I saw was fucking
like Korean tacos.
graffiti billboards and homeless people.
Cultures coming together in LA that is
So yeah, I wouldn't go there.
places outside of like London.
It's all a facade. It's all fake.
Yeah, I know. I honestly do
Like
think
more
LA is
fake
Yeah. I think LA is so cool. There's so much
than
richness
anything
to it.
else
Like
there.
entertainment. Come on. Movies and stuff.
I doubt that they have
Yeah, maybe like it's.
done like gold plating. They probably did it with
Universal
like
City or
some other metal that they claim is
Dark
gold.
World. Like, this is so freaking
I bet. I'm putting money on it.
Yeah. I guess if come out here, get on a Star. Don't go to Hollywood Boulevard though. Do not go to Hollywood. Do not go to Hollywood.
That's a great place.
What?
You know, have you ever been to the freaking
Stars?
Capital One Cafe there?
No. Oh, the Capital One Cafe, the bank cafe?
Yeah, right. It's right next to the Kodak Theater.
Well, to all our travelers watching, safe travels. Be kind to your flight attendants.
Yes.
Yeah. Give the middle person
the armrest.
Yes.
The armrests. And let us know any crazy travel experiences you've had in the comments down below. And as always, let us know what other subreddits, themes you want us to cover. And thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, that's so stupid.
To the show.
Hello, traveler.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. Reddit Stories and Freak Out.
So pissed off.
Life.
Now I have to sleep throughout the goddamn
Call me
night
Chris.
so I can actually hear what the fuck is going on.
In case you haven't noticed from the lighting,
Or
is
maybe not, I don't know.
these are some
But
spooky stories.
it's making this so much harder than it needs to be.
Scary. Blue and green lighting.
It's very scary.
Okay. Both of you are big fans of spooky stuff, right?
Yes. Yes. I love scary stuff. I love horror movies, paranormal. I mean, being from Massachusetts, everything. True crime. Love. We just talked about Dateline.
Love. Hello.
Dateline, totally spooky. Posted by a ghost.
He's alive. He's actually
You never die.
Now, we're going to be reading a lot of, I think there's a lot of paranormal stuff in here, a lot of supernatural stories. This all comes from Reddit.
Yeah, I'm not leaving until I get one goddamn crystal.
I do go on
Because I just want to get out of stage 1.
I like watching this.
That's all I want to. I just want to get to stage 1.
What it was, and I was like, oh,
Just
I
to
can
get
go
there.
out and like read crazy stories.
So I could have more recipes so that I could maybe come back here so I could have some armory.
Stay on the right subreddits, or else it gets bad pretty quick.
Scary. Yeah.
So,
Right
most
now
of
I
these
don't got
supernatural,
none.
There's a few that aren't supernatural, but we promise you that you will be able to sleep tonight. The way we organized it, there's some palate cleansers in there. It's gonna get spooky, but it's not gonna get like horrible.
Terrifying.
Yeah, you're not gonna feel bad out.
Okay.
I think it's just gonna be like, ooh, ooh.
Okay. I don't know. I get very involved.
Yeah,
When someone tells me they're like, yeah, there was a ghost. I'm like, my whole body gets chills.
We're very empathetic.
We're very
So
empathetic.
Very empathetic people.
So you both believe in ghosts?
Yes. 100%.
100%. Whoa, wow, both.
No, there is ghosts. I'm just saying.
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
There's a couple right in here right now, and they don't really like the lighting. I'm kidding. I love the lighting. I just wanted to have fun.
It's all jokes.
It's all jokes.
So, Amanda, you already know this about me. is that I am a skeptic, but I'm a skeptic because I want ghosts to be real. I hope they are.
Yeah.
I hope a lot of stuff is real, but the stuff that I hope is real, I actively sneeze at my beliefs.
Get out those demons.
But whenever something happens or I hear a story, I can't help but try to be like, all right, well, what are all the explanations for it? I don't jump to that's a ghost.
Well, no, that's good. That's good. No, that's what you have to do. But I was the same. Like you have to go into it. I mean, that means you're an intellect. You're smart.
Yeah.
You should ask questions.
So
you shouldn't just blindly believe everything.
Yeah.
And you with I go ghost hunting and stuff. It's just like or debunking 99% of the stuff. But then there's stuff that you can't, and you're just like, okay.
And that's the best part. When you're like, I don't know if I believe it, and then someone's like, and you're like, oh.
Just a heads up, these stories definitely are scary, but nobody gets harmed in any of these stories. So they're all just spooky, but we are going to put some trigger warnings up in front of some, based on certain things that it alludes to or there's close calls of. Here we go. This is titled Shower Prank. It comes from Paranormal Encounters. I am a strong believer that if you acknowledge something, it gets stronger. This happened to me months ago, and I just want to put it out in the world in hopes that it takes away the temptation to bring this up to my fiance all the time. One evening after work, I went to take a shower. I will admit that I had not slept the night before, so I was incredibly tired. I had my music as loud as it would go on my phone, so I could hear it over the rushing water. About midway through, my music volume was silent. I turned around to open the curtain to find out why. When my fiance cracked the curtain a little bit, stuck his head in the shower, and grinned at me. I looked at him with confusion, and he popped his head back out before turning the light off and closing the bathroom door. To say I was furious is an understatement. I really don't like certain kinds of pranks.
I'm fucking done with that stupid shit.
Slippery darkness
I mean, come on.
I immediately stepped out of the shower, flipped the light back on, the switch is right between the shower and the door, and stormed out of the bathroom without even getting a towel. I found my fiancé sitting at his computer with his headset on, and absolutely laid into him. He had this confused and panicked expression as I asked why he would think that was funny, telling him to never do that again. He asked me to explain what he did wrong, which made me angrier. But when he said he had been playing since before I even went to shower, I believed him. To begin with, he hates pranks even more than I do. We've been together for 6 years, and he's never so much as jumped out from a corner to startle me. And I've never seen him mess with anyone else. He is not the type of person that would even think to do something like that, but I was so tired that none of that sank in before I lost it on him. Along with simply not being the type, the setup of the apartment would have made it impossible for me to get back to the office without me hearing him. Between the bathroom and the office, there is a noisy metal baby gate, the living room, the kitchen, and another noisy metal baby gate in the office doorway. I would have also heard his footsteps on the wooden floors if he were moving as quickly as he would have needed to. I've thought about it over and over. It's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me, and I want to write it off as being sleep deprived, but I had to turn my music back up. I had to flip the light switch back on. I had to open the bathroom door to get out. We leave it open when we shower because it's just the two of us, and the bathroom has poor ventilation for steam. I made him check the apartment for anyone else, even though I know what he looks like, and that face was him. I asked him to stay in the bathroom with me until I washed the conditioner out of my hair. I think about this every time I shower now. We've had some random things happen before that. Stuff moving to places we know we didn't put it. Sounds we couldn't rationalize forever. The motion sensor triggering on the cameras over nothing, but nothing near this level before then. I don't know what I'm looking for here other than a moment to wring out my brain. But if anyone has had a similar experience to this misery, I would welcome some company.
Not keep us up at night. I'm destroyed after that.
I just picture a man in the mirror.
Here's Johnny. Stop.
Like that.
Honestly, I think showering, that's scary. Have you ever seen the movie Psycho?
Yeah.
Like, what?
That's crazy. You got a haunted house, miss.
Also, baby gates.
They have a lot of baby gates.
There are a lot of baby gates, but
do you have
the level? Yeah, they never mention a baby, which almost makes them scarier than whatever demon is in their house.
Yeah.
I also like how there's multiple levels of baby gates, like Area 51 for their baby.
There's a swipe card.
Yeah, we have high security because our baby is.
Baby was the baby.
Yeah.
Was it the baby just going like?
Right?
Looks just the exact dad's face.
That's terrifying.
scary. Super scary. What are your initial impressions on what that would be? Do you think it's a ghost?
What's hard is that if she was sleep deprived, fine. But if she has to turn on her phone and turn the light back on.
Yeah, and the door. It's like so many things where it's like, okay, probably there's something paranormal going on.
I'm of the belief of like, look, if we can only assume that they're telling the truth. There's the added element of, I'm being honest here, as a skeptic, when I read these types of stories on Reddit, my initial impression is always like, well, I don't know who this person is.
Yeah.
Write a story and get karma, and that's, but taking it as it is, and we hear, this is not some insane story I've never heard anything about.
Yeah.
Hearing it as it is, my initial impression is, oh, you were tired, but your phone turning the volume down and the lights going off at the same time, so that's not an electrical issue, and the door shutting. There's a lot of elements happening at once.
And his face.
And his literal face. That's wild.
Wait, is he lying though?
She's saying it's impossible for him to get back upstairs. I don't think that's the case. The scariest scenario here, in my opinion, is if he did it, and he's that weird.
Yeah.
Like,
your husband's
because
like
if he
psycho.
just really silently, because she had to get out of there and it was dark and stuff. He had time to like slowly make his way up and then do it.
Baby game.
But
the loud baby game.
if this husband who never pranks her decided to suddenly pull an insane prank like this, and lie to her and make her believe this was real, then that's also very implausible. So, I mean, what are we talking about? Poltergeist, ghosts? No, but we have some comments here. Have you ever looked into the history of the place, like who lived there before?
Oh, yeah.
OP responded, it was originally a factory for making pots and pans. Her unit only had one previous group of tenants that destroyed the place, but nobody died. Someone else said, hello friend, sounds like you have a mimic on your hands.
Yeah.
I highly recommend a spiritual cleanse of the house. If you would like traditional methods to cleanse your home and establish protection to prevent reoccurrence, please let me know. I am an interfaith minister, so please let me know if you practice a particular religion, and I can give you advice to suit. There's tons of things you can do to get rid of annoying pests like the one you have.
Isn't that creepy? It's like it's a rodent.
Yeah, I almost think this person scares me more than whatever mimic.
But that's the thing.
I can help you. Hello, friend.
That's the thing. Like at my girlfriend's house, Selena Spooky Boo, who's also like a YouTuber, her house is really haunted and we've ghosted with her before. But there's been so many instances where I see her and I'm like talk to her or like and it's not her because she's in a different. Yeah, like there's those kind of like mimicry.
Why do they say that they have mimics?
A Reddit user pulled up the definition. Usually it's a demonic or negative spirit that mimics people you love or are comfortable with so that specific energy can gain your trust and then attach itself to you.
They did like a whole seance to get rid of it. And did you? And, yeah, I think so. It hasn't shown up since.
So frustrating.
Did anything happen during the seance?
No, nothing like a no. It's just really creepy.
The mimic's like, no!
That's what we do on Tuesdays. Anyway.
I love that. Light us a feather, stick sport.
Yeah, we like walked around the whole property with salt. We like saged everything. We lit a fire. We like
Is it a gem?
in the fire. It was wild.
I love that shit.
Yeah.
This.
I would love to.
Fuck
There's
these
the added level of ghosts and then demons.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
As a whole
Yes, I need a
other
whole
thing.
one to even get by.
This is the type of thinking that I have. Like, right, if this happened to me, right? So where I'm like, okay, I can't deny that I witnessed this thing. But I'm also, like I said, I try to believe everything. I used to have this theory that I would think about when I was a teenager and I was really into this stuff of, what if time, it's the true detective thing, time is a flat circle. But if all
so
things happen
ridiculous.
at once, a multiverse of dimensions that are all happening at the same time. What if we're just seeing another time folding in on itself and you're just seeing an image from the past or the future,
Like it's
or a
surprisingly so hard just to get
there's
one.
other things, what if they could collide? I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
It's
What
not
I'm
even
saying is
hard.
stupid
It's
guy
so
thinking about this stuff.
tedious.
But that's where my brain goes as opposed to, it's a ghost. It's like, oh, but there's also an
So
infinite
I need to look for
possibility-
giant fucking
infinite amount of
things like that.
Yeah.
Is my
The
belief.
guy fucking last night,
Yeah.
or 2 nights ago,
No,
because
but
it
it's true.
rained.
Kind of like what I feel like the afterlife is kind of like. It's like a different dimension.
Yeah.
Like, that's very valid.
Thin places, right, where people believe that spirits are always around you,
Yeah.
just like maneuvering or
Some are just
hanging
trying to like
out.
figure out how to get up like to where they're supposed to be.
That makes me feel actually more calm when I think of that, but
too.
that's not what my first brain thinks. My
Right.
first brain is like, okay,
Yeah.
someone has unfinished
Somebody's
business.
trying to infiltrate my body.
Mimics. Like, I automatically go to the scary thing.
Every time, me too.
There's a lot of discussion here, and someone sources cited the Australian
I
Department of
just
Climate
need to
Change
get
and Electricity,
that
Gas
so I
and
can
Water.
get this
That
and this.
carbon monoxide can
And
often
then
be
after getting
an
that,
explanation
I
people
could
use for
go
stuff
to
like
level
this. The
1,
accumulation of low levels of carbon monoxide
so I have
can cause
more
headache,
recipes.
lightheadedness and fatigue. Exposure to higher concentrations
So I
of carbon
could
monoxide can cause sleepiness,
hopefully get by
hallucinations,
through all of
convulsions,
this
collapse, loss of consciousness, and death. Another source says, like, if you or others in your home ever experience ghostly symptoms, you should have your furnace, oven, and or other gas appliances inspected by a professional. Now, I'm of the opinion of, like, get that stuff checked out. Just
Automatic, for sure.
Just in case. And then if it keeps happening, it's like, well, we ruled that out.
Yeah,
I like-
exactly.
Hello, I'm having ghostly feelings. Come check out my
Yes, of
furnace.
course, yes. They come in with sage
Yeah.
and then
Come check
Sure.
out my refrigerator, please.
That's a wild one.
Crazy.
Mimic. All right.
That's scary.
Yeah.
That first one.
Next one. Let's see what it is. Am I the asshole for not caring or saying that my apartment is haunted to a new roommate?
hilarious.
Oh boy, where do I even begin with this one? First off, this post isn't about the science or lack thereof of what the paranormal is or isn't. I want to be somewhat distanced from that. I've lived here for about 2 years. One night, a couple months into my lease, when I was about to fall asleep on the couch, I heard what sounded like a mechanical tune from a children's toy chest for like 4 to 5 seconds. A Jack-in-the-Box toy would be a fair explanation. I was half asleep and just attributed it to a dream-induced auditory hallucination, or a sound from the TV. It occurred again another night, which got me interested. I wondered if it was something coming from the outside since a window was ajar. Maybe another apartment, but I don't hear any other external sounds in this old, thick concrete block, not a peep. Third time around, I froze in my steps, and the top of my mind went to echoes from the past. I mean, this is just f***ing cool and sort of sweet. I can't characterize it very well. It's tin-like, but sounds like it's neither near or far. It sounds like it's on the floor, but under a thick blanket, like an ice cream truck is around the corner or something, occurs about once every other week. For me, it's just like, well, I guess that happened type thing. After the first few instances of this, was I supposed to be freaked out or something? There's also a few other types of sounds, like a split second of a drawer or cabinet opening, thudding. Can't say I really care that much. Sometimes I don't even remember it until I'm reminded of it. I decided to reduce costs by
hearing a
getting a
bat?
roommate a few months ago. I met someone for coffee and we hit it off. No apparent issue as far as ability to
Yeah, I'm
pay,
hearing a
or
bat.
owning too much stuff, no pets, agreeable demeanor, etc. And move-in day was a breeze. But as it turns out, well,
I
let's just say some
doubt
people are more
bats
sensitive
drop
than others. I received a call one evening.
anything
she was hysterical
closer,
and had barricaded
but I
herself in her
mean-
room. I rushed home. She said she was in the kitchen minding her own business when all of a sudden she was startled by what sounded like thudding, which of course was followed by Casper's silly toy playing ass. The immediate impression was that of an intruder, and she panicked and ran to her room. Her anxiety was so bad that I had to take her out to a bar to have some beers and help take the edge off. I apologize that I didn't tell her about it. It just slipped my mind, really. But did I have to apologize? Informed her she's free to leave without paying or accept some lowered rent. She just kept looking at me like I'm some asshole running a house of horrors. I just kept shrugging and downing Coors Banquets. The verdict was not the asshole.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
so
not
funny.
your
It's like,
fault.
oh god, no, it's just Casper.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just a music box. I don't know. I don't hear.
To me, that makes me even more scared because then it's like, oh, your place is haunted.
Yeah.
No? Like,
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, can you imagine just like going to like a place to be like, hey, I'm interested in being your roommate, and they're just like, okay, but like this place is haunted.
yeah, you wouldn't.
Like you would never
No.
get a roommate.
But this guy truly, this person truly doesn't care.
No.
Like they're just like, yeah.
Which is sometimes the way to go about that.
And the ghost is clearly just doing this.
It's not like
The ghost is upstairs, like,
Okay, first of all, this person's like an author. The way they're explaining stuff.
Door
A jar.
I clocked
It sounded like the sound was on the ground under a heavy blanket.
Yeah, under a heavy blanket's not near, it's not far.
It's not here. It's not there. It's not anywhere.
Around the corner. Sips Coors Banquet. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I like the effort they put into this Reddit
And
story.
improv teacher was like, you gotta be more specific. He's like, got it. Cold banquets. Near, far.
It sounded like it was in the past. It was a memory from the
Yeah,
past.
echoes from the past.
That goes from the past. This was well written.
I was really appreciative.
This is broy Stephen King.
I was gonna say it's Stephen King. But I think his place is probably haunted.
Yeah.
Like there's sometimes what's it called? Like just ghosts that kind of are on the same schedule every day that kind of do the same thing.
That's where I really believe in, like I said, of like it's some event and time, and it's just replaying like a broken record.
Yep, I was gonna be residual. Yes, it's like a residual haunting. So it's literally where a ghost is kind of, they don't even really know that they're in the afterlife, and they kind of like go through this. This is also in Selena's house. She has this man that kind of like walks through the same areas, like in her house, and it's really weird. Sometimes you'll see him, sometimes you won't, but it's always in like the same area or like the same. It's so weird. Like I sound.
Can I go with you?
Yeah. It's in Ontario, like in the middle of the woods. It's the creepiest place ever, but it's
wow.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And we've been to other houses where I was just at a place with Sam and Colby, who are ghost hunting doctors, and Colby, Selena, and I saw Sam walking with the person that was taking them through the house to do the tour, and we both all saw a girl in a blue sweater walk past with them. And they're like, oh, we're like, who else is in the house?
Okay, thank God there's something.
You two. Like, yeah, it's just us. And we're like,
But I gotta move.
and we're like, I've only had it where I've only seen it, but it was crazy.
When you
but
all
that's supposed
see
to be
it?
a residual one too. Yeah, it's crazy.
So residual, so they don't know that they're dead. They are just walking.
They're kind of going through
their day, and
at least that's what I've interpreted.
You think it's that maybe like they're still catching up to the idea that they're dead, and maybe time just works so different that for them maybe that
There we go.
ghost it's
There
only
you
5
are.
seconds. But
Yeah.
for us, we see it.
Yeah, like time.
Yeah, I'm on.
They were there for 100 years.
Yeah, I'm here.
Actually, it just took them like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But
Dr.
in their time, it
Orange.
existed.
Yeah, it's weird.
How are you, doctor?
Did you ever like communicate with them?
Well, if a residual ghost, maybe.
We have like, and you can talk to them in like various different ways. Like we have like equipment and that kind of stuff, but then like
Fucking nothing?
automatic writing and that kind of thing where we like get into like
Come on!
trance and
Not even
like,
a,
words coming in our head. And, like,
not even more fucking plague flesh. Just straight up nothing.
I'm dead serious. I do.
Okay, good.
I'm really.
Oh my god.
So the verdict was not the asshole.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What? No.
Do you think
No, you're not an asshole.
Let you know if they've heard spooky sounds?
I really think they wouldn't get a renter.
I don't think they would, and there's been no danger involved. He hasn't gotten robbed or
And
anything.
he hasn't been scared.
And he hasn't, and he also doesn't know what it is.
Yeah.
He's just been like, I've heard this stuff, but like.
Yeah, and some people are more sensitive to it than other people.
It's true. It's true. I've definitely walked into a house and been like,
yeah.
what is happening in there? They're like, oh yeah, you can feel that too.
Right.
Yeah, I felt it when I moved in. I'm like,
Yeah.
I can't even breathe.
Yeah,
Exactly. So, not the asshole.
Some comments here. Not the asshole they are renting. It's their job to ask about the apartment. It's no different from a broken shower door or not working AC. If you showed them their room and they agreed to everything, then it's their fault for not asking. I mean, you don't ask, is this house haunted too often? But a simple, is it quiet at night is the normal question.
Yeah, that's fair.
Someone said, lights, you're not the asshole. While a haunting is not something you must disclose, it is something that will get you a pissed off tenant. You probably need to disclose that your building is old and it makes weird noises sometimes so that prospective tenants can be aware of the noises and won't freak out on you. And lastly, we have someone who said, not the asshole. I believe in ghosts, but that's not something you are required to disclose when subletting because there's no specific way to qualify that. And beyond that, you sound like you genuinely didn't think it was real until someone else experienced it. Here's some woo-woo advice. Say out loud when you hear noises, go away, you aren't welcome here. And here's some practical advice. Don't pay her anything. Just tell her if she's not happy, she can depart with a month's notice. When I was younger, I was very I was very scared of ghosts. I was like, whoa, like, but I was still like a little skeptical, but I really was like scared of it. Nowadays, I'm more scared of people.
Fair.
Like if I heard a noise, and I was like, oh shit, someone broke into our house.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, no, it's actually a ghost. I'd be like, I'd still be scared, but I'd be like, okay, a ghost is a person without their armor.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
True.
Yeah, like I'll be a ghost one day, and maybe I'll be more powerful. I don't know. But so I've never experienced any sort of supernatural stuff myself, except for this one little blip of time. And I, like I said, I'm a skeptic. I'm not saying, oh, this was a ghost, but I will say the weird shit that happened.
Okay.
So it was in the span of quite literally, I want to say like a month. And I was about 18 or 19. I was living by myself in this apartment that I'd lived in.
No one's watching this lock, so. Also, let me just Yeah, God, I'm wondering. So small every fucking time. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, you can't see jack shit. Well, I'm just... Oh, don't fucking do that. No, I should probably stay around a place where I could just hit an MF and just let them bleed out and die. Because it was right here. So this guy, Steppe Wolf. And I don't, what the hell was a Dr. Orange? Because his name was literally just Dr. Orange. At least the music's nice. God, I feel like this is a bit. Like, this isn't... It's been so fucking long. It's been... I think in-game week I've been out just in these goddamn trees trying to get a gem on stage 0. 0. Hopefully I get one before, like, my storm shit dies. My stone tool. Because I only got, like, one stone tool. And it's like the second I see him, the second I, like... I mean, the second I see, like, a creature... It's not a creature, it's a tree. I know they should drop it. Like, I know the big ones have to drop like a full gem. I know they have to. I mean, I know they have to. you'd think something would be around, right? And I don't even hear nothing. I don't even hear, like, a zombie or, like, someone named Dr. Orange who's gonna drop absolutely fucking nothing. Risking that though. God, if I don't find one this night, I'm just gonna call it here. Probably continue tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have better luck tomorrow, because this is ridiculous. And this is just for, like, a gem. Ancient ruin gem that I need there for a heatable hopper. And that's it. A heatable hopper. Something I probably won't have much use in. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yep, so I have found absolutely nothing. There's no monsters of any size anywhere. Because I guess nothing ever happens. Right? Nothing ever happens. It's the first thing in life you'll learn, and it's the last thing you'll ever know before you die. Nothing ever happens, I guess. God, I can't even wear it. Wait, what's the point of this? Oh, for a wolf hood. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't even know what that is for. To hide in with other wolves or something? Well, nothing else is gonna spawn, because it is daytime. Be lucky if I find anything. Like, I don't want to leave and then come all the way back. could just find a hostile mob that is part of the Abyssal fucking core, then I'd be happy to see what it drops. 5 more fucking minutes. Because I'm not, like, sitting here wasting my entire life for this one more diamond any longer. Yeah, that'd be devastating to fall into. Because I don't see nothing. Nothing to no one. No, that's just a goddamn pig. I don't want a pig. I don't want a pig. I don't want a sheep. I don't want a cow. I don't want a chicken. I don't even want a zombie. I want something from here. It shouldn't be this ridiculous to just find a hostile mob in. Go away. I don't want to listen to you. Hell, I think I might have to go in through the caves just to find a hostile entity of any sort. Not here, though. Blocks are going to be crucial to survival still. Damn it. I know I could leave at any point, so I'm not, like, too scared. Well, I am still scared as shitless because of that shit, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. You think something would be here? Like anything? At least I could see them before they see me. Or at least for some of the time. A part of me does, and a part of me doesn't. Because I'd rather just have one just spawn up here. You would think that one thing would happen. But no. Right, I think I might have to call it here. I'm not going all the way back. It's like 2,000 block walk. And I'm not leaving here until I get a single gem. Just one gem to get out of stage 0. Just one. Because I'm not building like 5 of these. I'm building like 1. And that's it. God, my head hurts trying to find these stupid assholes. Alright, I'm gonna just call that there. I hope you enjoyed. It's been like 10 hours. It's late. I gotta go to bed. Yeah. Thank you all, whoever dropped by or anything. Bye.